that allows votes based on party lines for a motion to change the system in favor of a consensus-based system. I don't have any power to change that. I'm simply observing that I hope that the spirit of consensus will prevail. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to highlight the work of my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. He's a bit of a dean of the House. He's always raised questions about the standing order. And this bill, or rather this motion, is in the same vein as all of his parliamentary work.
The NDP will be supporting this motion. We believe that it is time that we build that consensus. I have heard my colleague from the Bloc also say he's supporting it, but my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston indicated that there was some uncertainty around the vote of what would come out of procedure in House Affairs. Are members of the Conservative caucus also supporting his motion?
A brief response by the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, I hope so. Remembering back to the example from 2015 where I proposed a set of rules, changes to the standing orders which affected the election of the Speaker, the decision that was made in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee caused parties to alter how they handled the vote. In each case, rather than parties were encouraged to allow their members to vote freely. And since that report itself from Procedure and House Affairs was a unanimous report, all parties took that back and decided to make that decision. That could happen again. It actually is what I prefer to have happen if possible, but I can't force that to happen. But I do think it's a model that's worth examining, and of course the records of that committee from that time are all publicly available. They might be helpful to all of us in this circumstance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually quite encouraged by the member's motion. There's a number of questions and thoughts I would like to share with the member. And to start off, you have to take a look in terms of what we have witnessed over the years, or at least what I've witnessed over the years, is it's very difficult to change the standing orders in any form. I've attempted personally on many occasions, both formally and informally, and trying to get any form of modernization of the Parliament of Canada through changes in our standing orders has been exceptionally challenging, Mr. Speaker. And let there be no doubt the need for change is there, and it should be modernized. And a good example of the challenges that it takes, all one needs to do is take a look at the pandemic and the hybrid system that we now have today. Take a look at one of the most significant changes that was actually incorporated was the voting application. Prior to the voting application, Mr. Speaker, all members, as you know, had to be physically inside the chamber in order to be able to vote. The impact of that change is so profound, I would suggest to you that it is the most significant change that we have witnessed here in Ottawa in the last 70-plus years, Mr. Speaker. It is something that assisted in modernizing and facilitating members of Parliament on both sides of the House. And one would have thought that that particular change would have been supported unanimously, but it was not the case. It wasn't supported. So if you were to take what it is that the member is suggesting today, would that change have taken place? I suspect not, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, what I have found over the years is it is exceptionally difficult to get the type of changes that are necessary in order to, what I would suggest to you, would allow this Parliament to be modernized in terms of its rules. And another good example is the question that I had posed to the member. We understand why time allocation is used. As I say, even when I was in opposition, I had argued that time allocation was necessary in order for, at times, government to get its legislation through. Because it does not take much to prevent legislation from passing. And if you didn't have the tool of time allocation, you wouldn't be able to get that legislation through. In many examples, Mr. Speaker, I believe that there's ways in which we can ensure that there's debate that can take place for literally hundreds of members on legislation and still ensure legislation is passed. You cannot use the rules to the degree in which you frustrate Parliament and make it to, in essence, Mr. Speaker, dysfunctional. And what we have seen is, at the end of the day, private members' bills, as an example, because they're programmed, get through. And some of those private members' bills are fairly substantial. You will see opposition days which are programmed because there is a vote that occurs and it's done in a timely fashion. I would suggest to you that you could also have rules that are changed that enable some form of programming, with exceptions, with certain pieces of legislation that ultimately would in fact make this place a healthier environment from a legislative and budgetary perspective, Mr. Speaker. That would actually give more power to the individual members of Parliament. There are ways in which we can do it, but it requires changes to the standing orders. Now, why do I say that in the manner in which I have when the member, in response to my question, said, well, this is really about the mechanism or the process of change? I like what's being suggested in terms of how it should be done on a consensus of all political parties, Mr. Speaker. I love that aspect of it. But how do you ensure that that takes place while you can at least modernize the current standing orders, Mr. Speaker? Because if you fail to do that, the ability to be able, let's say, for example, the member is successful and says that in order for government legislation to pass, every member not only has the right to speak to that legislation, but even if that legislation is amended, Mr. Speaker, you could filibuster one piece of legislation virtually endlessly. And if a political party is determined to frustrate or the House of Commons or virtually kill any sort of legislation from being able to be passed, it would not take much. So back in the 1930s and the 1940s and so forth, you saw legislation being passed. But if an opposition party or a grouping of 12 individuals, and it doesn't even take 12, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, if they are determined to prevent all forms of legislation from passing, with the exception of those that come through private members' hour, because that's programmed, they can prevent legislation from ultimately passing the House of Commons. And that's the reason why I don't say it as a government member. I say it out of concern that I had when I was in opposition. And I am on the record of expressing concerns in regards to it back then, Mr. Speaker. As someone that has been in opposition for most of my political career, and I've been at it for over 30 years, Mr. Speaker. So I understand the importance of the standing orders from an opposition's perspective. What I am suggesting is that it is all fine and wonderful, and I support the member's motion. I would like to see the motion pass through. But along with the passing of the motion, you have to make the changes that will at least address some of the biggest concerns that are out there. We often hear, well, we need to change the dress code. Yeah, we can change the dress code. There's other sorts of rules that we can change, Mr. Speaker. The low-hanging fruit, if we can put it that way. But there's the more substantive changes that need to be made. I've commented in more detail on some of those issues on how we can enable more members of Parliament to participate in debate as a possible option, even to having a dual chamber. How can we pass a motion of this substance, in which I favor, I must say, Mr. Speaker, without taking a look at the types of changes that are necessary in order to modernize Canada's House of Commons? We should be playing a strong leadership, because provincial legislatures, and I know firsthand from my involvement in the House leadership team in the province of Manitoba, looks to Ottawa. Other countries look to Ottawa in terms of how our parliamentary system works. There is so much that needs to be done in regards to our standing orders. We need to modernize our standing orders. And I say that first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentarian that has been in both government and opposition benches. I look forward to this motion actually going to committee, where hopefully there will be a great deal of discussion, and it will also take into consideration other aspects of how we can modernize our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, because it's time that we do that, Mr. Speaker. Reflect on the advantages of the vote application and how that has profoundly made this a better place for everyone.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, before I begin, I'd like to give a definition of the rules, the standing orders of the House. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the standing order, which is the expression of parliamentary privilege of the House to regulate its own affairs. When I read that, it's the rules of the game. Whether you're a Liberal, a Conservative, a Bloc member, the NDP, Green, regardless, we have to agree on the rules of the game, because this is not about the fundamental values of each party. That's not what we're counting on. We can disagree about all sorts of topics, but we can agree about the standing order, which is what we need to follow. And historically, consensus determined the changes made in the House. There were a few exceptions, but largely that's how it worked. So it was a search for consensus, so everybody could agree on new standing orders to be adopted, so we could work as democratically as possible. What's also important is to say, if a political party for any reason wants to change the rules of the game, well, even with a majority government, they need to talk to the others, and everybody needs to agree. Otherwise, it looks like a dictatorship of the majority. So in the case before us, when we look at the motion, and I thank my colleague, we understand why our colleague decided to table this motion, because there was a pretty serious case last year. And it's for that reason that today we have to read a motion to remind us of the duties of the House when it's time to look at this different standing orders that are necessary for us. And I was listening to the member for Winnipeg North, and I'm flabbergasted, to be honest, not to go any further. Because look, he's saying that last year we adopted standing orders, changes that were the most important in the last 70 years, the most important changes in 70 years, without a consensus. They said, we're making a wholesale change, and regardless what the others think, we don't care, this is what we're doing. but that's striking. He said it was exceptional as a change. That's another reason to have everyone sit down and to try and have everybody agree on the changes. And then he says, well, we don't think we would have had the consensus. They didn't even look for consensus, Mr. Speaker. They didn't even try for 2 seconds. I know I was there for the discussions for the Bloc Québécois. This is a leadership job. We discussed amongst ourselves, and it was just so short. It was over in the blink of an eye. He thinks there couldn't have been a consensus, but they didn't look for one in an honest manner. And the changes that were made to the House with virtual presence, electronic voting, taking powers away from the opposition, these are major changes. And we had shown before that we could find agreement amongst the parties. When the pandemic arrived in 2020, we had a nice agreement among the different parties, and a number of times we had unanimity for temporary changes to the House. Everybody agreed. Everybody showed goodwill because it was an exceptional circumstance. And people here, I dare to believe, people are here for the good of the people. And to work for that, we need to agree on the standing order that governs us.
And what's exceptional here is that when those changes were implemented, there was 11 hours of debate total. So he can't say, because often they say the Conservatives delay and filibuster and so on. Well, they used time allocation, so the total debate was 11 hours, exactly, 11 hours. So they can't say that the Conservatives tried to filibuster. We weren't even able to debate. We didn't even have time to say anything. We couldn't even sputter out any kind of objection. There was no opportunity to propose amendments on the substance. And the Bloc approached the government and said, look, I'd like to sit down with you and discuss these changes. And we were told, no, virtual shouldn't be the standard. It's an exception. But we had some suggestions of possible solutions. No discussion. There was zero discussion, not a single word. We couldn't get a word in edgewise. But they're in a minority. How were they able to do that? How were they able to show up and present electronic voting and as much virtual appearance as you want, unlimited? How were they able to do that? Well, they got the NDP support, of course. The NDP helped them out. And I'd say that when I was reading what was proposed, there was a lot of it that was clearly coming from the NDP, because the NDP has members in BC, people who have to travel great distances, so they liked the virtual option. And so 2 political parties changed the ground rules. They changed the standing orders without even discussing it, without asking for support. It was the briefest of discussion with the Conservatives and the Bloc. And the Bloc, we have a reputation for being open to discussion, and we have a reputation for being able to come up with solutions. We've done that a number of times. But I wasn't even included in the discussions on the standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's obvious. So that's the situation I was in. And I don't have a lot of parliamentary experience. I haven't been here that long. I come from a different place, from bluer skies, obviously. But it made no sense to me. A G7 country changing its rules just like that, on a whim, overnight. And the member for Winnipeg North said this was the most important change that has ever been made, and it was rammed down our throats. I've never seen anything like that in a democratic country. Maybe under Louis XIV, maybe that's how kings used to behave. But that's what they've done, and they're happy about it. They're patting themselves on the back. They don't care about consensus. They didn't even try. They didn't even seek consensus. They didn't even bother seeking consensus. So the motion talks about changing the number of people that need to vote in favor. They basically said none of these things can be done, none of these changes. The second thing about adopting committee reports, and the same thing for the opposition motions and for private members' business. Either it can't be done or they'll do it themselves under time allocation on their own. And so there are three possibilities here, and then it'll go to PROC and so on. But PROC doesn't, we don't have to vote in favor of PROC's recommendations. So this was a minority government that managed to pull off that feat. And so I'm nervous because when you don't have to be a genius to understand that the Conservatives have a chance of winning the next election. They might be a minority if the Bloc remains strong, but if they're in a majority, and I see you smirking, Mr. Speaker, but if the Conservatives get a majority, what's going to happen? Well, they're going to be happy with this. They're going to say the previous government changed the standing orders and thought that was fine to do, so now it's our turn. So, and the Liberals will probably be in opposition after the next election, and they'll be saying, when the Conservatives decide to do the same thing, to play fast and loose with the standing orders, it's going to be quite something to see. It's going to be a pretty picture, but that's the way things work in Canada nowadays. This great democracy, members who think that they know what the community values are, well, good for you. So we're going to vote in favor of this, but maybe there's no need even because it seems like consensus, it doesn't matter anyway. So we're going to have to live with it.
Le débat continue avec...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise and add my voice and the voice of New Democrats, the NDP caucus, to say that we're in favor of this motion 109. But I'd like to come back to what my colleague from La Prairie was just saying, his great impassioned speech about virtual parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that 80% of Bloc members have voted virtually in opposition to a virtual parliament. So enough's enough. When you're against the idea of a virtual parliament, then you should stay in the House and vote in person and say you're against it. But when 80% of the Bloc caucus votes against a virtual parliament, but they vote virtually against a virtual parliament, well, I think the actions speak louder than words. Obviously, the Bloc, if 80% of them are voting electronically, they can't really be against a virtual parliament. And the Conservative Party was the same thing. 2/3 of Conservative members voted virtually in opposition to having a virtual parliament. Words fail me, Mr. Speaker. It's impossible to explain that type of contradiction. But the fact remains that I think it will remain something in 10, 20 years. We will still talk about the fact that those two parties voted against virtual parliament. They voted virtually against having a virtual parliament. So that's up to them to explain that contradiction, but I think it was important to make that comment. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt in the NDP's mind that it has always been important to have consensus here in the House when we're talking about changes to the House of Commons standing orders. It goes back to the days of Tommy Douglas and right up to today. We've always said that it's important to have a consensus. And that's why we support M109. And I sung its praises earlier, and I don't do that very often in the House, but my colleague from Lanark Frontenac is a person who often defends the interests of Parliament and of our democracy. He cares deeply about that, and he's very sincere. And I think that this motion is important. And it's in two stages, as you know, Mr. Speaker. First of all, there's the preamble that my colleague mentioned earlier. And it's something we agree with. He talked about the 6 standing orders that should be amended or added so that there are provisions so that consensus is always sought before any changes are made to the standing orders of the House. And obviously there's the third step, which is to refer this to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, or PROC, and then it will come back here within 75 days after this motion is passed. So that, Mr. Speaker, is very important. Those 3 steps. We support the preamble. We support the principle of the 6 standing orders that should be amended. It makes sense. And then we also support the idea of this being referred to PROC for more in-depth study. They will have to have some meetings to discuss that, and then it will come back to the House for debate, and hopefully the standing orders of the House will be amended to implement all those changes and amendments that are suggested. But as my colleague said, what is not predictable is whether all parties will support this bill. Hopefully Conservative members will, and Bloc members have already, as we've seen, they're in support of this motion. NDP members are also supporting this motion. We still don't know, but we hope that Liberal members will support it too. And in that way, we should be able to put in place these changes to the standing orders. And hopefully it will be unanimous.
That we work on a consensus model. And I think this is why it's the NDP is saying very clearly that we support M109. We believe that it's important to have these principles around the standing orders, which do date, as my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston pointed out, to date back centuries, that we ensure that there is consensus around modification of the standing orders. This is something that Tommy Douglas stood for. This is something that leaders of the NDP have always stood for. Now, I do want to come back, though, on the reference to the virtual parliament, because I think to use that as some sort of precedence when we had a very clear support from all members of parties, members of all caucuses in this House of Commons, but there were 2 party caucuses that voted against continuing the virtual parliament, despite the many, many benefits that we've seen to our constituents, to our families, etc. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that 2/3 of the Conservative MPs who voted against that change to the standing order voted virtually. 2/3 of them. Wow. I've got the numbers right here. There were 77 Conservative MPs who voted virtually against the virtual parliament. Wow. 25 of the 32 Bloc members voted virtually against the virtual parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, there is always an important search for consensus. But when you have Conservative MPs and Bloc MPs saying that they're opposed to virtual parliament, but voting virtually because they obviously see the advantages of virtual parliament, the importance of searching for a consensus is obviously important. The reality, though, of members of those 2 caucuses, in this case, voting virtually against an important change to the standing orders, I think is something that will remain as part of the history of this House of Commons. There's something they can't change or deny. The facts are there. Facts will always be there. Anytime we have debates about standing orders, I will mention, and I think my colleagues will as well, 80% of the Bloc MPs voted virtually against virtual parliament. 2/3 of the Conservative MPs voted virtually against virtual parliament. To get the good faith that is important for changes to the standing orders Mr. Speaker, we need to have good faith from all parties, and we need to make sure that we put into place measures that benefit Canadians and benefit Canadian MPs, families, constituents, everyone. Virtual Parliament provisions clearly do that. It allows us to be at important events and emergencies in our constituency, in the vastest and largest democracy on earth. Mr. Speaker, I came here yesterday, 5,000-kilometer trip to get to Ottawa, be 5,000 kilometers going home on Friday. That takes me halfway around the globe. And my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona, my colleague from Edmonton Griesbach, they as well have similar types of trips across this vast expanse of our democracy. It is important, of course, that we make provisions for that, that if there is an emergency in New Westminster Burnaby, that we can't necessarily be at that emergency and be voting on behalf of our constituents in Ottawa. The virtual parliament provisions that were supported by all parties because of the fact that the majority of all parties voted virtually in that important vote signifies the ability of this Parliament to make modifications that provide more support to Canadians in their ridings and give the ability for members of Parliament to work harder and smarter in a way that they can serve their constituents better. And I think that is an illustrative example that we will need to take forward, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is, M109 and that search for a consensus and having the provisions made to the standing orders so that we can look for and build on that consensus is something we fully support. And I thank the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston for bringing this motion forward. We will be voting yes.
Continuing for the next 4 minutes, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in strong support of Motion 109, introduced by my colleague, the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. The motion would instruct the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to undertake a study with respect to a series of proposed amendments to the standing orders that, taken together, would have the effect of preventing any government from unilaterally amending the standing orders without all-party consent. And so, consistent with that, the motion would instruct the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to consider prohibiting the use of closure and other time limitation procedures. It would take away the ability of a government to use the hammer of closure to ram through changes to the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, this motion reflects what has become a convention as our standing orders have evolved since 1867. And of course, our standing orders, in some instances, go back centuries to the British House of Commons. The convention has been that a government ought not amend standing orders absent all-party support. And as a general rule, there has been an effort to reach consensus. We have seen a significant evolution in our standing orders. One such example was in the mid-1980s. At the time, there was a general view that Parliament was not in step with the times and that there needed to be a series of steps taken to modernize Parliament. Upon being elected in 1984, Prime Minister Mulroney appointed James McGrath, the member for St. John's East, to chair an all-party parliamentary committee that looked at parliamentary reform. And the mandate of that committee included reviewing the standing orders. And out of the McGrath report came multiple recommendations for amendments to the standing orders, all of which were adopted, including one of the most significant being the election of the Speaker of the House of Commons. Up until that time, the election was a mere formality based upon the appointment or recommendation of the Prime Minister. My point is that is an instance where members from all parties worked collaboratively, undertook a thorough study, came back with recommendations, and based upon that consensus, the standing orders were amended. Now, it is true that that convention has not always been consistently applied. There have been, up until the election of this government, rare instances where governments have invoked closure. And my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston noted that it happened prior to the election of this government on 3 occasions, in 1913, 1969, and 1991. Very rare. Since the election of these Liberals, what was a rare instance of not respecting the convention has become the practice of these Liberals. They have run roughshod over this House and have on multiple occasions either sought to ram through or have in fact rammed through changes to the standing orders, underscoring the need and timeliness of this motion. And I will continue my remarks during the next hour of debate.
When we come back, the honourable member will have 6 minutes. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. I believe the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona is standing on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to comment on the point of privilege that was brought forward earlier today by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The New Democratic Party is very concerned about the recent news that all members of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China could have been or were targets of cyber attacks, hackers that were linked to Beijing. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of IPAC, and I am deeply concerned because I don't know. I don't have the information I need to know whether or not my personal emails were hacked, whether or not there were attacks, cyber attacks made against me or other members of the New Democratic Party, or indeed any member of this House. I'm concerned that this information came forward from the U.S. government, that our government did not provide that information to legislators. I'm concerned because this is not the first time that I have felt that the government has withheld information from members of Parliament, from legislators. I think back as well to the time when the members of the subcommittee on international human rights were called out and sanctioned by the Chinese government. And as a member of that committee, I found out on Twitter. There was no support provided to me as a parliamentarian by the government, and I find that unacceptable. I also find it unacceptable that it seems that we are repeatedly having to ask the government of the day to provide the information to parliamentarians that they need to do their work. We don't know what the government of Canada knows. We don't know when they knew it, and we certainly don't know why they didn't alert those members that may have been impacted by this work. Legislators need to have this information. They need to be able to feel that they are protected. They need to be able to feel that they are safe in doing their work, and that they have the tools and the information provided to them. So I do believe that this constitutes a violation of parliamentarians' privilege, and I think that it is vitally important that, Mr. Speaker, that we get to the bottom of this. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for the intervention. I know the Speaker is looking forward to hearing from all parties on this particular issue. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour, government orders, ways and means. Consideration of motion number 20, budgetary policy, resuming debate on the amendment of Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
And I believe when we left it, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader, had 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, it's always a pleasure to be able to rise and speak about the budgetary measures of the government. It is one of those ways in which the government can clearly demonstrate the types of things that we are doing when you take into consideration legislation and budget measures, Mr. Speaker. And maybe one of the best ways to start it off is just by acknowledging that at the end of the day, being there in a real and tangible way to support Canada's middle class, who's aspiring to be a part of it, you need to think about how it is government can ensure that there's a higher sense of fairness, whether it's in taxation or providing for future generations, Mr. Speaker, opportunities to be able to succeed. And this is something in which the government has taken very seriously, virtually from day one, Mr. Speaker. And earlier I made reference in terms of the type of actions, whether it was the reduction of middle-class taxes to the increase of the 1% wealthiest having to make a larger contribution towards taxes, to the enhancement of programs for seniors through the Guaranteed Income Supplement, to the enhancement of the Canada Child Benefit Program, all the way through going into the pandemic, where we were there to support, again, our seniors, people with disabilities, employers or small businesses, through individual Canadians, through the programs such as CERB, and then just continue to fast forward, Mr. Speaker. I believe what you'll see very clearly by the initiatives that we have taken as a government over the years and continue to do so within this budget is a government that is very much progressive, caring, and fair, dealing with an economy, realizing that a healthy middle class, a healthy economy is good for all, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that there are serious issues that Canadians are facing. The issues such as affordability, such as housing in many different communities, Mr. Speaker. And these are issues that we continue to work on. And this budget amplifies that work, Mr. Speaker. So people that are following the budget debate know that the government is very much aware, as Liberal members of Parliament from all regions of the country have expressed their thoughts, and this budget is really and truly a reflection of what Canadians have been telling us as a government and as individual parliamentarians. It is, for all intents and purposes, a budget for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And when I think in terms of the types of things that one will see in the budget, on that progressive side, one can talk about, one of my personal favorites is the pharmacare. It's a significant step forward on pharmacare. It's a continuation on what I believe Canadians are so passionate about, our health care, the Canada Health Act, and the way in which, as a government in the previous budget, we brought forward literally close to $200 billion over a 10-year period of time to ensure that future generations of Canadians will have health care that's accessible, healthcare that has the healthcare workers that are necessary. And so for me, that is a very important issue, because I know it's an important issue for my constituents, Mr. Speaker. I could talk about other issues of whether it's the child care, $10 a day child care. We can talk about the disability benefit that's being created through this particular budget, Mr. Speaker. There are many different aspects, but I want to highlight one of the things that I think is really important. And that is the issue of the economy itself and how the rest of the world looks at Canada. You know, in the first 3 quarters on a per capita basis, in terms of the G7 in foreign direct investment, out of the G7, Canada was number 1. If you take a look at it throughout the world on a per capita basis, we were number 3, Mr. Speaker. People and businesses around the world are looking at Canada. And it doesn't surprise, because no government in our history, has signed off on more trade agreements than this government. And we are starting to see the results in many different ways, in supporting industries. Industries that were virtually non-existent before, now coming to life with the recent announcement, for example, of Honda, which is a piggyback that comes from Volkswagen. Think in terms of future green jobs. a government that is actually very proactive at building a healthy economy, and we see that in the generation of over 2 million jobs over the last number of years by actions of this government working with Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I'll contrast our record of being there to have a healthier economy, building a stronger economy for Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it for future generations, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which we as a government have been taking very seriously and continue to take the measures that are necessary in order to support Canadians in addressing the issues that we know that Canadians are concerned about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his speech. He mentioned CERB in there, basically an NDP initiative that everyone in here agreed on, that Canadians needed at least $2,000 a month to live in this country. And yet here in this budget, we have supports for people with disabilities that amount to $200 a month. And when combined with provincial supports, it's far less than what is needed for those people to live here in Canada. This, I've been deluged by comments from people with disabilities. This is an insult. They should have done nothing almost rather than bring this in. And I'm just wondering whether he and his government will commit to fix this over the coming months so that we can truly support people with disabilities in this country with an income that they can live on.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can appreciate some of the things in which the member is saying. Where I tend to disagree is in regards to I would not do anything to discourage or belittle the fact that we now have a disability program, which is a significant step forward. There's a couple of things that we need to be concerned about with regards to that specific program. One is we do have to watch other jurisdictions in making sure that they're not going to be clawing back any sort of supports as a direct result of the federal government program. So that is a concern that I have and I know is shared by many individuals. In regards to the actual amount, I think this is a good starting point, and we will have to wait and see in terms of how it ultimately evolves. But the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is within the budget you will see different types of programs, and that's why I mentioned those progressive programs, and I think this is an excellent example of one where the Government of Canada is taking the initiative to ensure that we're at least moving forward in a substantial way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw to the member's attention that in the 2021 Liberal campaign platform, there was a promise that's been unkept, the $4.5 billion mental health transfer. They put that promise out in front of Canadians because they wanted Canadians to vote for them, to elect them to be the government, and then they abandoned it. No mention of that in the last three budgets, including in this budget. I ask the member to stand up right now and tell this House, where is the Canada mental health transfer? Where's the $4.5 billion?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want the member across the way to mislead because of conservative spin on this particular issue. At the end of the day, no government has invested more historically in health care than this government has, and that was prior to the commitment of $198 billion that was announced in the last budget, Mr. Speaker. No government has invested more in mental health or highlighted the issue of mental health than this government has, Mr. Speaker. To make some sort of a false accusation of a government that has been dropping the ball on recognizing the importance of mental health when historically you will see that we have outshined any other national government on the issue, Mr. Speaker, I think does a bit of a disservice. I am very proud of the way in which we we have and continue to advance the importance of mental health into the future, today and into the future, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, L'Amitis Matan Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was reading an article in La Presse highlighting the government's success in the budget. The Canada Study Bond, I also think it's a good idea. It was created by the federal government in 2004. It helps parents save money for their children's future studies. But not all parents think to open an account like this, and we want all parents to have access to it. So it's being suggested that all children born in 2024 or after have automatic access to this account, but it's stipulated that this will start in 2028, 2029. This is a helpful measure. It can help young people, young students, families. So why is the government delaying this to be valid in 2028, 2029, to after the elections? Is this more of an election promise?
Mr. Speaker, you'll notice that there are a number of things in the budget in which there's time frames, and if you take a look in terms of what it is the government has been doing, I would remind the member in regards to the student loan commitment that was given from the government just in the last couple of years moving forward in terms of getting rid of the interest portion on student loans. Again, recognizing the issue of affordability. And we continue to look at ways through apprenticeship programs, in other ways in which we can support young people in being able to ensure that life is more affordable. And in terms of planning, a part of it is, you bring forward a program, you then start the promotion of the program, and there is an implementation period before it actually takes place. I would like to think that there will be many parents going forward that will ultimately see the value of the program and participate in it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that speech on the budget and pointing out the healthcare transfers in particular. And I'd like to point out that, as the member opposite knows, Mr. Speaker, that mental health is health. The $200 million that $200 billion rather, that we have dedicated in transfers to the provinces will address this. And I was wondering if the member could elaborate a little bit on how that $200 billion that we are putting the very high and historic amounts of transfers going to the provinces are going to help Canadians deal with the healthcare challenges that they're facing now.
Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That $200 billion commitment over 10 years has enabled the government to move and work with jurisdictions to make major announcements about long-term health care for Canadians in all regions of the country. It wasn't, it was a number of weeks ago, for example, our Prime Minister was in the Grace Hospital in Winnipeg, along with the Premier and the federal and provincial ministers of health, talking about how that money is going to make a difference in terms of healthcare workers, emergency services, dealing with operations, and the issue of mental health. As I say, no government in the history of Canada at the national level has invested and raised the profile of mental health as much as this government has. And it's not to say that we leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. The members of the Liberal caucus are very proactive and realize that we still want to do more where we can on the healthcare field, because we know how important it is to all Canadians that we get this right, and we're prepared to work with all jurisdictions to make sure that we do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member speaks of a progressive and fair budget. And in many ways, I would agree. When it comes to capital gains, something New Democrats push for, I agree. When it comes to free contraceptives, I agree. But what I don't agree with, and what I believe is not progressive or fair, is the fact that we've left persons with disabilities with a promise that's largely left them in poverty, and a promise that's been broken in my mind. It's not fair to pay persons with disabilities $200 a month when we know it requires $2,000 at least. When it comes to being progressive, it's not progressive to keep persons with disabilities in poverty in this country. Mr. Speaker, when will the government begin the work to increase the benefit to $2,000?
Hear, hear. 45 seconds, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated to the previous person that asked the question, is that for the first time we actually have put into place a program that recognizes that the federal government needs to develop the program, a disability program. This is an excellent starting point, and we need to take a look in terms of ensuring that other jurisdictions do not attempt to claw back, while ways in which we can enhance the program into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my speaking time with the member for Jean-Pierre. I'm very pleased to talk about the budget today, but we've had a look at it, and it seems more like a Liberal election platform than real budgetary policy, and that's what we feared in the Bloc Québécois. We had made clear demands to the government. We wanted some elements to be there, elements we've talked about for a number of years, including increasing old age security starting at age 65. That's not in the budget, unfortunately. And we've also seen a significant number of intrusions in the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces by the federal government, and that's unacceptable. I'll let my colleague from Jean-Pierre talk to you about that more. When the budget came out, the Minister of Fisheries said she was flabbergasted that the Bloc Québécois would vote against this budget without having read it. That's what she said. And I've done my homework. I read the budget before I criticized it. That's the thing to do. And I realized that there wasn't really anything for Eastern Quebec, for the Lower St. Lawrence, the Gaspé Peninsula, the Magdalen Islands. And so it was clear to me that the minister hadn't participated in writing the budget, because there would have been more funding for this region, which is very important in Eastern Quebec. And so I'd like to talk to you about an article from Radio-Canada, which came out the day after the budget. It says, "A budget without much for the regional economy." There are local politicians who are interviewed, and they say they don't have many details on the amounts announced. They're waiting to see how things will materialize on the ground. Fisheries and seasonal work haven't seen what they wanted. Daniel Côté, the mayor of Gaspé, says there's interference in the fields like housing and the coastline, and what will that really look like concretely? He's asking for greater margin to decide where to invest the money, and when we see the federal government imposing conditions, well, that would allow for less flexibility for Quebec and municipalities, which is a bad thing. And there's a fear of constitutional quarrels, and there's a fear that there aren't concrete measures. Éric Dubé, the mayor of New Richmond, says these are promises, but there's no operational plan. There are announcements, but 2 years later, nothing happens. Mr. Dubé is speaking from experience here. The mayor of Gaspé and the mayor of New Richmond want details to be better defined, and for the federal infrastructure and provincial infrastructure plan to be continued. And that's what we'd like to see. Investments in housing. Let's let Quebec and the municipalities do their work. This must be done without conditions. But the programs that already exist at the federal level, with CMHC for affordable housing, well, that funding needs to be continued. There are programs and projects that are ready to go forward in my writing that have the approval from the provincial government, but the federal government says there's no money left. So let's start with renewing amounts for those types of very useful projects, especially in Gaspésie. So there's the mayor of New Richmond, who is pleased with the announcement to fund Via Rail. That's a good thing that I'll talk about a little bit more later. For over 10 years, the passenger train for Via Rail no longer comes to Gaspésie. and there are citizens groups who have been calling for the train to return for years. So to see that there's some funding to renew the fleet, that's a good thing. And let's see if that will allow for the passenger train to return to the Gaspé Peninsula. Money was expected for a lighthouse and for a park. There are expectations that haven't been met for air transport in the region, and I agree with the mayor of Gaspé. We need investments in regional air transport. There's also an industry, well, the economy in Gaspésie relies on the fisheries. The mayor would have liked to see some support from Ottawa. There's been a rapid decline in crustaceans like shrimp and different types of fish. And aside from investments in small harbors, there isn't much more. Fishers would have liked to see indications in the budget from the government about their interest in discussing the future of fisheries. There's a crisis, and the government seems to only see things short term, but we need a long-term vision for the marine ecosystem. They want to know how fisheries will be restructured, how there will be some economic activity in coastal communities in eastern Canada. For now, there are no resources, there's no power, and there's a government that doesn't seem to see a future for this industry. So that is pretty harsh criticism from Mr. Bernachet, but it's quite true in this context. This is a budget that's disappointing for those who advocate for those who are unemployed. There's a coordinator of Action Chômage who says that the budget has nothing for seasonal workers aside from an IT system for EI. So reforming EI, the overhaul promised by the Liberal government for years, is still being waited for. And in terms of reforming employment insurance, what the government announced is 5 additional weeks of payments to those who are admissible in 13 economic regions for a maximum of 45 weeks. This is a measure that is said to be temporary, that was supposed to end in October 2024, and the government proposes to extend this measure that was supposed to be temporary. So they're still pushing back that reform of EI. And it's been a long time that it's been awaited in this region with a seasonal economy like ours. So Action Chômage in Gaspésie-les-Îles has been calling for this reform for years and has the same perspective as other organizations who say that the government is not considering those who are unemployed. There's nothing, aside from what I've mentioned, in Budget 2024 to help those who are unemployed every year, who have little or no help from the federal government. But workers' groups and unions have all called for what they needed in Budget 2024. So the movement is pretty surprised that the government took none of their recommendations and place them in their budget. There were 3 priorities: improving access to the system, putting an end to discrimination against women so they don't lose their EI privileges, their EI in the case of having a baby, and improve access for seasonal industries. So none of those measures are in the budget. Some investments were made for small craft harbors. The budget specifies these are harbors that have been damaged because of Hurricane Fiona in 2022 for $163 million approximately. Will that be enough to upgrade all the small craft harbor in eastern Quebec? I don't really think so. The government seems to want to give that money specifically to the ports that were affected by the hurricane. So the government says this investment will support local economic development for future generations, especially workers in fisheries, in aquaculture, tourism, construction, and maritime engineering. I don't have the impression that it will help all of those people. That $463 million for a small craft harbor. It's good to upgrade harbors, but a fisher says it's great to have parking, but that doesn't get us in the sea. And there's no support for fishers who are affected by species that are under moratorium. There's different types of fish that can't be fished. There's no moratorium on shrimp, but there's a decrease in quotas, and there's no measure to support those fishers. So there could have been a buyback of permits. That's what the mayor of Gaspésie has been proposing for a few weeks. That could have helped. And there's nothing for processors. There's a seafood processing plant that closed in Matin in my writing, and hundreds of captain owner-operators who are at risk of bankruptcy. I would have liked to continue, Mr. Speaker, but my time is already up, so I'd like to say thank you.
Les commentaires, questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech. It's nice to see how she really cares about the people of her riding. I'd like to give her the opportunity to elaborate on a few things she would have liked to raise in the House. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, because it's true, I wasn't able to get through half of what I wanted to cover. I was talking about support for the fishery industry, support for tourism as well. It's pretty impressive that there's no additional investment in the budget for Cap des Rosiers Lighthouse. It's the highest lighthouse in Canada. It's in the riding of the Minister of Fisheries. It's under the jurisdiction of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and there's just peanuts to patch up a few holes and fix a couple of windows, when the lighthouse needs major renovations, and there's still no investment for that. Same thing for Exploramar, which is a museum in Haute-Gaspésie, a region that really needs assistance. And there's funding that's needed to have a shark platform that would draw thousands or millions of visitors every year. And there's an increase in costs. That could have been an opportunity for the federal government to invest more for that municipality, which is really in need to have something good to offer for tourism. So that is one of the elements. I also wanted, well, I'll stop there.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, in the budget speech, the Minister of Finance talked about the interest level around the world in Canada as a place to have direct foreign investment. In fact, on a per capita basis, last year, you're talking about we were #1 in the G7 and #3 in the world in terms of as a country to come to and with direct foreign investments. My question to the member is, to what degree does she think that the trade agreements that Canada has signed off on over the years has had a positive impact on countries or investors around the world looking to Canada as a safe place to invest? She might also want to factor in the Ukraine trade agreement in particular.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, the government likes to compare itself to other countries, to G7 countries notably, saying that the economy of Canada is going well. But speaking of, well, if you think about trains, Canada is one of the countries that invest the least in transit and sustainable transportation. We have a very large country. Canada is extremely big. We have a train that's supposed to serve remote and rural regions. That's the case in the Gaspé Peninsula. I mentioned that earlier. The Via Rail passenger trail no longer comes to the Gaspé Peninsula for 10 years. It's high time that service be put back on the rails. The government of Quebec is proceeding to repairing the train tracks, and then we need to have a clear will from the federal government and Via Rail to say we will offer that service to the people of Gaspésie once again. So there's a first investment that would allow for the fleet to be renewed but the money needs to be there to offer services in places like Gaspésie. A very short question, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech this afternoon. One of my questions that I had, I listened to her speak a lot about the lack of details within the budget. She spoke about wanting more clarity on what some of these pieces within the budget would mean. And one of the things I know about this member is that she believes quite strongly in the need for climate change action, for action on the climate crisis. And we didn't see very much in the budget on this. It wasn't a big priority within this budget, and all things considered, when we have one party that for all intents and purposes denies climate change exists, and we have another party that is not making any gains in terms of decarbonizing our economy. I wonder if she has some comments on things she would have liked to have seen within this budget to deal with the current climate crisis we're in.
In 30 seconds, the honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to speak about this. Normally, I like to break down the budget looking under the angle of climate change, but here I did it more for my region. But it's true, there isn't much for fighting climate change in the budget. They prefer investing in nuclear energy, continue to offer subsidies to oil and gas companies that make billions in profits every year. So it's very disappointing to see what was put in the budget for fighting climate change. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jean-Pierre. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If we try to define the budget, I think the best way to describe it would be to say that it's an interference budget. But before talking about that, I'd like to talk about what happened before the budget. It was unprecedented. Mr. Speaker, like me, you analyze federal politics, so you would never have seen that. A series of announcements made before the budget. Measures revealed little by little, some might say a striptease, by the government of different measures, so that at the end of the day, the emperor had no clothes. We didn't need anything to be in camera. We already knew what was in the budget. Why did the government do this? Well, if we look closer, there are obvious electoral motives. The Liberal Party, like all the other parties, looks at the polls and sees what people are thinking. Well, things haven't been easy for the Liberals for quite some time. So they prepared a budget to try to improve their standing in the polls, in public opinion. So that's what's behind this budget. So in reality, can be described as an election platform, and it can also be called an interference budget. But what I see in this budget is a continuity, structural problems with the Canadian Federation. Why do I say that? Well, the reality of this budget, well, it's typical of what isn't working in the Canadian Federation, and it's amplified in the current situation. First, there's the fiscal imbalance and interference in provincial jurisdiction, and then there's the federal government's inability to propose a budget that takes us out of the fossil fuels. That's what we've seen in the budget. These proposals that continue in Canadian politics. There's interference in jurisdiction, and there's everything that's done to support oil and gas. That makes me reflect on alternatives for Canadians. Right now, it's the Conservatives. If I look at the Conservatives, what I've seen for a year or two is people who have often empty slogans. I could repeat what the leader of the official opposition says when he talks about the budget. He says he wants to fix the budget. I don't even understand what he means by that. Will he do it with a hammer and a screwdriver? He wants to fix the budget. He wants to stop the crime. So empty slogans. So what do the Conservatives propose to get back to a balanced budget? It's just a pitch. A dollar for dollar. It's like a McDonald's ad. This week, it's a $1 Big Mac. It's just nothing concrete. And if I look closer, well, I've noticed that Liberals and Conservatives do the same sort of thing. The leader of the Conservative Party often says that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And then the Prime Minister responds by saying, we're going to be there for Canadians. I've heard him say, we're going to be there to be there. So during question period, that goes back and forth, and it's pretty empty. They say the Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and then what's said is, we're going to be there to be there. And then who loses out? Canadians. And that's what we saw with the recent budget. I want to talk more about the fiscal imbalance and jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, because to me it's Groundhog Day looking at the budget. 2002, there was an investigation, a parliamentary commission in Quebec with Yves Séguin. Yves Séguin is not a sovereigntist. His goal was not to condemn the federal government, far from it. He wanted to see how Quebec could have good finances in the Canadian Federation. Yves Séguin in 2002 started a commission on the fiscal imbalance, and he found something striking. The Canadian Federation is dysfunctional because the federal government has a much higher fiscal capacity than the provinces and has fewer expenses. High fiscal capacity, low spending. Why? Because the social fields are not federal jurisdiction. That's what Yves Séguin told us. That's what was reaffirmed recently by the late Benoit Pelletier before his death, to denounce, and Benoit Pelletier was a federalist, but he was denouncing federal government intrusion in jurisdictions that was not theirs. We saw that in the budget, interference in jurisdiction, using the spending power all over the place.
And when I think about it, Mr. Speaker, I immediately think of Jean Chrétien. At the end of his life, he came up with a strategy for the Canadian Federation at the end of his political life. He said, I can cut health transfers without ever paying the political price for that, because voters will blame provincial governments. They'll hold them responsible for those cuts. Jean Chrétien himself was the one who came up with that, and he explained it, and that is essentially the fiscal imbalance. And that's what we're seeing today. The federal government is doing the same thing, using the same logic as Jean Chrétien, but the other way round, in a way. If you ask Quebecers what their main priorities are, they will immediately say health and education. That's always what comes at the top of their list. So the Prime Minister said to himself, well, if I want to be in step with Quebecers' priorities, I have to try to interfere in health or education. I have to interfere in the social mission of the Quebec government, and that includes things coming from the NDP like pharmacare and dental care. Two other flagrant examples of intrusion into provincial jurisdiction. So obviously the budget interferes with pharmacare and dental care. It encroaches on these areas of Quebec's jurisdiction repeatedly. And initially the provinces were calling for $28 billion from the federal government to increase the federal share from 22% to 35%. But by 2040, at this rate, the federal share of spending on healthcare will only be around 20%. And then, of course, there are intrusions into the area of education. There are two parts of the budget entitled after-school learning. And as far as I know, the federal government doesn't run any school boards. And the other one is coding skills for kids, another obvious intrusion into Quebec jurisdiction. Another area is immigration. This is a big problem. And then climate change. When you look at the budget, the federal government committed to putting an end to subsidies to the oil patch by 2023. But if I look at it, what's happening today, pipeline that cost us $34 billion. It was only supposed to cost $5 billion initially. Now it's $35 billion. There's all kinds of suggestions in the budget about low carbon oil and blue hydrogen and so on. And when you look at all that, so the government's saying by 2026, they're going to put a cap on emissions, but Alberta is breaking records of production with the number of barrels of oil that are being produced daily. So the principle of polluter pay clearly doesn't apply in Canada. If you look at fossil fuel subsidies in 2023, $18 billion, and over the last 4 years, $65 billion in subsidies to the oil patch. And to cap it all off, the icing on the cake is that the 15% refundable investment credit for clean electricity is something that the government said, oh, if I do that, then I'm going to have to interfere with Quebec's cap and trade system. So in Quebec, this is not something political that politicians do. It's a cap and trade system. But the federal government is putting its own price on pollution. And this is yet another intrusion into Quebec's jurisdiction in the area of fossil fuels. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the announcements that I'm actually very proud of is the fact that the federal government has recognized the importance of having children in schools that are actually not learning on empty stomachs. And we come up with a national food program, which is going to help, estimated 400,000 children. The Bloc don't like it because they say it's not our jurisdiction. I would counter by saying if you are carrying a national government, one should be concerned about the children in our schools. And if we're in a position to be able to assist children and being able to learn on a fuller stomach, that we should be doing that. Would the member not acknowledge at the very least that the national government does play a role? Because maybe not all jurisdictions in Canada have the same sort of attitude in terms of providing full stomachs as kids go to school.
I would just point out to my colleague from Winnipeg North that we don't need the federal government in order to take care of kids in schools. It's the other way around. The federal government needs Quebec. They copied our childcare program. They're trying to copy our family policy as well, and they're intruding into our jurisdiction, into areas where we already have the expertise. The federal government has no expertise in education, and they want to dictate the conditions on the provincial experts. That's what's illogical here. They want to attach all these strings to funding in total disregard of the people who have the expertise and the experience to make the right decisions. It's already being done in Quebec. There's family policy that's the envy of the world. We don't need to be lectured by the federal government in our areas of jurisdiction. Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, spending on machinery and equipment by businesses in Canada and on research and development and innovation has been falling as a share of GDP in Canada for many decades. In fact, dating back to the large corporate tax cuts that Paul Martin introduced at the turn of the century. And to compare us to the United States, in 2014, investment support per worker in the U.S. was $20,700 per worker. It was $14,400 in Canada. And in 2023, the U.S. spending per worker rose to $27,800, and it's only $14,500 in this country. It's gone up $100 in about 10 years. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague would agree with me and the NDP that we need to find ways to have the business sector in this country invest more in machinery and equipment and technology and innovation. And if he has any ideas to share with the House as to how we can do that to better support workers and, by doing so, to improve Canada's economy.
Député de Jean-Pierre.
The first thing we can do is diversify our economy. Today, a huge amount of public money is being plowed into something that's doomed to fail. Carbon sequestration and cleaner oil and increased output ultimately. So the direction they're heading in is not the same direction that the U.S. is going. We're not investing enough in clean technologies, and we're not supporting the sectors of the future that are promising and are mainly located in Quebec, I would mention.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. I listened to my colleague, and I'd like to thank him for his excellent speech. There was a lot of talk about interference with new pharmacare and dental care programs, which already exist in Quebec, and there's a lot of overlap. The Liberals refuse to allow Quebec to opt out with compensation. I'd like to know what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member for Jean-Pierre. That compensation is essential. The government of Quebec is asking for $2.9 billion. That's nowhere to be found in the budget. And as I mentioned, there's the fiscal imbalance. This is what's going to happen again. The federal government is creating expectations and then leaving the Quebec government on the hook to meet those needs. So it creates pressure for the Quebec government, and the federal government never pays the political price for that. Resuming debate.
For Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from St. Catharines. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to highlight some of the transformative measures in our recent 2024 budget. A fair chance to build a good middle-class life, to do as well as your parents or better, has always been the promise of Canada. Today, for too many younger Canadians, that promise is not being fulfilled. Millennials and Gen Z Canadians have so much talent and potential, and they need to see and feel that our country can work for them, that the promise of Canada can still be reached. Nous savons qu'une grande partie de la
We know that a large part of Canada's success is opening up those opportunities to each generation. Budget 2024 makes strategic investments that will create opportunities for the workers of today, and this will stimulate economic growth and productivity for generations to come.
Best start in life. Monsieur le Président, nous savons.
We know that we need to start early to prepare our children for success.
Budget 2024 commits to powerful investments such as $1 billion over 5 years for the new National School Food Program, which is expected to provide meals for more than 400,000 children every year. The budget will also strengthen the affordable Canada-wide early learning and child care system, which is helping young parents, many of them millennials, to pursue their careers thanks to significantly lower fees. Budget 2024 will improve access by providing $1 billion in low-cost loans and $60 million in non-repayable grants to help build additional affordable childcare spaces. The budget will also offer student loan forgiveness for early childhood educators who work in rural and remote areas. Coding skills for kids. Starting in the early years, Budget 2024 will help prime our children for success in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The budget is committing $39.2 million over 2 years to advance the next phase of CAN Code, a federal program that since its launch has helped over 4.5 million students from kindergarten through grade 12 to develop coding and digital skills. CAN Code is helping young people unlock future opportunities in the increasingly digital global economy. Increasing student grants and loans. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, there's much more, including support for young Canadians pursuing their career dreams. Budget 2024 will help restore generational equity by facilitating access to post-secondary education, investing in the skills of tomorrow, and creating new opportunities for young Canadians. Since 2016, the federal government has supported an average of 638 100,000 post-secondary students per year, with $38.4 billion in upfront grants and interest-free loans, enabling young Canadians to pursue their education regardless of their background.
This is real progress, and Budget 2024 promises even more. The budget proposes to extend for an additional year the increase in full-time Canada student grants from $3,000 to $4,200 a year, and interest-free Canada student loans from $210 to $300 per week. An estimated total investment of $1.1 billion in 24-25. With this change, Canada's student grants will have doubled in size since 2014. These are powerful steps, Mr. Speaker, that will empower so many young Canadians. Investing in homegrown research talent, les étudiants et les chercheurs postdoctoraux.
Canadian students and postdoctoral researchers are tackling some of the world's greatest challenges, and the solutions they propose have the potential to make the world a better place and to boost Canada's prosperity. They represent Canada's academic and scientific excellence of tomorrow, who will create innovative new companies, develop new ways to increase productivity and create jobs as they grow their businesses, if they get the support they need.
Dont ils ont besoin. To foster the next generation of research talent, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $825 million over 5 years, starting in 24-25, with $199.8 million a year ongoing to increase the annual value of master's and doctoral student scholarships to $27,000 and $40,000 respectively, and postdoctoral fellowships to $70,000. This addresses a real barrier. Jobs and skill training for Gen Z. Gen Z are a diverse group, from those who are starting to think about their future career years from now to those just starting their first full-time job. Budget 2024 commits to investing $351.2 million to create 90,000 youth job placements and employment support opportunities. These investments include $200.5 million to create well-paying summer job opportunities through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and $150.7 million to provide job placements and employment supports through the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy. Empowering young entrepreneurs. Monsieur le Président, le budget 2024 fait encore plus pour créer un avenir brillant pour la jeunesse canadienne. Pour autonomiser les jeunes entrepreneurs, le budget 2024 s'engage à investir 60 millions de dollars sur 5 ans dans Futurepreneur Canada, un organisme national sans but lucratif qui offre aux jeunes entrepreneurs un accès au financement, au mentorat et à d'autres soutiens commerciaux pour les aider à lancer et à développer leurs entreprises. Futurepreneur égalera cet investissement fédéral avec le financement reçu d'autres niveaux de gouvernement et de partenaires du secteur privé. Monsieur le Président, cela aura un impact important. D'ici 2029, Futurepreneur estime que cet investissement permettra à 6 250 entreprises supplémentaires appartenant à des jeunes de lancer et de développer leurs entreprises. Launching a new mental health fund. Monsieur le Président, le budget.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 also aims to improve the well-being of young Canadians to ensure that they have what they need to start off their adult lives happy and healthy. Young Canadians face high levels of stress and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety. Many of them are still at school or just beginning their careers, and they're dealing with high costs for private mental health care.
They need Budget 2024 proposes $500 million over 5 years to create a new youth mental health fund. Mr. Speaker, the actions I've just described for you are only some of Budget 2024's bold measures to help younger Canadians achieve their dreams. We are building an economy where every Canadian can reach their full potential, where every entrepreneur has the tools they need to grow their business, and where hard work pays off.
Thanks to Budget 2024, we're giving young Canadians an opportunity to excel in a constantly changing economy. With everything we do, we strive to maintain the promise of Canada and make it available to young generations, because that's what they deserve. And it's also what your parents and your grandparents want for you.
Parliament, who has the good fortune of representing the University of British Columbia, I have been hearing about these challenges, but also the appreciation of support the students have been receiving from our government over the past number of years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. The young people she mentions, Gen Z, millennials, and so many Canadians are facing a double crisis, the crisis of affordability, but also the crisis that climate change presents. These two crises together alone present an immense mental health challenge that $500 million just won't go far enough. We need to see action in the face of a devastating future wildfire season. From my home province of Alberta, we've seen it, young people suffocating. When I went to schools, kids told me they were scared because they couldn't see the sun. Why is it that the government continues to invest in the production of resource companies that are flatantly disregarding the catastrophe that the climate crisis presents? This disconnect, I think, scares young people. What message does she have to young people that this government takes climate action seriously?
Honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since the beginning of our government in 2015, we have been very clear that the climate crisis is a priority. And we have taken an enormous amount of action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions with a comprehensive plan that covers all sectors of society, with tools like putting a price on carbon that ends up creating benefits for individuals when they receive a rebate into their bank account, while incentivizing the reduction in the use of climate gas-producing products like gasoline. So, Mr. Speaker, we are on track to meeting our goals and objectives, and in fact we're seen globally as a leader on the issue of climate gas reduction, with an example being our Powering Past Coal initiative that led the international community and supports other countries in moving past the use of coal-fired electricity. So, Mr. Speaker, we're doing the work we need to do, and I appreciate all of the support from various members of Parliament for action to address the climate challenge.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one such item that I think young people have been calling my office, and albeit across the country I've heard, is in relation to this affordability and climate crisis. They presented a solution, which is the Youth Climate Corps. It would take into action the very real intent of young people to contribute to our country, to contribute to the challenges of the climate crisis, and to actually live a life that's not just fulfilling, so that the next generation can actually achieve what they would like the next generation to see, which is clean water, good environment, good air, but it would also ensure that we had real jobs, tangible opportunity for young people to get paid for the good service they do. It's unfortunate that the government wasn't able to fully fund this program, and it's only going to be launching consultations, something that I think we have just no time for it. We're in a climate crisis. Can she commit to ensuring that as a member of the government, she will ensure that the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Finance, and albeit the Prime Minister, dedicate to a dedicated program for a youth climate corps that puts young people in control of their future?
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you to the member for that question and that initiative. A youth climate corps, I think, is an excellent initiative. But what we know is that if we as government launch complex new initiatives without fully involving those that will be affected by them, there can be unintended negative consequences, or the initiative may not achieve all that it is possible to achieve. So launching consultations is a critical part of the process, and so I'm proud that we are doing that, and we're committed to hearing from young people as to how this might work for them. What would they be working on, and consulting with industry, consulting with First Nations, all of that is very important, and I cheer that we are engaging in consultation on a climate corps.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be here today to talk about the budget and rise on a budget. Fairness for every generation, Mr. Speaker. A fair chance to build a good middle-class life, to do as well as your parents or better, has always been the promise of Canada. Unfortunately, today, for too many younger Canadians, a fair chance to build a good middle-class life feels out of reach. And it's something I hear about not just from young people, but from their parents and grandparents. And I'd like to focus on one of the issues that I hear about most, not only in my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, but as the Member of Parliament for St. Catharines, and that's housing. And when I was speaking to a housing advocate some months ago, he did say the one good news about solving the housing crisis is that overall, there is one simple solution, unlike many of the crises that we face in a country, and that's to build more homes. How we get there is a little bit more complicated, but the government has put forward a comprehensive plan. One of the first ones that has caught the attention of a lot of my constituents, especially those who remember a previous generation, is the housing catalog. Solutions, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, Mr. Speaker. Solutions can exist that exist in the past, and this isn't the first time, as the Minister has stated, this isn't the first time that we faced a housing crisis. After the Second World War, we faced one with soldiers returning and wanting to have houses of their own. And part of that solution was a housing catalog. And I know as I go through St. Catharines, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure many of the members here go through their communities as well, they can still see those wartime houses that were in a catalog that you could just build based on the catalog that existed. To use the building code and to have a series of pre-approved houses to shorten that window that it takes to get a house approved and get it built. And this won't just be the strawberry box houses that we've seen in the past. This will be higher density, up to fourplexes, and see that opportunity that Canadians had when they returned from war, and see that opportunity of solving a housing crisis. Because we've done it before, Mr. Speaker, we can do it again. Another item that has been very successful across the country has been the Housing Accelerator Fund. To see the Government of Canada work with municipalities that have a bold plan to build more housing. And I know the department received a lot of applications on the file, and we entered into agreements with those municipalities that had solid plans. City of St. Catharines was one of them, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things I'm most excited about is their Municipal Land Development Corporation. And this might be a little bit of a wonky notion, but what better place in the House of Commons to talk about something like that? The City of St. Catharines had no mechanism to help build housing. Surplus land would just be sold to the highest bidder. There's many parcels when I drive through St. Catharines that have been sold off, be it the 2 old hospital sites, for example, that are vacant. Acres and acres of residential land that are prime for use sit there empty. The city passing up an opportunity to bid on them. What this new municipal housing corporation will do, that's funded through the Housing Accelerator Fund, will allow the City of St. Catharines to use those lands. One of the biggest costs in developing new housing, using those lands to build affordable housing and help sustain the corporation to go forth and get new land and keep building. That profit isn't necessarily the motivating factor. It's about getting as many houses built at below market. And this municipal housing corporation really gives that St. Catharines and the City of St. Catharines an opportunity to do that. And we've seen those items across Canada, whether it's permitting issues, whether it's these types of corporations, whether it's investments by municipalities. Significant success in moving the needle, taking that next step forward. And I was happy to see in the budget further funding for the Housing Accelerator Fund. One of the things we know we have to do is make the math work on building new housing. We know the significant costs of land, increased costs across the supply chain. It's why we've taken steps to reduce or remove the GST on purpose-built rentals. It's why the budget is committed to low-interest loans. We can't do this, government can't do it on its own. We need the private sector, but we need to move the cost of building down further to get these buildings built. Again, and I can look to my own community and see that the City of St. Catharines and St. Catharines City Council is eager to approve housing, eager to approve higher density housing, and there are thousands of units of approved housing waiting to be built, but the math doesn't work. And so we need to do what we can at all levels of government, but we're going to work through the budget, again, on low-interest financing and removing the GST. Another item is a $6 billion infrastructure fund, because housing just can't be created on its own. We know when we go to the faucet, we expect to turn it on, we expect water to come out, we expect it to be clean. One of the things I hear about from municipal officials across the country is a desperate need for more housing-based infrastructure. We can't build more housing if we don't have the supply of that infrastructure, usually water and wastewater, but also roads, to get that housing built. And again, in the Niagara region, there is so much land that cannot be developed at the moment, waiting for the expansion of a water treatment facility. It's something I've heard about for a long time as a member of Parliament since I took this job, about the need to expand that water treatment facility. And it's a priority for me, as I know it is a priority for the residents of Niagara. And again, this may not be the most exciting issue, water treatment plant in the region of Niagara, but I know in many of our municipalities, and I see the member for Niagara Falls looking over at me with excitement about a water treatment plant in Niagara. Perhaps we're the only two individuals in this place excited about it. But this is an opportunity to unlock a lot of housing. It's an opportunity to take pressure off the water system in St. Catharines, and it's an opportunity to develop the lands in Fort Erie and Niagara Falls that are ready to build more housing. And it's unfortunate because part of this infrastructure fund is to enter into agreements with provinces. Because the federal government can only do so much. Many of the levers and many of the most significant levers that are at play for building more housing are at the municipal and provincial level. And we're ready to step up. We're ready to work with provinces. We've done it in the past. We've done it with the province of Quebec. I hope that the province of Ontario, my home province, steps up. I know the Premier, the Minister of Housing, the province of Ontario, understand that there is a housing crisis, that there is more work that needs to be done. But we need them to come to the table. We need them to come to the table in the way that the government of Quebec did, which matched federal funding when we entered into a deal with respect to housing. And I hope we see that same level of commitment, because I do want to move forward on issues like that water treatment facility, not just in Niagara, but with all of the mayors and council members that I've talked to over my past time in this particular portfolio of housing and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this is a crisis that can be solved, but it will take all levels of government working together. And we've shown that we're willing to work with municipalities. We've shown that we can work with provinces. I just hope we can move the needle forward to work with them all, get more housing built, and solve this housing crisis. We have a plan. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Thérèse.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here is my question for the member and for the government. It's 2024. Why in 2024 is this government not upholding its commitment to support the unemployed by reforming employment insurance? This was promised in the summer of 2022. Now it is 2024. The government says it supports workers. Why is the government not immediately implementing the much-awaited and very necessary reform? The Honourable Member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. It's an important thing, and I know that I hear from many of my colleagues as well, and it's an important issue for the government. But I take issue with the fact the Honourable Member says we don't stand up for workers. This has been a very pro-worker, pro-labour government. Anti-scab legislation, which the Honourable Member mentioned. After a decade of watching the previous government watch manufacturing disappear across Ontario, we're seeing a resurgence not only in Ontario but across the country with respect to manufacturing jobs, good-paying jobs that will stay here and not be exported. This is a pro-worker government. Obviously, there's more work that needs to be done, and look forward to working across the aisle to see that happen.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The Honourable Member New West, Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable colleague talked about the provisions in this budget that would allocate billions of dollars for housing, and I think that's an excellent initiative in this budget. I think we all know across this country that we're facing what can only be described as a housing crisis. That this generation that is coming up has never before faced such a difficult time finding an affordable place to rent or own. But my question is, we have to get money to pay for it. If the federal government is going to be at the table as a partner. In 2022, this government put in a 15% surtax on bank profits over $1 billion. Yet in 2022, the oil and gas industry made record profits of $63 billion. Never before in the history of Canada have they made more money. Why is this government not considered bringing in at least a temporary 15% surtax on excess profits over $1 billion in the oil and gas industry and use that money to help build houses for Canadians who need them?
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not opposed to what the member is suggesting, but I think it highlights a point that the oil and gas sector is creating record profits and they're not passing that down to Canadians. And that goes into the myth of what the Conservative Party says, that despite the fact that 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back in their bank accounts based on a carbon rebate, they want to end that and put the money back into oil and gas companies, which we will not see the benefit from. So unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it just shows, and it's a good example of where the Conservative Party stands. I think the honourable member raises a good point, but the Conservative Party, unfortunately, is just in the pocket of oil and gas.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to give the honourable member a chance to expand on the whole issue of the Housing Accelerator Fund, because the average person might be forgiven for, playing along with the question that was asked, well, how many houses will this build? And the housing minister said, well, none. And people would say, well, okay, what's that all about? So, to the honourable member, the Housing Accelerator Fund, what's it all about?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for the question. The Housing Accelerator Fund is an opportunity for municipalities to partner with the federal government. We don't have a one-size-fits-all solution to this. This is to work with municipalities for the plans that they have. I talked about in my speech how the City of St. Catharines came with a plan for a municipal land development corporation. Perhaps other municipalities may have other plans with respect to permitting and other ways to make it faster and easier to get housing built. It's about cutting red tape. It's about getting more houses built, and it's about working with the partners that are ready to take bold steps and make bold action, which we need a lot more of. And so I'd like to thank the municipalities that have stepped up, that are willing to work with the federal government. I'm excited that we get to work with more. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're debating the 9th budget that this Prime Minister and this government have written. And if you listen to their rhetoric, you might be confused into thinking it was their first budget ever, because they seem to have forgotten just who's been in charge of this country for the last 9 years, and just who's responsible for the situation that we're in. That is that's the latest half-hearted attempt to clean up the mess that they've made while pretending it's everybody else's fault, or worse, pretending that everything's okay. Somehow that it's global, that it's still COVID-related, that it's anything but a painful addiction to spending by this Prime Minister who cannot help himself, who's lost his way in a world too complicated for his version of this idealistic post-nationalist state that he's trying to create. We know that the leadership starts at the top. And if the Prime Minister is really unhappy about the way that things are going, as we've heard him say over the last couple of weeks, then he should take it up with the guy that's been in charge. We also know that we can't ask the arsonist to put out the fire, and we can't ask liberals, particularly liberal politicians, to fix liberal messes. Anything other than just than this kind of gaslighting to the extreme, these ministers pretending that they can save the day with the same old tired ideas repackaged nicely with a new bow and a new communications plan, is nothing more than delusional. That's what we saw in this budget's rollout. And if you were to ask a Liberal MP or a cabinet minister to sum up the costly coalition's budget, they could probably do it in one word. In fact, we just heard it, and that word is fairness. And we heard it constantly from that side of the House, and in weird platitudes they used on TV when answering questions that had nothing to do with that word or the budget itself, or anyone daring to question their intentions as anything but bad. In fact, the word is even in the title of the budget. They call it, quote, fairness for every generation. Now, I love the idea of fairness, don't get me wrong. It was fairness and equality and of opportunity that allowed my parents to come to Canada, to work hard, to get ahead, to build a better life for me and my brother. From the front seat of a taxi to the front row of Parliament Hill, that's the story of Canada in one generation. It's the story of hard work, and a story like this is the story of so many millions of other Canadians. But we have to ask ourselves, is this budget really fair? Does this budget actually live up to the idea of fairness? And what in this budget exists that would lead them to falsely label it as such? And so when you scratch beneath the surface and you go past the marketing exercise that we've seen roll out before the budget, and you really dig deep into what the Liberal NDP government is proposing, it's clear that this budget is profoundly unfair for the people that they claim that it helps most. And so let me tell you why. First of all, this budget is unfair because it does nothing to axe the costly and ineffective carbon tax, the tax that punishes people simply because of where they live, what kind of home they own, if they can own a home at all in this country, or what they do to make a living. The commuter from Charlottetown cannot ride the subway despite what the Deputy Prime Minister thinks. A farmer from Medicine Hat has to drive a tractor to feed his family and millions of Canadian families too. They don't have another choice. But they do have to pay the carbon tax anyhow, and that's unjust and unfair. Secondly, this budget is unfair because it continues the pattern of runaway Liberal spending, spending that drives up the cost of living and keeps interest rates artificially high. Experts have testified in this place, in fact, Liberals have said it, that over and over again, higher spending means higher inflation, means higher interest rates, means higher prices for consumers. That's what we are living in Canada. Because of this Prime Minister's spending, and in all of its budgets, spending that continues to go unchecked by a party that used to be in opposition, the NDP, in this budget, Canadian families now pay double what they used to pay for a mortgage, what they used to pay for a home, what they used to pay for the cost of rent. They pay more than $1,000 this year, more than they would have paid last year for groceries. They pay more per litre every time they're at the pump. They pay more for everything. That's why it's known as the inflation tax, and it is the fault of this government, this Liberal Prime Minister, and his NDP supporters. Extra money that Canadians spend every year simply because the cost of government has driven up the cost of living. It's unfair that everyday Canadians should continue to be subjected to this tax while the government pretends like nothing's wrong. Every day here, they get up and tell you that the Canadians have never had it so good, while it keeps up its immense spending agenda. And while it ignores the pleas of almost everybody, they know. They go out into their communities. Everybody tells us the same thing. Things cost too much in Canada. I'm working harder. I can't get ahead. Those are the things that I hear in my constituency. It's the things that I hear across the country, and I would be shocked if they didn't hear the exact same thing. In fact, I've been in their ridings, and I still hear that. Third, this budget is unfair because it means that $40 billion deficits, and because it means that this Prime Minister's legacy as the costliest Prime Minister in history will be cemented. He has run up more debt than every Prime Minister combined before him. And who will pay for this deficit and out-of-control spending? Well, it's going to be young people. It's going to be the next generation of Canadians. They will be forced to scale back on their standard of living as they struggle under the mountain of debt that they've been left by this once Liberal party that has turned its back on generations of Liberal consensus. And you don't have to ask me. You can ask Liberals who say the exact same thing. One of the gravest injustices is that we commit is stealing the future from those who have yet to come. And that's what this costly coalition is doing to Canadians. Have a look at our future. Today, we're paying more for interest on our debt than the federal government pays for all of Canadian health care. That's more money that is transferred to any province. Take that times even more spending, even more long-term debt, and it's a window into the fiscal reality that is going to be imposed on our children and our grandchildren, and they will have to confront it soon enough. When you dig deep into this budget, it's clear that there is unfairness all around. So it's perhaps ironic that the budget is indeed called Fairness for Every Generation. It's the perfect title from a government that tells us less is more, up is down, left is right, black is white. And when you come back to the title, Fairness for Every Generation, we see that it accomplishes none of that. Not for young people who are going to be left holding the bag for this Liberal NDP government spending spree, not for families that will continue to suffer under the burden of higher taxes, higher inflation, higher interest rates, not for the seniors who still can't make ends meet, thanks to the out-of-control costs of living they will now face with additional taxes when they retire. Fairness. It was this Prime Minister who promised Canadians that the rich would pay for all of his spending. But we know that it's been everyday Canadians that have paid for this Prime Minister's addiction to spending. They pay every single day at the grocery store, at the gas pump, their mortgage bills, and everything else. In fact, it's the only people that are richer after nearly 9 years of this Liberal government may very well be the rich and elite in his inner circle. The bureaucrats, the friends of the Prime Minister who give themselves bonuses, who reward failed performance, who gorge themselves on public funds. who are called to the bar here and defended by the Liberals not to answer questions, more big spending and higher taxes are going to make sure that these Ottawa insiders are going to continue just doing fine while everyone else suffers. But the Liberal fat cat's definition of fairness, I'm sure this budget is very fair, and by everyone else's definition, it falls far, far short of fairness. Here's what fairness is, Mr. Speaker. It's being able to afford the necessities like food, like heating, like housing, having a government that helps and not hinders everyday affordability through lower taxes, lower inflation, lower interest rates. It's being able to provide your family to keep the fruits of your labor, to receive good, decent wages for work, interest on your investment, return on your risk. It's being able to take those risks, hard work, and put everything on the line and be rewarded for doing so. Fairness would not be giving up on the dignity of those afflicted with addiction by giving them taxpayer-funded drugs. Fairness would be giving frontline officers what they need to protect us. Fairness would be a leader who unites this country instead of divides it. Fairness would be bringing more capital into the country and not more capital out of the country. That's what fairness would be. Fairness would be a Conservative government. We hope not to see another single budget from this Liberal NDP coalition, and we'll vote this one down.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I could address the many issues that the members raised which she's misleading people, but rather I want to highlight something else. And that is, let there be no doubt that there is a Conservative hidden agenda that they do not talk about. We're talking about, for example, the disability program that's within this budget. We're talking about the steps forward on pharmacare. We're talking about the $10 a day child care program. We're talking about the dental program. We're talking about the guaranteed commitment to future generations on health care, close to $200 billion. The Conservative parties, when they talk about fixing the budget, they're talking about cut after cut after cut after cut. That is the reality of the Conservative Party today. My question to the member is, why will she not make that commitment visible? Why doesn't she tell Canadians what a Conservative government would actually do, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The member opposite knows what a Conservative government would do, and that's why he's so afraid of the eventual Conservative government. We're going to axe the tax, build homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And the things that we will cut the $21 billion in consultants that cost every single family $1,400. We will cut the waste. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians will expect us, and we will do it. We will cut the number of seats on that House so they sit on this side.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, you know, it's said in the financial world that the best predictor of future performance is past behavior. And I was first elected in this House in 2008 when there was a Stephen Harper government. And I was in this House when the Conservatives ran 7 consecutive deficits. And when I entered this House, the debt of Canada was $467 billion. It was $628 billion in 2015 when Mr. Harper left office. So we won't be taking any lessons or lectures from the Conservative Party on deficits or debt, since their record speaks for itself. But my question is on capital gains. The capital gains provision in this budget will apply to 0.13% of people with an average income of $1.4 million per year. That's income. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can tell us, what is the Conservative position on capital gains? She's talking about transparency. Will the Conservatives keep that? Do they endorse that policy, or do they oppose it? Yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the only difference is when that member entered this House, he used to be part of an opposition party, and now he's joined the government and didn't get anything for it and votes with them every single day. And that's what he's going to have to tell the voters in his constituency. What the Prime Minister told us 9 years ago, Mr. Speaker, I can't hear it over the screen.
Yeah, the Honourable, I'm sure we all want to hear the answer. We've asked the questions. We want to hear the answers. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I know that the member opposite is gutted because he used to be an opposition member and now he's joined the government. And I know that he's going to have to go back and tell the people that voted for him that he supported the government at every single thing, including to raise the carbon tax by 23% on everybody just on April 1st. And he will have to continue to tell them why he continues to vote with this government and gets nothing for it. But the Prime Minister told us 9 years ago that the rich would pay. that the rich would pay for all of his addiction to spending, for all of the spending. And I might remind the member opposite that it was the Harper government that balanced the budget after the economic crisis in 2015, 8 years after they ran those deficits. But I will say this: it is Canadians that pay. It is Canadians that pay for the spending of this Prime Minister. It is Canadians, every single day Canadians, single mothers, workers, everybody in between. They pay at the pumps, they pay at the grocery store, they pay with double the housing costs, double the rent, double the mortgages. They pay for this Prime Minister's addiction to spending. That's who pays for it.
Time for a quick interaction. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, there are two ways to go broke. First gradually, and then suddenly. Canada is not only going broke, it is broken. In the battle of the soul of Canada, we are confronted by two ideologies. That of the Liberal and NDP socialism, spending beyond reproach, high crime rates, divide and division, high taxation, an unproductive economy, a monopoly economy where housing and food have become unaffordable for so many. On the other side lies the vision of a common-sense conservative economy where government is leaner, taxes are lower, paychecks are bigger, and competition thrives. It's a vision where we prioritize toughest on crime to ensure equal opportunity for all that call Canada home. You see, the problem with socialism is you eventually run out of other people's money. After this government has spent $350 billion in deficit spending outside of COVID relief programs, yes, $350 billion, this budget is set to spend another $50 billion while raising taxes and projected to spend $60 billion next year. That's $460 billion in deficit spending since 2015 for bigger government and more social programs, where the result have been Canadians who are worse off. After 9 years, too many young Canadians feel as though the deck is stacked against them. They get a good job, they work hard, but far too often the reward of a secure, prosperous, comfortable middle class remains out of reach for them. After 9 years, we have seniors who have been priced out of their homes and going to the food bank. Their pensions that once made sense and their fixed incomes that promised a comfortable life are now not enough to cover the basic needs. After 9 years of Liberal governance, too many Canadians feel disheartened, seeing their aspirations to a secure, prosperous life slipping away. They see the effects of big government, suffocating regulations, and reckless spending. And it's not fair, Mr. Speaker, it's anything but fair. This generational unjustness has 62% of Canadians 18 to 34 giving up on owning a home. That number is 73% for those that are 35 to 54. Taxes are going up more than $20 billion. The GST now only covers debt payment interest. It's now the minimum payment. It should be probably called the DST, the debt service charge, only $50 billion a year. Grocery prices have risen to a point where most Canadians now buy less food when food banks are courting record numbers. Crime is at an all-time high. There's a 300% increase in car theft in Toronto alone. Child poverty is on the rise in Canada, with 1 in 5 children facing challenges. 1 in 5 children in a G7 nation. More and more Canadians are finding out they can't even get a doctor, and more visits to the ER result in hours after hours of wait times. The carbon tax has gone up 23% this year alone, raising the price of groceries, heat and gas, and a bureaucracy that's growing with it. Over 500 employees just to collect a carbon tax. Meanwhile, our productivity, doing more with what we've got, is at all-time low as we lack skilled trades, education for our youth, and business investment. There's going to be an increase in personal taxes, means that we're losing companies in Canada to the U.S. who have lower personal tax, coupled with the fact that they could also buy a home in the U.S. for half the cost of a home in Canada. Foreign and domestic investors are leaving Canada at record rates. Innovators and doctors say this budget will drive them out of the country. Countries cry out for Canadian LNG, and this Prime Minister says the increased jobs and government ready aren't worth it. Poland, Japan, Germany have all been turned down for liquefied natural gas by this Prime Minister because he says there is no business case. Meanwhile, the U.S. has opened hundreds of wells and provided billions to their economy. Our monopoly problem means that Canadians are paying the highest rates in the world for cell phones, for airlines, for banking, and for groceries. All worse. Well, the state says they've lowered them by half. Can you believe this? The Prime Minister said he lowered cell phone bills by Canadians in half, when Canadians know the real answer is that bills have never been higher. And to top it off, high inflation because of high interest rates are driving the cost for Canadians higher based on a very simple fact. The government is spending way more than it is taking in. This isn't a budget about Canadian fairness. It's a socialist political maneuver described as fiscal responsibility with generational unfairness, ensuring that our next generation will inherit the national debt. Despite $460 billion in deficit spending over and above COVID-19 programs, remember, just more government. Canadians are getting less and paying more and being taxed to death for it. Canadians who pay taxes on every dollar earned, every dollar they spend, every dollar they inherit, every dollar invested, every dollar saved, every dollar in property tax, are tired of seeing their hard-earned money wasted on inefficient government programs and bureaucracy. They deserve a government that respects their efforts and works tirelessly to ensure their prosperity and well-being. Despite $460 billion in deficits, we have no more doctors or hospital beds, no more affordable renter homes, no better prices at the grocery store for cell phones or grocery or banks. We have no bigger paychecks, and we have more taxes. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we need a government that's going to look after Canadians. That's a Conservative government. I look forward to continuing my speech right after the break.
So when the honourable member returns, he'll have 4 minutes left in his speech, and of course to do questions and comments. Statements by members. Déclaration député. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We lost a giant on the Quebec music scene last Saturday. Jean-Pierre Ferland passed away at the age of 89 after a career spanning more than 65 years, 450 songs, and 30 albums. From his early days all the way to the Plains of Abraham, where he sang with two other icons, Céline Dion and Jeanette Renaud, not to mention Les Beaux-Os, he made his mark on the coffee house scene and in Paris and won several awards. His sincerity and vulnerability were reflected in his poetry with its simple words and powerful images. A lover of our beautiful French language and a great romantic, his words touched the hearts of generations. Mr. Ferland, you're now a little higher, a little further away, but we were lucky to have you. You wrote that what dies grows more important, and your last spring clearly shows that. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Jean-Pierre Ferland has marked the history of Quebec and world music with his inimitable voice and timeless songs. His exceptional career spanned more than 6 decades, punctuated by such undeniable hits as Je reviens chez nous and Un peu plus haut, un peu plus loin. Ferland was a poet of song, captivating his audiences with profound lyrics and haunting melodies. His musical legacy continues to influence generations of artists and fans. His passion for music, his commitment to his art and to his language, French, have left an indelible mark on Quebec's cultural landscape. Jean-Pierre Ferland is a true musical legend. His songs will continue to resonate through time, bringing comfort and inspiration to all who hear them. I assure you, Jean-Pierre, that we'll keep the fires burning and make our home a warm, welcoming, and unforgettable place. My wife, Isabel, and all Quebecers join me in saying, farewell, Jean-Pierre.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the historic investments for national defence in Budget 24. These allocations strengthen our armed forces, confront global complexities, and safeguard our nation's security and sovereignty, with special focus on national defence in the Arctic. It also marks a significant increase in defence spending, ramping up over the next few years to 1.76% of our GDP by 2030. Under previous Conservative administrations, neglect left our military under-resourced and ill-prepared. Budget cuts hindered our ability to protect our interests, particularly in strategic regions across the north. However, under our Liberal government's leadership, we're rectifying these shortcomings. These investments are aimed to bolster our defence capabilities, and our focus on defending the Arctic underscores our commitment to securing our northern frontier and ensuring Canada's safety and prosperity amidst evolving security threats. These investments are critical for shaping Canada's future and those of the people of the Arctic.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. We lost one of our greatest giants on Saturday. Jean-Pierre Ferland died, and leaving his wife, family, and millions of saddened fans behind. He was on the music scene in Quebec for 60 years, born in Montreal, then settled long ago in Saint-Norbert, and he wrote hundreds of songs and masterpieces. His repertoire is immense and marvelous, singing of love and women throughout his life. And with a thunderbolt, he gave us the giant album Jaune, perhaps the greatest record in Quebec history. Fortunately, he didn't really leave us. He didn't go away. He's still with us, standing on our shoulders and knees. But since we must exist, and this is from the lyrics of his song Le Chat du Café des Artistes. Thank you, Jean-Pierre. We were lucky to have you.
L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, this year, Vanier College's Architectural Technology Program and Department is celebrating its 50th anniversary. The program offers hands-on technical knowledge of building and construction techniques, coupled with the study and practice of aesthetics and architectural design. Their state-of-the-art equipment and facilities, mandatory internships and fieldwork in the industry, and of course, their skilled, knowledgeable, passionate, and caring teachers, including Michael Lancioni, who works tirelessly to ensure his students get the most out of this program, are the factors that I take into account when I say that the program is a huge success. Vanier has produced countless architectural technologists who have contributed to the development of Quebec over the past 50 years. Congratulations to Vanier College and to the Architectural Technology Department. We're proud of Vanier's hardworking teachers, of their students, and we look forward to seeing what the next 50 years will look like.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
April 28th is the National Day of Mourning, and it happened because two labor activists who were driving to a union meeting were stopped because of a procession for a firefighter's funeral. And it was through the hard work of our unions that got this to fruition when Brian Mulrooney passed the Act in 1990. Now, progress has been made towards workers' safety. We know this. It's happened because politicians have passed bills and changed regulations. But that happened because of the activism of unions who pushed politicians to do the right thing, to make the workplace safer for all Canadians. But we've not made enough progress. Last year, almost 1,000 Canadians lost their lives on the worksite. One is too many. And I know, and all Canadians know, that as unions that will be at the forefront pushing for improved safety for all Canadians, for their brothers and for their sisters, so no more lives are lost.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 1 week since Earth Day, and in my riding of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, the momentum continues. We've had several cleanups and tree planting events led by community members like Oak Ridges Lion Club, the Aurora Arboretum, LEAF, the City of Richmond Hill, the Town of Aurora, and the entire York Region community. And last week, we welcomed to Richmond Hill the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment, and Health. This is a real testament to the dedication of Richmond Hill to our environment, and we're thrilled about the new partnership and the leadership of a sustainable transition and innovation, not only in our region, but worldwide, under Dr. Kaveh Madani. This is a testament, as I said, to the strong connection and dedication that our riding has to the environment, which makes Earth Day even more special in our riding. So happy Earth Day to everyone, and thanks to all the wonderful organizations and communities standing up for environmental protection.
The honourable member from Steveston, Richmond East.
This April, we celebrated the 5-year anniversary of Sikh Heritage Month becoming Canadian law. Celebrations closed out this month with a history-making performance by Punjabi artist Diljit Dosanjh selling out BC Place Stadium. Sikh Heritage Month is as much about where we are now as it is about how we got here. It's important to continue sharing untold stories of our shared Canadian heritage. Stories of how Sikhs landed on our shores as distinct military cavalry in 1897 and sparked the settlement for future changemakers. These were discriminatory times and racist times, Mr. Speaker. Leaders emerged to fight for equality. People like Naginder Singh Gill, who rallied our community to lobby federal and provincial governments to return our right to vote. We were not alone. Sikhs rallied the Chinese community and found support from Montreal Liberal Member of Parliament Samuel Jacobs, who was for many years the only Jewish Member of Parliament in Canada. A few decades of struggle, in 1947, Maninder Singh Badial became the first Canadian of Indian descent to vote in a federal election. I invite everyone to join celebrating Sikh Heritage Month, learning and sharing untold stories about our shared Canadian heritage and the patriotic identity.
The honourable member from Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, last month, Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis visited Canada. As was the case with so many other world leaders, the Greek Prime Minister said that his country would welcome more liquefied natural gas imports from Canada. In an interview with CTV's Vashi Kapelos, the Greek Prime Minister said, quote, "As fast as we go in terms of our renewable penetration, we will still need a reliable source of electricity. And for us, for Greece, we don't have nuclear. We're completely moving away from coal, so that leaves natural gas for the foreseeable future," unquote. Unfortunately, this Prime Minister apparently still believes there is no business case for Canadian oil and gas exports to Europe, and Canadian oil and gas should just stay in the ground. Mr. Speaker, when is this Prime Minister going to realize the world needs more Canadian energy?
The honourable member from Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, a constituent wrote about a Waterloo resident who passed away on January 8th with the humane, caring, intelligent professional services of the MAID program. He shares his older brother endured the unrelenting, cruel degeneration from Parkinson's for about 5 years, until almost every aspect of his life was greatly diminished, with zero hope of abatement or cure. Last year, his older brother started to look forward to departing on his own terms in his own home with the loving support of his wife and family. He told his younger brother to organize a farewell party the morning of his departure. He wanted no tears or unhappiness, just family members celebrating the excellent years he enjoyed so much, and he wanted to participate in his own celebration of life. April is Parkinson's Awareness Month. Life with Parkinson's is going to look different for everyone, and it's changing over time. To all those affected by PD, including people living with the disease, their care partners, medical teams, and others, we are here fighting alongside you for better supports and services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, this past week I attended the Canadian Produce Marketing Association annual meeting and trade show in Vancouver. The fruit and vegetable industry gathered to engage in effective ways they can continue to feed the nation and supply Canadians with healthy, nutritious food for their families. I was proud to see the number and both the quality and quantity of exhibitors from Chatham-Kent, Leamington front and center at the show. But I also heard about the severe challenges the industry is facing, how the Prime Minister's carbon tax is resulting in higher food costs, the profound ramifications of the Liberal plastics ban, how it will decrease both our access to fresh produce and will increase the cost and the amount of food waste. Every person I spoke to was adamant that Canadians want an election, a new government. Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister step down, axe the tax, scrap the plastics ban, and allow Conservatives to restore common sense to this country? Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, for $15 billion taxpayer dollars, you would think Canada would get supply chains for batteries, some vehicles, maybe even some jobs, but not in Windsor at Stellantis. Where we are assembling batteries, the battery material comes from China, the cars are manufactured in Alabama, and the jobs come from overseas. Of the 2,500 jobs promised in Stellantis, more than 900 have been reported to be foreign jobs. And now the union, CBRU to Stellantis, is still hiring foreign workers for jobs promised to Canadians. Stellantis are even asking their Canadian suppliers to sponsor foreign workers and refugees perform the work when there are more than 180 Canadian iron workers and millwrights sitting at home unemployed. Canadians deserve a government that will stand up for Canadian workers. Only common sense Conservatives will ensure Canadian tax dollars are used wisely, that any taxpayer-funded job is given to Canadians, not foreign replacement workers. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister must release all EV battery contracts. It's time to show taxpayers how much we are paying for foreign replacement jobs.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Speaker, I rise today to recognise a constituent in my riding who has single-handedly done more for his community than any person that I know. Heber Best of Kelligrews, Conception Bay South, has been a volunteer for more than half a century, volunteering with organisations such as the Red Cross, CNIB and local Lions Club, a group he was instrumental in introducing to our town 53 years ago. Whoa. He successfully secured funding for a local skating rink, indoor swimming pool, upgrades to the local soccer field and construction of affordable housing units for seniors, as well as the introduction of an annual youth public speaking contest. Over the years, Mr. Best has been presented with several awards, including the Newfoundland Labrador Volunteer Medal, the Lion of the Year, the Judge Brian Stevenson Fellowship Award, and the Melvin Jones Fellow Award. His contribution to our community and our province should stand as a symbol of what selflessness is, and we should all aspire to model our own lives by his example. I invite all members to join me in applauding Mr. Best for his outstanding generosity and caring spirit.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
This week is World Immunization Week. Vaccines are crucial tools in safeguarding communities worldwide, preventing up to 5 million deaths every year from diseases such as tetanus and influenza. Vaccination campaigns have allowed us to eradicate smallpox, defeat polio, and decrease child death by over 50%. Yet challenges remain. Declining vaccination rates have brought back deadly diseases, resulting in ongoing outbreaks. Globally, 1 in 5 children are under-vaccinated or not vaccinated at all, jeopardizing their lives and futures. This week, we shout out to organizations such as the World Health Organization and others, which play a vital role in making vaccinations accessible for regions all over the globe. Strengthening healthcare systems and empowering local communities are essential steps. So is pushing back against vaccine misinformation. Let's promote vaccine production and distribution. In this World Immunization Week, let's ensure that we reach every child with life-saving vaccines.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I pay my last respects to Mr. Donald Scott, better known as Mr. Bonbon. A true legend in Saint-Hubert, Monsieur Bonbon spread happiness all around him. This exceptional man spread joy by standing on the edge of Chemin de Chambly, rain or shine, greeting passers-by and motorists with sweets. After a heart attack deprived him of the use of his legs, he didn't give up. He overcame his disability by devoting himself to others, including raising funds to help people living in his area. During the pandemic, there was great concern when it came to light that he had caught COVID. True fighter that he was, he overcame the virus and resumed his seat in his wheelchair, decked out in the colors of the Quebec flag, in order to continue greeting people. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois and myself, I extend my deepest condolences to his family and friends. Farewell, Monsieur Bonbon, and thank you for everything.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, this very week, exactly a year ago, I brought up open drug use in parks and playgrounds, how our communities were less safe, and how there were serious safety concerns, with law enforcement saying they were being handcuffed. And yet, the Liberal and NDP MPs clapped vigorously to support their drug policies. In BC, there's more people dying, more diversion of government drugs, and more unsafe drug paraphernalia littering our neighbourhoods. presents more challenges for our law enforcement. The BC NDP government finally acknowledged their failed drug experiment and just announced massive changes, asking the Prime Minister to reverse his drug policies. After 9 years, the Prime Minister's extremist policies allowed for deadly hard drugs to be used in public spaces like parks, coffee shops, beaches, and hospitals. This NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. Conservatives will ban hard drugs, stop taxpayer-funded drugs, and put money into detox and recovery.
The honourable member from Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Holland Bloorview Kids Rehabilitation Hospital on its 125th anniversary. For 125 years, Holland Bloorview has provided care to children and youth with open doors and open arms. Its mission is global, its approach is local, helping one child and one family at a time until kids with disabilities are fully included in the social, cultural, and economic life of our city, our province, and our country. Holland Bloorview is a world leader in research, education, and healthcare. With groundbreaking research on concussions, prosthetics, autism, cerebral palsy, and more, done at its campus on Kilgore Road with partners around the world, as well as its compassionate care and love for young people, Holland Bloorview is a true centre of excellence that never veers from its mission, providing world-class care to children and youth with disabilities and challenges. Congratulations to the staff, administration, and volunteers at Holland Bloorview. Happy birthday.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. There's been tragic data today, Mr. Speaker. 25% of Quebecers are living below the poverty line, that is, below a good average life. And this is a direct result of the centralizing, bureaucratic, unnecessary spending of this Prime Minister. And his spending is 100% supported by the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister and the Bloc Québécois stop impoverishing Quebecers? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we unveiled our budget. Our budget seeks to ensure fairness for all generations and for all Quebecers. Currently, a carpenter and a nurse pay taxes at a marginal tax rate that is higher than that paid by big business. That's not fair. Yet the Conservative leader opposes our plan for fairness. The only thing these Conservatives want is austerity. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He's not worth the cost for Quebecers. Quebecers are paying double for rent, for housing, and to service the national debt. This Prime Minister is a big spender. He is spending $54.1 billion on debt services charges instead of on health. What's worse, the Bloc Québécois voted in favor of this Prime Minister's spending. They support $500 billion in spending. Once again, when will this Prime Minister stop making Quebecers poorer? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. What we just heard is untrue. Here's the truth. Canada has a AAA credit rating. Canada has the lowest debt and the lowest deficit of all G7 countries. The Conservatives are against our plan because the only thing they're in favor of is austerity, and they also support their very wealthy friends.
Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the drugs, disorder, death, and destruction. In May of 2022, he granted the BC NDP government's request for a criminal code exemption to allow crack, meth, heroin, and fentanyl use in parks, coffee shops, hospitals, beaches. Overdose deaths since exploded to a record-smashing 2,500 lost lives. The BC NDP government has reversed course and asked the federal government to recriminalize some hard drugs. Why won't this Prime Minister recriminalize these deadly drugs?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we answered the call of the BC government when they requested the exemption on decriminalization of personal possession of certain illicit drugs. Mr. Speaker, what is driving this overdose crisis is the illegal drug supply. Every life lost is a tragedy. I met with Minister Whiteside this past Friday. We are reviewing their exemption request. Mr. Speaker, we have a clear lens on public health and public safety because we have a plan. They do not.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
She's wasting time while people are dying. In the year after this radical Prime Minister granted the decriminalization of crack, heroin, and other hard drugs in parks and hospitals, 2,500 people died. The overdose death in the 9 years of this Prime Minister have tripled to the fastest rising of the 11 countries studied by the Commonwealth Fund. Nurses are afraid to go to work because they have to put up with addicts using meth, crack, and weapons in their hospital room. Even nurses are having to give up on breastfeeding because they're worried their kids will be contaminated with the drugs they breathed in. What the hell are they thinking over there?
The honourable member, as a long-time member of this House, I'll just ask him to withdraw the offensive word because it is not parliamentary.
I withdraw because they're not thinking over there.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last week we saw the Leader of the Opposition once again encourage supporters of white supremacy, anarchy, and misogyny. This has been a regular occurrence. He draws the admiration of people who dismiss the slaughter of children in our schools. The Leader of the Opposition. Thank you from Hamas.
I'm going to invite the Government House Leader to start from the top and to choose his words very carefully so that they do not cause disorder in the House.
Mr. Speaker, last week we saw the Leader of the Opposition once again visit with supporters of white supremacy, anarchy, and misogyny. This has been a regular occurrence. He draws the admiration of people who dismiss the slaughter of children in schools. The Leader of the Opposition now has 30 seconds to speak to this House and to Canadians once I sit down. I ask him to clearly disavow the views of these dangerous people. Will he do that?
That is an
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I unequivocally disavow the guy who spent the first half of his adult life as a practicing racist, dressing up in blackface, who since accepted the support of Hamas, and now he's brought on the extremist and radical position of allowing legal drug use in playgrounds, in hospitals, in coffee shops that has led to the mass death of our people. Will he not refuse the demand of Toronto to replicate the decriminalization nightmare in BC?
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. When the Prime Minister unveiled his budget, or rather his plan to invade Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, he justified it by saying, citizens don't care which level of government is responsible for what. Well, a Léger poll found that 82% of Quebecers think that the federal government should respect the division of powers. This is more proof that the Prime Minister is completely out of touch with reality. Quebecers are clear that what they want is for the federal government to work with other governments. Instead of playing politics, why doesn't the Prime Minister give Quebecers the money that they deserve? That is what Quebecers want. The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, we are investing in housing. The Conservatives and the Bloc are complaining they're going to vote against it. In our budget, we are investing in dental care. The Conservatives and the Bloc complain and will vote against it. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that these two parties will find different excuses to vote against this one budget. And if we were to listen to them, to either of them, then at the end of the day, Quebec would end up with nothing. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Quebecers are not the only ones who are against interference. All the provincial and territorial premiers have added their signatures to those of the Premier of Quebec in a letter calling on Ottawa to respect our areas of jurisdiction, such as health, education, and housing. They are all calling for the right to opt out with full financial compensation from any federal intrusion outside its areas of jurisdiction. Everyone is opposed to federal interference from coast to coast to coast. When you think, as the Prime Minister does, that everyone else is wrong, maybe it's because you're the one who is looking for a fight. What does the Prime Minister have to say about that? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Well, Mr. Speaker, seeking to pick a fight, well, the Bloc Québécois are the true experts. In fact, they have a PhD in picking fights, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is voting against our budget. They say it's important to help seniors, but they're voting against the budget. The Bloc says that we need to help Canadians, but they vote against the budget. They're complaining. They keep complaining. But they don't actually do anything. It's all talk, no action from the Bloc Québécois.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
This government stood by while food prices and rent skyrocketed. This hurts people living with disabilities disproportionately. After making folks wait more than 3 years, they announced a disability benefit that's too little, doesn't cover enough people, and is going to be clawed back by provinces. People struggling to put food on their table have been given crumbs by this government. When will the Prime Minister get serious about helping people living with disabilities?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are glad to be the first government, the first federal government in Canadian history to put forward the financing for support for people with disabilities across our country. That is a milestone. It is a very big deal. Mr. Speaker, this is just the first step. We recognize there is more to do, including working carefully with provinces and territories, and we're going to do it.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
This Liberal government is failing people living with disabilities. Absolutely.
Advocates for those living with disabilities are clear. The announcement of the disability benefit is just not enough. It's not working. $200, that's not enough. The Prime Minister has thousands, billions even, to give to big oil, but pennies for Canadians living with disabilities. Will he sit down with disability advocate groups and fix this problem? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud. We are proud to be the first federal government to come forward with a disability benefit for those living with disabilities. This is a major step forward, and we are proud of our accomplishment. We understand that now We need to work closely with provinces and territories. This is just the beginning. We need to do more, and we will do more. Thank you.
Member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. That's what we have after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. The extremist policies of this Prime Minister have forced parents in British Columbia to protect their kids from used needles at the playground. Open, in-your-face drug use in Tim Hortons, on the SkyTrain, even in our hospitals. The Prime Minister's negligence is killing our citizens. When will he admit that his radical decriminalization experiment has failed and end it?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, too many Canadians are dying every day from an ever-changing illegal toxic drug supply. The opposition leader and members of the Conservative Party are a big talk about investing in treatment, but Conservatives cut 2/3 of the drug treatment fund when they were last in government. Shameful. Let's talk about what saves lives, Mr. Speaker. Safe consumption sites, accessible social and healthcare services, prevention, treatment, and harm reduction. They have no plan, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we continue to work to save lives.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, let's talk through a clear lens, Mr. Speaker. 40,000. That is the number of Canadians that have died from drug overdoses since 2015. Entirely preventable. Last year, BC set a record with over 2,500, and they want to talk about saving lives and compassion. Premier Eby and this Prime Minister have failed British Columbians, and now he's taking his deadly experiment to Toronto. Until this extremist drug policy is dismantled, people will keep dying. Will he prioritize recovery and stop killing Canadians with his radical ideology?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition don't want to talk about the plans or the tools that are needed to save lives because they don't have a plan. All they offer Canadians are slogans and fear. Slogans are not an evidence-based strategy, Mr. Speaker. They are just words. We have a full suite of measures that address this crisis because it's a public health crisis, Mr. Speaker. It is not a criminal issue. We continue to work with BC on the exemption that they requested with a clear lens of public health and public safety.
Good job, yeah.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. After 9 years of the Prime Minister's extremist policies, public drug use has become the norm. The Prime Minister has made it legal in British Columbia to smoke meth on the beach beside a family or smoke crack in a hospital beside healthcare workers. In fact, a nurse in British Columbia stopped breastfeeding her twin girls early at 13 months because being exposed to illicit drugs in the hallway. When will the NDP Liberals realize that time is up and end the decriminalization today?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, every life lost in the illegal toxic drug supply, every overdose, every family that loses a loved one is a tragedy. Mr. Speaker, our focus, working with the BC government on their exemption request, is about saving lives, about providing health care. Harm reduction is health care, Mr. Speaker. Treatment is health care, Mr. Speaker. Prevention is health care, Mr. Speaker. Enforcement is also part of the plan. We continue to work with law enforcement in the provinces. They continue to divide.
I'm going to ask the member from Northern Rockies to please make sure that he only takes a microphone when he is recognized. The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Drug deaths are up 380% in BC since 2015 when they took office. So the NDP Liberal Coalition unleashed a horrific experiment in British Columbia, and now the NDP Premier is pleading with the Prime Minister to fix this disaster. But what we're learning is the Toronto Minister has decided they're going to double down and they want to expand this failed project into Toronto. After 9 years, this NDP Liberal government's drug policy is failing Canadians, and the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Instead of expanding this, will they do the right thing and just end this policy today?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, around the world, opioid deaths are taking so many lives. The only way we can rise and meet that moment is with truth and evidence, and not inflaming through spreading false information this situation. I would ask the member opposite, instead of trying to seek opportunity to attack in this House, to work collaboratively on evidence-based solutions that save lives. Like her, like every member of the House, when a life is lost, it rips us all apart. And we have to meet it with truth and honesty and set aside partisanship, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, overdose is the leading cause of death in my province of British Columbia. This NDP Liberal Prime Minister's extremist drug policies have turned our neighborhoods into war zones. Hard drugs are being used in playgrounds, coffee shops, and even hospitals. Last week, a drug-addled man lit fires and consumed drugs in front of traumatized kids at the Prince George Aquatic Centre. The RCMP were called numerous times, but their hands are tied because of their insane drug policies. Will the Prime Minister end his deadly drug decriminalization today?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask clearly, what evidence are they basing their decisions on? And the answer to that question, everywhere. How many more people left to die before we can figure it out?
Colleagues. The Honourable Minister has 25 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, replacing science with slogans, replacing research and evidence with talking points will not fix this problem, Mr. Speaker. There is not a person in this House who is not ripped apart when we watch somebody lose a loved one to this crisis. But to meet it with partisanship, to meet it with pretend solutions, to do things that have failed in other jurisdictions is a disgrace to those who have lost family members, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs and disorder. After 9 years, this Prime Minister's extremist policy allowing for deadly hard drugs to be used in public spaces such as parks, coffee shops, beaches and hospitals. A leaked memo in BC is now instructing nurses to teach patients how to inject illegal drugs into their intravenous. Jeez. Will the Prime Minister end his deadly drug decriminalization experiment today?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Addictions and Health.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we are committed to saving lives and making sure people who use drugs don't die alone. We moved forward with a decriminalization pilot project at BC's request and have always maintained it would be rigorously monitored and adjusted as needed. We know a full suite of tools, including harm reduction, are needed. Even the MP from Caribou, Prince George, knows it. He said himself, quote, "I asked if safe injection sites were helping. They did say that safe injection sites probably do help." Mr. Speaker, every tool, every resource to save lives is what we are committed to.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. This morning, La Presse reported on 5 families of Indian origin crammed into one apartment because of the housing crisis. It's outrageous to see such a thing in Canada, but sadly, this is the reality for thousands of asylum seekers. They arrive here and they realize that they don't even have the right to work to support themselves because the federal government takes 2 years to give them work permits. Then they realize that it now takes Ottawa 38 months to process asylum applications. 38 months, Mr. Speaker. How many more families will have to endure these inhumane conditions before the federal government finally speeds up processing times? The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Citizenship. Well, first, I'd like to correct a mistake the members made. He said it takes 2 years to issue work permits, but in fact, it's 3 months. We need to be honest and speak the truth on the floor of the House of Commons. Now, listening to the member, I would imagine that he will support our budget, which gives provinces billions of dollars for housing in particular. As for asylum seekers and intake of asylum seekers, I do think that we can do better, but Quebec and Canada will have to work together. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I think it's longer than 3 months, Mr. Speaker. Now, these are the same families lining up at overstretched food banks in Parc Extension and elsewhere. They've been living in poverty for years because the federal government is preventing them from working. And they're living in poverty, so they can't even focus on their asylum claims. I would like to quote France André from the Comité d'Action des Personnes Sans Statut. He said, "These people experience anxiety every day. This leads to mental health problems. They want an answer, even if it's a no, as soon as possible." Mr. Speaker, could there please be a bit more humanity and fewer bureaucratic delays? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Well, over the past few months, we have decreased processing times. We can continue to do even better. I understand from the member that he wants to proceed to regularization, so I expect them to support our legislation to regularize those living in Canada. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, I'd like to quote what Quebec's immigration minister said this morning. Quebec is still taking in too many asylum seekers. The federal government needs to distribute them across Canada. Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, Quebec's intake capacity has been exceeded, and on the other hand, the Federal Immigration Department is racking up delays in processing applications. And what's the result of that? Families are plunged into poverty because of the federal government's incompetence when it comes to immigration. These are people, human beings, not numbers. Will the minister do his job? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. That is beyond absurd, Mr. Speaker, but it's so typical of the Bloc to make these ridiculous accusations. Typical Bloc Québécois.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
After 9 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are skipping meals and food banks are overwhelmed. 83% of Canadians are paying $80 more a month for food than they were just 6 months ago. According to Second Harvest, more than half of the food banks in the Toronto area can't meet demand, and they're putting families on wait lists. Families can't afford to put food on the table, and the crisis is getting worse when the Liberal NDP government increases the carbon tax 23%. Will the Prime Minister reverse his decision to increase the carbon tax past 234 in its original form so Canadians don't have to dumpster dive for their dinner?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
As the member well knows, Bill C-234 is in the hands of the Conservative House Leader. The member should speak to him.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
This NDP Liberal government isn't worth the cost of food. While Canadians are skipping meal, the ministers who are in charge of lowering food costs for Canadians is rubbing shoulders with Hollywood celebrities and political elites at the most expensive dinner imaginable. He's dining out at the White House on the taxpayer dime. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, he's out to lunch and the ministers are out of touch. Will the Champagne Coalition and Caviar Caucus lower food costs for Canadians and pass 234 in its original form?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Good. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we presented our budget to deliver fairness for every generation. Because right now, a nurse or a carpenter can pay taxes at a higher marginal rate than a multimillionaire. That's not fair, and we're changing it. But, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have said that they are opposed to our budget. And that is because the only thing they know how to do is cut, austerity, and quietly to keep on delivering tax breaks to their rich friends.
The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Food banks in Canada are being pushed to the brink with high demand and donations not keeping pace. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, that was this morning's headline. Canadian families cannot afford to buy food, and our farmers who grow food face punishment, not progress. No farms means no food. From high cost to empty store shelves, this Prime Minister and his costly carbon tax are not worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister finally axe the carbon tax so our farm families can stay in business and Canadian families aren't forced to use food banks?
Good question. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes in fairness for every generation, especially younger Canadians. That's why we are investing in building more homes faster. We're investing in making life more affordable with programs like early learning and childcare and dental care. And we're investing in jobs and growth. And we're paying for it by asking those at the top to contribute a little bit more. But the Conservatives are opposed to our plan. The only thing they believe in is austerity and quietly giving tax breaks to their rich friends.
The honourable member from London, Fanshawe.
Last week, the Maple revealed the Canadian government is hosting test sessions with an Israeli company, Smart Shooter, whose technology is used to kill Palestinian children. They're even eligible for a prize. Its CEO boasted that this war is good for business. As Palestinians continue to be killed, Canada's support of this company is inhumane and shows a shocking lack of judgment. Why is this government showcasing weapons in Canada that are killing kids?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, and I would simply remind the member opposite that Canada has one of the most rigorous military export regimes in the world, and we are vigilant in ensuring that all military technology being shared with any other foreign country is rigorously meets the standards that have been set for us.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Strathcona.
A rigorous regime. Israeli arms are being tested in Canada, in Alberta. Canadians do not want to be complicit in Netanyahu's crimes against Palestinian children. Canada should not be buying from these companies and should not be selling to the Israeli government. The minister promised this House to issue a notice to exporters on March 18th, 6 weeks ago. Where is the notice to exporters, and when will Canada finally impose a two-way arms embargo?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our position when it comes to arms export permits is well known, absolutely clear. Now, when it comes to what is happening in the Middle East, we've been clear. The violence must stop. We need a ceasefire now. Hostages must be released, and we need to make sure that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza. And at the end of the day, what we need is a two-state solution where the state of Israel can live side by side in peace and security with a Palestinian state. I've been in contact with my US, UK, and many Arab countries' counterpart over the weekend, working hard on bringing back peace to the Middle East. Thank you.
The honourable member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, our government has shown great success in attracting historical investment in our auto industry. Can the minister highlight the recent investment from Honda and what it means for building our EV supply chain and growing Canadian jobs?
Good question. The honourable for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to my colleague for his leadership and good question. Mr. Speaker, last week we witnessed a $15.7 billion investment by Honda, Mr. Speaker. This is the largest investment in Honda's history. It is the largest investment in our auto sector, Mr. Speaker, and it's one of the largest investment by a private company in this country, Mr. Speaker. This is great news for our workers across the nation. This is great news for our auto sector, Mr. Speaker. This is great news for Canada, Mr. Speaker. Let's celebrate as Canada becomes a hub for green manufacturing in the 21st century.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Journal de Montréal reported this morning that 25% of Quebecers can't even afford a decent standard of living. Even working 50 hours a week isn't enough to avoid living in poverty. That's where we are after 9 years of this government. The statistics are clear, and the Bloc, which claims to promote Quebec's interests, has voted with the Liberals for every budget allocation to support this exorbitant inflationary spending. Does the government and the Bloc have enough courage to admit that they have let Quebecers down and stop their uncontrolled spending? The Honourable Leader of the Government. Mr. Speaker, last week we saw the Leader of the Opposition once again encourage white supremacists, anarchists, and misogynists. That happens very regularly, and that draws the admiration of those who claim that school shootings didn't happen. And now the Leader of the Opposition has 30 seconds to speak to this House and to Canadians. Once I've sat down, I ask him to disavow the opinions of these dangerous people. Will he do it? The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Oh, Mr. Speaker, during that time, what about the $54 billion that Canadians and Quebecers have to pay in interest to banks in London and New York because of this government's uncontrolled spending, supported by the Bloc Québécois? Think about it, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc has voted for every budget allocation, and so today we have interest that has to be paid that is the equivalent to federal health transfers to all of the provinces. We could do much more with that money. Will the government end its uncontrolled spending, and will the Bloc stop supporting them? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Conservatives showed us his true colours last week, and by refusing to disavow these points of view, he's doing it again. I wonder how the Conservative Quebec caucus can support this. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition speaks without conviction and clarity on a matter that should be very, very simple. Mr. Speaker, his silence speaks volumes. This is not leadership. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this government, too many Canadians and Quebecers are living in poverty. The Journal de Montréal says that 25% of Quebecers don't have a livable income. Imagine working 50 hours a week and not having enough money to meet your needs. Despite all of that, the Bloc continues to support the Liberals by voting for budget allocations. My God, it's expensive to vote for the Bloc. Mr. Speaker, when will the government finally listen to us and stop its uncontrolled spending? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. I have a lot of respect for him, but he saw in the recent budget presented by the Minister of Finance that this is about intergenerational fairness, giving an opportunity to each generation, Mr. Speaker, investing in the priorities of Quebecers. We're talking about housing, we're talking about the cost of living, but also about growth. I'm sure that my colleagues from Quebec saw that last week we announced a record investment from IBM in Bromont to allow Canada and Quebec to be leaders in semiconductors. It's by being a nation that invests, that's how we're doing it. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years under this government, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The cost of living keeps going up. In an article in La Presse, it says that despite the expenses to help those most in need, recent data from Statistics Canada show that they are still experiencing more difficulty in feeding themselves. The Bloc has voted to support $500 billion in spending. When will the Liberals, supported by the Bloc, stop their uncontrolled spending? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, last time the Conservative leader was in power, he tried to increase the age of retirement to 67. It's the Liberal government that reversed that decision. We reduced the taxes of the middle class and increased that for the richest 1%. They voted against our plan. Today, we are investing in Canadians. thanks to tax on the wealthiest, and they're still against our plan. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. La Presse revealed this morning that the expansion of the Port of Valleyfield is being torpedoed by the federal government. The Border Services Agency, claiming a lack of resources, is withdrawing the operator's right to handle containers at this port of vital importance to the regional economy. The Mayor of Salaberry-de-Valleyfield and the Director of Economic Development have both strongly denounced this foolish decision. Will the Minister of Public Safety intervene to ask the agency to continue doing its job instead of undermining the future of the Port of Valleyfield? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, of course, we share the concern of our colleague in the Liberal caucus of Quebec regarding the importance of the Port of Valleyfield. I intend to raise these important issues with the Border Services Agency because we understand the importance for the regional economy and the people of the region. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. In 2019, the federal government, through the Building Canada Fund, announced over $12 million in funding to the Port of Valleyfield for a wharf expansion. Yet today, the Border Services Agency is pulling out of the Port of Valleyfield. On the one hand, the federal government is funding the port's expansion. On the other, it is sabotaging its development. What is the logic behind this nonsensical and damaging decision? Mr. Speaker, will the minister help me get the agency, the Canada Border Services Agency, to review its decision? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, when there's a change in owner, things don't automatically continue. There have to be requests that are presented again. Nothing is automatic, but that being said, we understand the importance of the Port of Valleyfield. My colleague here referenced that, and we will work on that. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, never in the glorious history of our country have we had a government that has spent so much, $500 billion in budgetary allocations. The Liberal Party voted in favour, and who else? The Bloc Québécois. If the government can spend without counting the cost, it's thanks to the Bloc Québécois. This is a big centralizing government thanks to the Bloc Québécois. Which minister will stand up to defend the Bloc's position? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of making investments in Canadians, in Quebecers. We are doing so, and we are doing it responsibly, in a fiscally responsible manner. We have a AAA credit rating, and the Governor of the Bank of Canada has said that we are respecting the fiscal guardrails. The budget also commits to respecting those. That is what we are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
NDP Liberals are spending $52 billion of taxpayer money to subsidize international auto companies. Then the Building and Trades Union recently condemned the use of foreign replacement workers at the Stellantis plants. Jobs like forklift driver. Yet contrary to the Liberal claims, foreign replacement workers keep being brought in for jobs that don't require specialty knowledge. The union calls that a slap in the face, and we agree. Yep. After 9 years, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So how much will Canadian taxpayers pay to employ foreign replacement workers?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, instead of spreading disinformation, Mr. Speaker, this member should be standing with all Canadians in this House and making sure that we maximize jobs for Canadians. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. The investment that he's talking about is going to create more than 2,500 direct jobs at this plant, Mr. Speaker. That's going to be one of the largest battery assembly plant in North America, Mr. Speaker. We should all be proud that Canada now ranks first in the world for the battery ecosystem we've built, Mr. Speaker. This is according to Bloomberg. We're going to keep investing in Canadians. We're going to keep investing in jobs, and we're going to keep investing in the auto industry.
The Honourable Member member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
It's this Liberal minister is spreading disinformation because in committee admitted he hadn't read the contracts. Wow. But I've read both, Stellantis and VW. And do you know what's not in them? Any requirement that jobs at these plants be Canadians only. Canadians don't believe this Prime Minister, and since I've read the contracts, I don't either. The NDP Liberals are hiding the truth. If this Prime Minister has contractual job guarantees, he will have no problem proving me wrong.
That's right.
Will the Liberals release the contracts, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's amazing that the member would be against creating jobs in this country, Mr. Speaker, and maximizing jobs. If you read the contract, I guess you should have a lawyer to understand the terms, Mr. Speaker, because it's very simple. The terms are maximizing Canadian jobs, but it gives me an opportunity, Mr. Speaker. We should rejoice. Just last week, we announced and we supported the largest investment in the auto sector in Canada's history. Honda is going to be investing $15.7 billion, Mr. Speaker, in this country. Mr. Speaker, we're attracting record investment. We're going to create jobs, and we're going to fight for every Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this government's policies have been focused on promoting diversity, respect, and equality amongst all Canadians. On that side of the House, however, we learned last week that the Leader of the Opposition visited an encampment set up by individuals linked to extreme far-right groups like Diagolon. Wow. CSIS says Diagolon encourages and inspires serious violence, yet the Conservative leader is refusing to denounce them or apologize for engaging with them. Can the government please reiterate how we will keep Canadians safe from extreme groups and what our responsibilities are as political leaders?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, while we can appreciate different views and political opinions, what we cannot and should not tolerate is any member of this House indulging in and actively courting extremist far-right groups that espouse anti-Semitic, anti-2S LGBTQI+, and white nationalist ideologies. The Conservative leaders' embrace of, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, refusal to denounce Diagolon in this very...
Colleagues, I'm having great difficulty trying to hear the answer from the Honourable Minister. I'm going to ask members to please let the Minister finish his statement. The Minister has 20 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader's embrace of and refusal to denounce Diagolon is incredibly alarming. That he will do anything to win speaks volumes to his values, and Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, is sending chills across this country. On this side, we will always defend Canadians and Canadian values.
The Honourable Member from Kenora.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, young Canadians know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. 8 in 10 people now regard home ownership as being only for the rich, as they've completely given up on their dream of ever owning a home. So simply, Mr. Speaker, will this government finally listen to Canadians and to our common sense plan to cap spending that brings down inflation and interest rates so that young people can finally afford a home?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I'll agree insofar as the Conservatives believe that it's essential that we do more to make sure that young people can get into the housing market. But the difference between our side and theirs is they do not have a plan to achieve that reality. Mr. Speaker, the measures that they are putting forward include measures that would raise taxes on home buildings, make it more difficult to build homes in communities, and actually cut funding for homes, for programs that are supporting home building today. We have new measures that create tax-free opportunities for young people to save up for a down payment, new measures that help young people establish a credit score, and new measures that reduce their monthly mortgage costs. We will do what it takes to solve the housing crisis. I wish they'd join us.
The Honourable Member from Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, car theft in Canada is completely out of control. 2 in 5 Canadians have either had their car stolen or know someone who has. Last week in Victoria, a repeat offender was arrested 3 times in 3 days for stealing cars. The police in Victoria had to put out a statement, and they laid the blame for this on the Liberals' failed Bill C-75. Will this Justice Minister listen to the police and reverse their soft-on-crime Bill C-75?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a lot of respect for that member. He's my critic. He served on the Justice Committee with me for a number of years. What I don't have respect for is the instructions he gets from his leader on how to vote. When we have legislation in the chamber that deals with, in the fall economic statement, tackling the money laundering and the organized crime links to auto theft, he's instructed to vote against. Before even reading the document that is the Budget 2024 and what it contains with respect to addressing auto theft, increasing maximum penalties, dealing with the link between using youth and organized criminality, and tackling more money laundering, he was told to vote against yet again by his leader.
The Honourable Member from Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister's own vehicle was stolen 3 times in the last 3 years. The Liberals are not fixing the problem. Conservatives have a private member's bill in the House right now that establishes serious jail time for repeat car thefts. Mr. Speaker, this individual in Victoria was arrested 3 times in 3 days. He pushed a woman out of her car to steal her vehicle. He drove off and caused a collision. It's time in Canada that we crack down on repeat violent auto theft. Conservatives will do it.
Hey! The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, that member knows that repeat violent offenders are already dealt with by our bail regime. He voted in favour of that. You should also know that when C-75, the very bill
I'm going to ask members, please, to allow the minister to listen to his question. I'll ask you to settle down. The Honourable Minister from the top.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That member knows and should know that on the bail reform bill that he actually voted in favor of, it tackles serious violent repeat offenders, which would include those who use serious violence in committing an auto theft. What he should also realize is that the very bill he impugns, Bill C-75, when that was before this chamber in the 42nd Parliament, we promoted an augmentation, an increasing in the penalty that is available for auto theft. He and all of his colleagues voted against. What I would prefer is some collaboration and a bit less hypocrisy.
The Honourable Member from Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, our government is making historic efforts to solve Canada's housing crisis. Not only do we need to build more homes, we need to build them faster, and Canada must change the way we build those homes. Can the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities tell this House and Canadians the new measures introduced to solve Canada's housing crisis?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I thank the Honourable Member for her question and for her advocacy for housing supports, particularly for the most vulnerable across the city of Halifax. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share that we have put forward a plan to solve Canada's national housing crisis. It includes new measures that will help make it easier to build more homes by reducing the cost, eliminating the barriers, including freeing up more public land. It includes more measures to help young people save up for a down payment and to reduce their mortgage costs. And it also includes measures to support those who cannot afford to have a roof over their head, including a recent investment of $11 million to build more housing for persons with disabilities and seniors. We're going to continue to make the investments to solve Canada's housing crisis.
The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, last week the BC police chiefs told us it is deadly street drugs laced with fentanyl that is killing thousands, not the diversion of safer supply. They clearly advise that preventing people from using drugs in public and preventing toxic drug deaths requires more, not fewer safe consumption sites. BC has listened to the police call for more tools to deal with the public use of illicit substances. When will the Liberals ignore Conservative disinformation, recall the expert task force, and formulate a comprehensive plan to end the toxic drug crisis? When?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for being a collaborative partner in addressing the toxic drug supply and the tragic overdose deaths that are taking over this country from day to day. We're committed to a comprehensive, collaborative, and evidence-based substance policy approach. We appreciate the excellent work of the expert task force on substance use, whose mandate was to provide advice to the government on a renewed Canadian drugs and substance plan. It's important that the actions be informed by independent advice of experts and evidence. I've asked the department to reestablish an expert advisory committee, and work is underway.
The Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know how a deportation order, one upheld by a federal court, of a person convicted of 5 criminal charges and who didn't like to attend much school despite being in Canada on a student visa, somehow still managed to get ministerial intervention to stop his removal. Did the Minister of Immigration intend to make a mockery of our legal and immigration systems? Or was this intervention guided by the hope of getting a few more votes for his party in BC?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
As the member well knows, these are not matters that we talk about publicly, much less on the floor of the House of Commons. Thank you.
Colleagues, following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of Jean-Pierre Ferland. À la suite de discussions entre les
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in honour of Jean-Pierre Ferland. I now invite honourable members to rise.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
It being 3:15, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the Senate amendments to Bill C-29. Call in the members.
Anyone new to the channel, please like and subscribe. You can help support the channel with a super chat or sticker, or even becoming a member.
The question is as follows. Mr. Anandasangari, seconded by Ms. Hutchings, moved that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, be now read a second time and concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
No.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
For those of you that are wondering, it will be going back to the federal budget right after the votes.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Back to Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la
Will all those opposed to the motion please rise?
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Hey everybody, don't forget to smash that like button so we can help push back the algorithm and the channel can be seen by more people. Also, you can share it on your social media, Twitter, Facebook, whichever.
I wish to inform the House that the period for electronic voting has now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function. The chair will recognize them. L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orléans.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, my application was not working. I would like to vote yea.
Madame Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Je vote pour.
Madame Kayabaga, yea pour.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favour.
Mr. Iacono, can you please repeat?
Monsieur le Président, malheureusement, l'application n'a...
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, my app was not working. I vote in favour.
No, yea pour.
Mr. Reid from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favour.
Reid, yea pour.
L'honorable député de Paul.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I made a mistake. I accommodated my government colleague who was travelling abroad, so I was not meant to vote today. I am twinned, and so I would wish to withdraw my vote.
À tout son honneur, oui. Est-ce que l'honorable député a le consentement?
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to withdraw his vote? Agreed.
The Honourable Member from King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have been suggesting that perhaps I broke my camera, but for some reason it wouldn't work, so I stand here proudly to say I vote in favour of the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Encourage just to get to the matter at hand, but I appreciate his good humour. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 324, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 14 minutes. Alors, je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that as a result of the recorded division, government orders will be extended by 14 minutes.
Orders of the day. Routine proceedings. My regrets. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
From Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to stand and to be able to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on International Trade. The 17th report entitled the CBSA Assessment and Revenue Management System, an interim report, and the 18th report entitled the Strike in 2023 at British Columbia Ports, Selected Economic Impacts and Federal Actions. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Willowdale.
Because both official languages, the 25th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Strengthening Canada's Diplomatic Capacity in an Increasingly Turbulent Age. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from King's Hand.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food for Bill C-355.
To prohibit the export by air of horses for slaughter and to make related amendments to certain acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And I'd like to congratulate the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member from Mission Maskey, Fraser Valley.
Fraser Canyon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last spring, this government made legislative changes to allow Health Canada to regulate natural health supplements, the same as therapeutic synthetic drugs, which will mean substantive new fees on the import, manufacturing, and sale of things like vitamins, protein powders, and even fluoride-free toothpaste. Constituents in my riding who rely on natural health products daily are concerned that these changes will result in the products they use being removed from Canadian store shelves. They are calling on this government to stop these changes and to work with the industry on issues such as labeling and fees. Save our supplements, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by Canadians urging Parliament to pass Bill S-281, or Brian's Bill, named in honour of the late Brian Olisic, who was brutally murdered by a co-worker at the University of Alberta. The petitioners are calling more specifically for Parliament to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act such that convicted murderers would not be able to apply year after serving their minimum sentence, and that they would only be able to apply for parole at the time of their automatic review.
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by the great people of Windsor West and Windsor-Tecumseh, London West, London North Centre, and London Fanshawe, calling on the House of Commons to immediately repeal the new regulatory constraints on natural health products passed last year that millions of Canadians rely upon, that has since affected their medical freedom of choice and affordability.
The honourable member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it's an honour to be able to stand in this place and present a petition on behalf of numerous Canadians that, in this petition, ask the House of Commons to reaffirm its support for Ukraine and fighting for their freedom and its people around the world so that they can defeat the illegal invasion perpetrated by Vladimir Putin. However, they also express their disappointment that the Government of Canada would choose to, for the first time in history, include a carbon tax in a new free trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to present this petition and to acknowledge that these Canadians who have signed it ask that the government remove the provisions in the Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that force a carbon tax upon the people of Ukraine and Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member from Bow River.
Hundreds of people in the community area of Langdon, they lost their post office more than a year ago, and everything they've done to get it back hasn't been successful. This is very difficult, particularly for seniors. They've been redirected to 30 kilometers away to deal with parcels and mail and special issues that come with post office. So for the people in Langdon area, we need a post office in this community for thousands of people, and they'd like it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be in the House to table this petition from Brooklyn Elementary School and Highland Secondary School. They signed this petition, and what they're most concerned about is prioritizing funding for a national school food program. They want to see it implemented as soon as fall 2024. They have a lot of concerns about young people going hungry at school, and they hope to see this dealt with and have a federal component immediately. Thank you.
The honourable member from Haldeman Norfolk.
I rise to present a petition that has been signed by Canadians across this country. These petitioners believe that vulnerable Canadians with mental illness should receive suicide prevention counselling over medical assistance in dying. The petitioners are concerned about the lack of consensus among healthcare experts regarding what constitutes irremediable mental illness and the inadequate support for mental health of Canadians. As such, they're calling upon this House of Commons to cancel its plans to expand the eligibility of medical assistance in dying for those with mental illness.
Honourable member from Esquimalt, Sanet Souk.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present e-petition 4666, signed by some 11,000 Canadians from every province and territory. This petition notes that despite legal progress made with the passage of Bill C-16 in 2017, transgender and gender-diverse people continue to be denied full equality and denied the safety and acceptance that every Canadian deserves. The signatories call on the Government of Canada to implement the 29 recommendations of the White Paper on the status of trans and gender-diverse people tabled in this House last June. Action to implement the recommendations of the White Paper would allow trans and gender-diverse people to live free from violence and hate and to have access to gender-affirming health care, access to housing, and most of all, freedom to live as their true and authentic selves. I want to thank the author of this petition, Faye Johnstone, trans activists, and the thousands of people who stood together in solidarity with transgender and gender-diverse people by signing this petition.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table a petition initiated by the folks at Transport Action Canada and signed by over 9,000 Canadians who are calling for a vibrant future for sustainable, affordable, safe, and public passenger rail in this country. The petitioners call on this government to pass my bill, the Rail Passenger Priority Act, to invest in the replacement of Via Rail's long-distance fleet, to put riders and workers on the board of Via Rail, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that high-frequency rail on the Windsor to Quebec corridor is procured publicly, built publicly, operated publicly, in the public interest for the good of all Canadians. They call for government leadership and for a vibrant future for passenger rail, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this government will deliver just that. Thank you.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table petition E4731, signed by 12,429 people across Canada. The petitioner notes that Canadian citizens and permanent residents have beloved family members in Gaza, and that under existing policy, these family members are subject to visa application requirements that are often impossible to meet due to limited working bureaucracy infrastructure inside Gaza and or their inability to travel to Canada, to a Canada visa office. They further know that current policy only allows for children and spouses to be sponsored for permanent residency, excluding siblings, parents, and grandparents. And Canada has demonstrated an ability to facilitate visa-less travel at time of departure for spouses and children from Gaza to Canada. And Canada has supported the travel and reunification of families in international crises before, such as the Canada-Ukraine authorization for emergency travel and permanent residence policy for Ukrainian nationals with family members in Canada, including siblings, children, parents, grandparents, and spouses, and that the Canadian government can update its policies governing eligibility for travel and residency as it chooses. So therefore, the petitioners are calling for the government that the citizens and residents of Canada call on the government of Canada to immediately create direct pathways for emergency travel of Palestinians to Canada and establish a policy for permanent residence for immediate and extended Palestinian family members in Canada.
You're here.
The honourable member from Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always an honour and privilege to rise on behalf of the good people of the riding of Waterloo, and I bring two petitions that people from within the riding of Waterloo and the region of Waterloo have signed. They bring to the attention of this House that tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed over the last over 3 months, 200 days now. They are calling on the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to support the case that South Africa has brought forward to the ICJ. They are asking the House to acknowledge the deliberate starvation of the civilian population of water, food, and electricity amounts to the collective punishment, which we know is clearly forbidden under international humanitarian law. They are asking the people assembled in this Parliament to uphold our responsibility to prevent and punish genocide wherever it occurs, and to see the case that South Africa has brought forward help to bring an end to the killing that is taking place. The second petition, similarly, Mr. Speaker, calls on the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to demand an immediate ceasefire in the Israel-Palestine conflict. They're asking that the blockades be lifted so that there is a humanitarian corridor and that emergency and humanitarian intervention can be available for these people. They go further to make sure that they're asking us to make sure all necessary measures are taken to protect civilians, both Israelis and Palestinians, and to help foster a climate conducive to building a lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Esquimalt, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to present a petition that's of keen concern of residents of Saanich, Gulf Islands. In fact, it's a petition that other petitioners within the riding have had me present to the government and the Parliament assembled before. It's not an unfamiliar issue, I know, to members on all sides of this House, and that's the crisis and the absence of family doctors, specifically to Saanich, Gulf Islands, where we see that there are, of course, of the 92% of physicians across Canada, 92% work in urban areas. Areas such as Saanich, Gulf Islands have that 8% left to cover the needs of constituents. Within Victoria and Sydney, for example, the average wait time at a walk-in clinic is between 92 and 180 minutes. I certainly have experienced recently the absence of a family doctor and the impact it's had on my life. The petitioner specifically recognizing that this is not solely one jurisdiction's exclusive responsibility. They call on the House of Commons and Parliament to work with the provinces and territories to come to a holistic and fair solution to Canada's current family doctor shortage crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Holland, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to present a petition that has been signed by the residents of Haldeman, Norfolk. These petitioners are concerned about the legislative and regulatory changes that have significantly affected the natural health products industry. The petitioners are concerned the new regulations will cause consumer prices to skyrocket and consumer choices to plummet at a time when inflation is at record high. As such, they're calling upon this government, upon the Minister of Health, to adjust the regulations and reduce the cost to the industry.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government has it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If revised and supplementary responses to question number 2142, initially tabled on January 29th, 2024, and 2340, initially tabled on April 8th, 2024, could be made made an order for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Requests for emergency debates. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Assuming that was okayed, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions then be allowed to stand.
So agreed. I wish to inform the House that I have received 2 notices of requests for an emergency debate concerning the same subject. I invite the honourable members for Carleton and South Surrey White Rock to rise and make brief interventions. The honourable member from Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a matter of grave, urgent, and time-sensitive importance. Your decision on whether to grant this emergency debate will be a life or death decision. And if you question that, let me share with you the statistics and the background. In May of 2022, the Prime Minister announced that he was granting the British Columbia NDP government an exemption to the criminal code prohibition on crack, heroin, meth, and other deadly drugs. In January of the following year, 2023, that exemption took effect, which decriminalized those aforementioned drugs and their use in playgrounds, hospitals, parks, transit, and other places where children and vulnerable people are exposed to the risks. The results are now in, and they are irrefutable. In the 12 months that followed the decriminalization of these hard drugs, British Columbia had a record-smashing 2,500 drug overdose deaths. This represents a 380% increase in said deaths since the Prime Minister took office. In other words, in the period since these policies came into effect, we've seen drug overdose deaths increase by a factor of 4. Furthermore, Canada is now the fastest growing, has the fastest growing drug overdose death rate and the second highest total rate of any of the 11 countries reviewed by the Commonwealth Fund. In other words, people are dying as a direct result of these policies. This is not simply my claim, it is now the NDP government's admission. As I said at the outset, it was the NDP government that asked for the decriminalization that the Prime Minister granted. That provincial government has now reversed itself and has asked for the government to urgently recriminalize drugs in many public places, an admission that this policy is taking lives. Mr. Speaker, this is where the urgency comes. Every day in British Columbia, 6 people die of drug overdoses. This is by far the highest overdose rate anywhere in Canada, something that even the NDP government is now attributing, in part, to the decriminalization. Unfortunately, that government needs the federal government's permission to reimpose criminal sanctions on those drugs, something that the minister refused to grant today, which means that even though the NDP government in BC wants to recriminalize, as I stand here and as the clock ticks, decriminalization is in place. Every single day that goes by before the Prime Minister reverses himself, decriminalized drugs will be killing people on the streets of Vancouver, on Vancouver Island, in the Lower Mainland, and in other places across the province.
I ask the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby please to hold his comments until he has the floor. The honourable member from Carleton has the floor.
Anyone who does not believe 6 deaths per day is not an emergency needs to give their head a shake. Anybody who says that 2,500 deaths a year is not an emergency needs to give their head a shake. These numbers, by the way, Mr. Speaker, do not include the indirect deaths that are caused by drug-induced crime on innocent bystanders who might just be taking their kids to a local Starbucks before they get stabbed in front of their family and die in a puddle of their own blood to be broadcast on social media, as we've seen. Those are the kinds of horrific scenes that have become commonplace ever since this Prime Minister and the NDP radical policy was implemented. So, given that we're losing 6 lives a day, given that the reversal of the policy could prevent some of those lost lives, or at the very least, such a matter should be debated, and given that the clock is ticking as the NDP government in BC awaits a decision from this Prime Minister and his Health Minister, this is an emergency. And we ask you to join with common sense Conservatives to allow for this debate to happen immediately so that we can stop the drugs, disorder, death, and destruction that the radical NDP Liberal decriminalization policy has caused. Thank you.
The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also rise to request an emergency debate on the Prime Minister's dangerous and failed drug decriminalization policy. You heard the Leader of the Opposition speak about the gravity, that it is a grave and urgent matter, and I agree with that. I particularly agree with it as a British Columbian. BC Premier David Eby and his NDP government have finally admitted that these extremist policies are a failure, and now he's come begging for major changes to the Prime Minister's hard drug decriminalization plan. For Canadians watching who are not from BC, this plan allows for opioids, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamines to be used in public spaces, such as parks, coffee shops, your local Tim Hortons, public transit, and even hospitals. When this policy began in 2023, the province set a devastating record. In that 1 year, there were over 2,500 drug deaths. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, more than 40,000 Canadians have tragically died from drug overdoses. 40,000 completely preventable deaths. Taxpayer-funded drugs continue to be handed out by this radical government, and these deadly drugs are increasingly diverted into the hands of organized crime and teenagers, pushing our youth into the destructive cycle of addiction. We see videos about this pretty much daily out of British Columbia. Drug overdose is now the #1 cause of death for 10 to 17-year-olds in BC. That's pretty devastating, Mr. Speaker. Until the Prime Minister's extremist drug decriminalization policy is dismantled, it will continue to cause death, chaos, and carnage across Canada. Parliament has a responsibility to attend to the ongoing destruction caused by this deadly hard drug policy. I understood from the Minister earlier today in question period that they have Premier Eby's request under review. Well, as the Leader of the Opposition just said, every day of review means 6 more deaths. Every day. I trust that my request will be considered as the emergency and crisis that it is, in order to save lives, rebuild families, eliminate chaos in our streets, and start putting more money into treatment and recovery from drug addiction. We must put an end to these dangerous and deadly policies immediately. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, 6 lives per day, every day. The time to turn this hurt into hope starts now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please consider this as the urgent matter it is. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock, as well as the member from Carleton for giving the Speaker notice, as well as for their arguments that they're presented here in the House. However, I do find that their request does not meet the requirements of the standing order as it is listed in the House of Commons standing orders. Orders of the day. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the table has received notice. And I did mention prior to our break, when we went back to our constituencies, that I would be intervening on the issue and the use of false titles in the House of Commons. You'll recall that this came up just prior to the constituency break. I did say at that time that I would be bringing forward further information. So I'm rising today. It will take a number of minutes to complete the intervention that happened prior to the constituency week. And Mr. Speaker, when we speak in the House, we have to follow clear rules of decorum in a way we address each other. We are guided by general principles, like being respectful, being truthful, and not to use false information, which is why we don't refer to each other with false titles. The House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, commonly referred to as Boscan Gagnon, page 619, which of course is our procedural Bible, as you know, Mr. Speaker, says the following. During debate, members do not refer to one another by their names, but rather by title, position, or constituency in order to guard against the tendency to personalize debate. A minister is referred to by the portfolio that they hold, and remarks which question a member's integrity, honesty, or character are not in order. A member will be requested to withdraw offensive remarks, allegations, or accusations of impropriety directed towards another member. Now, on April 18th, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that the member for Calgary Forest Lawn had to retract his comment after stating that the member for Edmonton Strathcona was, quote, in the government right now. You'll also recall, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes had to withdraw his comments on April 18th while we were questioning Mr. Firth before the bar because he was saying things that were not factually true. On the same day during question period, the member for Milton referred to the leader of the Conservatives with a false title. And you, Mr. Speaker, immediately intervened to ask the member to withdraw his statement. Now, we are encouraged to see that the Speakership is taking the matter of false titles and factually incorrect statements to heart. Et j'aimerais vous remercier une décision rendue par la...
And I would like to come back to a Speaker decision on March 23rd, 2022, where the Speaker said, members are in the House under the banner of a political party or as an independent. The party that can obtain the confidence of the House will form government. That is the government party, formed by ministers, parliamentary secretaries, and backbench MPs who are from the same party. Other parties in the House and independent MPs make up the opposition, as they are not part of the governing party. It is clear to the Speakership that there has been no change in the status or designation of NDP MPs or their party officers after the agreement. I am speaking, of course, Mr. Speaker, of the Supply and Confidence Agreement. No NDP member is a minister. There has been no change in party representation in the House. Therefore, it is clear to the Speakership that the NDP is still a recognized opposition party, just like the Conservative Party of Canada and the Bloc Québécois.
Since that ruling, the official opposition, the Conservative Party, has used interchangeably, in a very false way, NDP Liberal government and Bloc Liberal government, which makes no sense and which, of course, shows the contradiction that they're aware that they are issuing a falsehood. They have repeatedly used these false titles, false comments in the House of Commons. Now, repeating in the House over and over, now you can see, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives, of course, the Conservatives are heckling because...
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies, please, to hold his comments until he has the floor. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby, please continue on your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've only got a little bit more to go. Repeating in the House over and over a statement that is factually untrue is a serious problem and a serious breach of parliamentary practices, and the members in the Conservative Party know this. This means thousands of times repeating something in the House that is false and misleading. And they've admitted that it is false and misleading by saying something different, having a false title that is different in English than it is in French. In French, they continually refer to a bloc Liberal government. That is factually untrue. That is a falsehood. In the same way that calling an NDP Liberal government is a falsehood. It is factually incorrect. J'aimerais souligner que cette utilisation.
I would like to underscore that the use of this term, bloc Liberal government, the use of this term in French is also factually incorrect. It is our duty to do all we can to limit the use of these incorrect facts and false titles.
The Conservatives have raised the question of false titles, and we believe very strongly that you should take a ruling on the issue of false titles. You did say that you would be coming back to the House on this issue. We believe this additional information will help you to make the appropriate decision that the use of false titles, including a falsehood that the Conservatives love to repeat, but is factually untrue, is something that is inappropriate for proceedings in this chamber, the House of Commons of Canada, the highest body of political discourse in our land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes is rising on the same point of order.
Speaker, during the member for New Westminster Burnaby's intervention, he made a number of incredible claims. One was that I had said something that wasn't true. He's indirectly accusing me of lying, but is offering no proof of such because it didn't happen. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that what the member is saying is that we can't give false titles to individuals. Well, of course, what we're talking about is the NDP Liberal government, not talking about that member. Right. The third thing, Speaker, is that just seconds after the Leader of the Official Opposition raises the emergency of the effects of the dangerous decriminalization that's causing deaths in our communities, this member is falling all over himself to make sure that he can be comfortable with the signed contract that he has with the Liberals to support them. 2 million people at food banks, more than a half dozen people a day dying. He should be ashamed, and he needs to withdraw the falsehood that he said. And he wants to shout me down, Speaker. He should be asked to withdraw the blatant falsehood that he said about me unless he's willing to point to the falsehood that he's alleging that I said. And if he can't, he should be instructed to withdraw it and to apologize.
Here, here. Is this on the same point of order? I'm coming very close to hearing all that was mentioned here on this issue. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby was extended the opportunity to intervene on this debate, as he had given notice that he was going to comment on this point of order before the Speaker makes his ruling. Because there was a reference to the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, he was also given that extension to raise his point, to counter or to clarify the record. The member from the honourable member was not mentioned in this debate, so I know Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, but wasn't mentioned at all. So I just want to make sure that we are hearing something new. If not, the Speaker has heard enough on this debate to be able to come back to this House with a ruling. The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ask for unanimous consent to actually table the NDP Liberal government's supply and confidence agreement right here.
Yeah, exactly.
For not only that, following the rules, but as she had heard, there is not unanimous consent to supply that. I thank all honourable members, and the Speaker will come back to the House with a ruling on this front.
Government orders. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Sainte-Marie Joliette, budgetary policy.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, do you know how much time I have left? 35 minutes. Fantastic.
Oh, sorry, the honourable member had 4 minutes left to debate.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to get back to debate. Of course, I was debating about what is the battle for the soul of Canada, and a battle between the left and the NDP and Liberal socialism, the spending upon approach, the high crime rates, divide and division, high taxation, an unproductive economy, a monopolistic economy, and the other side of the vision for a common sense conservative economy where government is leaner, taxes are lower, paychecks are better, and competition thrives. And of course, we talk also about democracy, where democracy works when there's a public trust and good fiscal stewardship. Of course, we're trying to make the lives of Canadians even better. You know, Canadians enjoyed a good life in the middle class 9 years ago. But Canadians young and old now see the real truth after 9 years. They see now a government, instead of working hard for the middle class and those looking to join it, they're shutting the door to the middle class and those very Canadians they promised help for 9 years ago. And to top it all off, Madam Speaker, we have a monopoly problem. And more pain where people are paying higher fees for airlines, groceries, banking, and cell phones. This government approved mere months ago the merger of RBC buying HSBC, the #1 bank, buying the #7 bank. And you can already see the costs of mergers and acquisitions to those Canadians and to all Canadians across Canada. The 5-year variable for HSBC before the merger was 6.4%. And now, after the merger, just today, that variable rate is at 7.2% under RBC, meaning if those mortgage holders had a $500,000 mortgage, which is pretty low for Canada, they're now paying over $333 a month. The monopoly problem means that we have less competition. It means that Canadians are paying higher rates. When we look at open banking as a solution for our problem with banking, we don't get the legislation promised out of this budget. Just like a caterpillar, Madam Speaker, it says coming soon. But the reality is this legislation will bring savings to Canadians. In the UK, it brought $400 per family when open banking was introduced. And yet this legislation is kicked down the road once again, 6 years after this government promised to introduce that legislation. Another one called Real-Time Rail that would bring modern payments, make payments faster between Canadians, has been delayed, deferred, postponed. No new announcements on grocery prices. It says we've done enough with C-59. Of course, Canadians have the highest grocery prices in a whole generation and are buying less food. And we have false statements about having phone bills. The Prime Minister said he have phone bills. Madam Speaker, Canadians are paying more, and specifically more for data, as Canadians consume more data, especially for doorbell cams, as they see increases of auto theft and they have to monitor their cars. Canadians are using data. Companies, of course, are profiting from it. Canadians instead are broke because capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, where prices are freely negotiated. We don't have a competition in this monopoly-centered Canada, and what's worse, the budget aims to tax those who stay. Madam Speaker, Canadians and Canada are broke, but it doesn't have to be that way. The state has no money other than the money people earn themselves. If the state wants to spend more, it is only by borrowing from your savings or taxing you more. In contrast, Conservatives champion the principles of individual responsibility and limited government, greater revenues and growth. We have a dollar-for-dollar rule. For every dollar we spend, we must find a dollar in savings, just like a family does. As Canadians, we must have the conviction to embrace the principles of that conservatism, to reject the false promises of Liberal and NDP socialism, and to defend the values of freedom, opportunity, and prosperity. Madam Speaker, we're going to fix the budget, build the homes, axe the tax, and we're going to make sure we bring Canadians home, a capitalist government that brings home their paycheck and brings back the middle class. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, do the contrast. I'm on game for that, He says they're a capitalistic government. Do you know in last year, Canada was ranked number 1 in the G7 in terms of direct foreign investment to Canada. It was ranked number 3 in the world, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you that those that are investing, those countries abroad and those people abroad realize that Canada is a good place to invest. The facts demonstrate that from last year. So how is it, and I would suggest to you, it's in good part because of things like the number of trade agreements that we have signed off on. And that is important. No government has signed off on more free trade agreements than this government. That is a fact. My question to the member opposite is, why did he vote against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement?
I want to remind members that when the honourable member was making a speech, nobody was interrupting him. And if those members who are speaking out of turn are trying to answer the question, they should ask to be part of the debate and want to be recognized when I call for resuming debate instead of trying to take part in the debate when they're not supposed to. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, there's a lot of questions there, but when we look at trade agreements, the government just lost a trade agreement with the UK, couldn't get that signed. The EU agreement was signed because of the work done by the previous Conservative government to get that rolling. When we talk about foreign direct investment, of course there's records when the government has spent $50 billion of its own money to create subsidies for those companies to come in. But when we look at growth rates for the OECD, Canada is dead last, with an economy right now is performing 5 times less growth than the U.S. economy, and that growth is buoyed by what? Public spending, which is 5 times any other spending by the private sector. Madam Speaker, it's because of government spending that's driving inflation, high interest rates, but more the higher cost of living, public spending, and it's hurting Canadians. We need to change that.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and to the honourable colleague, wonder if he'd like to agree that spending $34 billion, billion being 1,000 million, every billion is 1,000 million, so $34,000 million to build the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which the private sector had decided was not profitable and they weren't going to pursue it. Would the honourable member like to comment on that waste of public funds?
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Madam Speaker, it was a waste of public funds, just the fact that it cost that much to do, when the private sector probably could have done it for about 1/5 that, or 10% on the dollar of that. So yes, of course, everything this Liberal government has touched has been more expensive. But Madam Speaker, when we talk about oil and gas in the sector in Canada, which is still very important, we talk about LNG. We had Poland this week just asking, screaming for LNG to help offset the Russian gas that they're buying. And I was in Germany last year with the industry minister, and Germany was screaming for that gas. The Green Party in Germany was asking for LNG because they said it's the way that they're going to cut their emissions and not rely on coal, which they're having to build. We can do that in Canada. Let's support LNG. Let's support our oil and gas industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé, a brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to get my colleague's opinion. Here in the Bloc Québécois, we've asked for funds to be reimbursed to Quebec for welcoming asylum seekers. That's about $900 million. The Conservative Party is saying that it would interfere less with Quebec and provincial.
Real quickly, no, we don't think we should be interfering in provincial politics. But the second part of this, when we look at what's coming into Canada, I'm going to give one stat. We had 1.3 million immigrants to Canada last year. And we need immigration. I need immigration big time in Bay of Quinte. But and when you relate that to how many people that is, the U.S. had 3.3 million migrants last year. If we had the 1.3 contributed to the U.S., that'd be equivalent to 11 million migrants in the U.S. It's massive. And what happened, the one stat from that, when we look at 1.3 million Canadians, we only brought 4,300 home builders in this country. No wonder we can't build homes. We don't have the people. We have to ensure we work with the provinces to get the people we need to those provinces. Number one, to build homes, to provide workers, and that's going to help productivity in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Ottawa-Vanier. Budget 2024 is taking bold measures to build more homes, make life more affordable, support those most in need, and keep Canadians safe. The best way to make housing prices more affordable is to build more homes faster. We're cutting red tape, fast-tracking development, converting public lands into housing, and using innovative technologies to build smarter. Our plan will unlock 3.87 million new homes by 2031. For renters, we're putting home ownership back in reach. We're helping them save for their first down payment tax-free. We're giving renters credit for rental payments, so when it comes time to apply for that first mortgage, they'll have a better chance of qualifying. And we're protecting affordable units and creating thousands more across Canada. We're strengthening Canada's social safety net for every generation. $10 a day childcare is already saving parents thousands of dollars a year and giving young Canadians the security to start their own family. Our affordable childcare and family-focused programs are also smart economic policy, supporting a record-high 85.4% labour force participation rate for working-aged women. New programs like the Canada Dental Care Plan, the National School Food Program, the Canada Disability Benefit, and National Pharmacare, including insulin and contraceptives, will help Canadians realize even more savings and improve health outcomes. The Canadian economy is outperforming expectations. Both the IMF and OECD project Canada to see the strongest economic growth in the G7 in 2025. In the face of higher interest rates, Canada has avoided the recession that some had predicted. Headline inflation has fallen significantly from its June 2022 peak to 2.8% in February 2024 and is projected to fall even further throughout the year. Canada is also maintaining the lowest net debt and deficit to GDP ratios in the G7, preserving Canada's long-term fiscal sustainability. Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about some of the measures contained in the budget. I already mentioned housing, an issue that requires an all-hands-on-deck approach. I know that home ownership is out of reach for many young Canadians. We have a plan to build a Canada that works better for every generation, and we will work with all levels of government and the private sector to get more homes built faster. I'm proud of being part of the efforts of our government that banned assault-style firearms in 2020, and we're now moving forward with a plan to buy back these assault weapons from retailers and Canadians to ensure they never fall into the hands of criminals. We're also providing funding to modernize the telephone and case management systems of the RCMP, something advocates have long asked for. Pauly Soussou-Vien said that they are, quote, pleased to see that the federal government has reiterated its commitment to implement the long-awaited buyback program for firearm models prohibited in 2020. The government remains determined to deliver on its promise to Canadians to remove these dangerous guns from circulation, end quote. One issue that has impacted those in Oakville and Burlington, as well as other communities across the country, is auto theft. And this issue has been a top priority for me. As former Parliamentary Secretary to Public Safety, I've been pleased to see the government taking such strong and rapid action to combat auto theft, particularly over the last few years. These actions have yielded tangible results. Earlier this month, representatives from the Canada Border Services Agency, alongside police forces from Ontario and Quebec, announced remarkable progress in intercepting vehicle theft in Canada through Project Vector, reporting the recovery of 598 vehicles that were designated for illegal exportation with an estimated value of $34.5 million. Budget 2024 cracks down further on auto theft by establishing new criminal offences and providing the government with greater authority to prohibit or restrict the importation and sale of the devices used by auto thieves. While I'm disappointed that Budget 2024 did not fund the Canada Disability Benefit at the level that many disability advocates had called for, I'm also happy to see this transformative investment has been made. Funding for the Canada Disability Benefit is the single largest line item in Budget 2024, which demonstrates our government's strong commitment to ensuring a meaningful benefit that enables people with disabilities to participate in the labour force, grow our economy, and have better outcomes, and be full participants in all aspects of society and our communities. I will continue to call for more for people with disabilities, but in these tight fiscal times, this is a meaningful initial investment to get this benefit flowing to those who need it, and it will bring provinces and territories to the table. The government remains devoted in its commitment to protect the rights and dignities of all Canadians, fostering an inclusive Canada welcoming for all, regardless of their race, faith, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability. Hate has no place in Canada. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their homes, on the street, in places of worship, and in local communities across our country. Budget 2024 invests in and scales up efforts to combat hate in order to strengthen the resiliency of our communities and institutions so that together we can build safer, more vibrant, and inclusive communities. I've been working to see our government implement a national red dress alert that would notify the public when an Indigenous woman, girl, or two-spirit person goes missing. In Budget 2023, the government made investments to launch a red dress alert. Since then, I've been part of our government's engagement with Indigenous partners, provinces, and territories to co-develop the National Red Dress Alert. The government heard the need for specific, regionally tailored approaches to meet the diverse needs of Indigenous communities across the country. To move forward on this needed national alert system, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $1.3 million over 3 years to co-develop with Indigenous partners a regional red dress alert pilot system. The Budget Implementation Act, which will include required legislative changes to implement Budget 2024, will include legislative changes to address and prevent unintended and harmful uses of therapeutic products such as addictive nicotine replacement therapies from being marketed to youth. It will also amend the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act to implement a tobacco cost recovery framework. This framework will increase the tobacco industry's accountability by ensuring tobacco companies contribute to the government's costs of responding to the tobacco epidemic and allow Health Canada to introduce new compliance and enforcement tools. Both of these measures have been long called for by the Lung Health Alliance and the Canadian Lung Foundation. The increase in the tax rate for, quote, the increase in the tax rate for e-cigarettes in Budget 2024 will help protect youth from nicotine addiction. We support this measure to counter high rates of youth vaping. And that quote is from the Canadian Cancer Society. Madam Speaker, non-emitting nuclear energy is one of the key tools in helping the world reach net zero emissions by 2050. Canada stands out as one of the few countries to have developed and deployed its own nuclear technology, the CANDU. And the robust Canadian supply chains built around CANDU not only generate high-skilled jobs and foster research and development, but also play a role in creating affordable and clean electricity. Canada's nuclear sector also produces medical isotopes essential for radiation therapy and diagnosing heart disease. Canadian Nuclear Laboratories conducts nuclear science research that helps advance clean energy and medical technologies, as well as environmental remediation and waste management of historic nuclear sites. Budget 2024 proposes to provide $3.1 billion over 11 years to support ongoing nuclear science research, environmental protection, and site remediation work. Madam Speaker, I've long been a supporter and advocate for the entire Terry Fox organization, including the Terry Fox Humanitarian Award Program. This program, first established in 1982 in honor of Terry Fox, is a national scholarship program that awards scholarships to university students that exemplify the humanitarian ideals of Terry Fox by volunteering and giving back to their communities. The Terry Fox Humanitarian Award recognizes some of the best and brightest that Canada has to offer. To support the Terry Fox Humanitarian Award program, to expand on its important mission by increasing the value and number of awards for Canadian students, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $10 million to the Terry Fox Humanitarian Award. Madam Speaker, kids can't learn if their bellies are empty. In Halton, two amazing organizations, Halton Food for Thought and Halton Food for Kids, ensure students aren't going hungry. With the creation of a national school food program, we are filling the gap to support our kids. The Ontario Public School Boards Association has said that they are, quote, extremely pleased to see the federal government's investment of $1 billion over 5 years to support a new national food program. Madam Speaker, these are just a few measures contained in Budget 2024. These are real challenges facing our country which demand sensible, practical solutions. It is our government that has actually put forward a plan to address these challenges, focusing on investments in Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the time to get up and participate in this debate. You know, what's interesting is when you listen to the government, it's unicorns and rainbows, gumdrops and lollipops. But when you look and you dig deep into the situation and you look at some of the news headlines that are happening in Oakville, the food bank sees its greatest demand in history. In Burlington, they're saying that there's been a dramatic and alarming increase in food bank usage reported in the city of Burlington. Madam Speaker, 2 million Canadians visited the food bank last year. It's expected that 1 million more, 3 million, will have to visit the food bank this year alone. Is that a record to be proud of? No.
Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member mentions very disturbing trends in food bank usage. And that's why our government has implemented things like $10 a day childcare. The cost for families in my community for childcare has been astronomical. And I know of families who are now able to have both parents participating in the workforce because of that childcare program, which isn't even fully implemented yet in Ontario. Things like the Canada Child Benefit, things like the Canada Carbon Rebate that are going to families in my community to offset the costs. 8 out of 10 families in my community are getting more back. We are addressing affordability issues, but we are doing it in a way that is supporting families and people in my riding and across the country.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, the division of jurisdictions between the different levels of government falls under the Constitution, and it's also the very foundation of federalism. I would like my colleague to tell me what we should understand with regard to this meddling. Is the government saying that they think that we should reopen the Canadian Constitution? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I would use childcare as an example where the province of Quebec has had an outstanding affordable quality child care program for many years, and in negotiations with the province we were able to accommodate and respect provincial jurisdiction. When we are stepping forward with programs, we want to work with provinces, we want to work with municipalities on things like housing, respectful of their jurisdiction, but also being at the table to make sure that we are actually advancing on issues that are important to Canadians.
Comments? The Honourable Member Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her speech, her intervention. I'm glad that she mentioned a little bit about housing, and unfortunately, this budget doesn't do enough for Indigenous housing. For example, the Assembly of First Nations had reported in 2021 the First Nations housing need to close that gap is $44 billion. The Auditor General in March, in this past March, very recently reported that 80% of First Nations housing needs are not being met. She, in fact, said at our Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee today that what this Liberal government is doing is contradictory to reconciliation. And I wonder if this member can state what this government can do to make sure that it's not in contradiction of reconciliation, but what they can do to actually show the importance they place on reconciliation and investing more in First Nations housing.
you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the honourable member for her very important advocacy on this and many issues of importance to Indigenous peoples in this country. And she asked what we can do when it comes to Indigenous housing, and my answer would be that we have to do more. I firmly believe that Indigenous peoples have the right to housing as much as people in my community of Oakville, North Burlington. And the Auditor General's report was quite clear on both housing and First Nations policing, that we have not done as much as we should, and I will continue to advocate for more investments in housing in Indigenous communities across this country.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député d'Ottawa.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is very important for me to speak today on behalf of the residents of Ottawa-Vanier to speak to our government's budget, which has something for every generation. Our government recognizes that Canadians have to deal with many challenges these days, whether it be housing, affordability. Many of these challenges lead to generational inequities that are growing in Canada. And that's why this budget has invested generously to ensure a better future for Canadians. Today, I'm going to focus on certain measures of the budget that will have a significant impact on the community of Ottawa-Vanier and the National Capital Region.
Colleagues, I have been hearing from my constituents about how concerned they are with the current housing crisis. Students, young professionals and newcomers are worried that they won't be able to find a place they can afford to rent near their school or their job. Families increasingly believe that they will never be able to afford a home. Senior homeowners are concerned that their children and grandchildren will miss out on the dream of homeownership that they enjoyed, while seniors who rent are watching their housing costs eat up more and more of their retirement savings. This is why our government is taking decisive action to solve Canada's housing crisis with Budget 2024. Les mesures concernant le logement prévu.
The measures concerning housing in the budget are based on policies that have already been announced. For example, the removal of GST on the construction of certain types of housing, and tens of billions of dollars that will go to the apartment housing, or rather the apartment construction program, and in order to accelerate the construction of housing. These policies will contribute to increasing the number of housing units across Canada, which will allow Canadians to find a place that they can call home more easily. And in February, for example, accompanied by Mayor Sutcliffe, the municipal councils, and the Liberal caucus of Ottawa, I was in my own riding of Ottawa-Vanier to announce the granting to the City of Ottawa of over $176 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund. This sum is part of an agreement that will allow for the construction of over 4,400 housing units over the next 3 years and over 32,000 new housing units over the next decade.
Or also includes a number of new measures that will continue the government's commitment to solving the housing crisis in Ottawa-Vanier and across the country. One of the measures that will have a direct impact in my community is the Public Lands for Homes plan. This project will see lands owned by the federal government being unlocked for the construction of new housing, leading to over 250,000 new homes by 2031. Ottawa-Vanier in particular has already benefited from such a program, such as in Water Village, where a former military base has become a thriving residential community with a variety of affordable and market-rate housing developments. These include real examples of affordable housing, such as Veterans House and housing built by Habitat for Humanity, and also Ottawa Community Housing with the Mikinak project. Just last week, again, I was in Wateridge Village announcing how the Public Lands for Homes plan will lead to the construction of 500 new homes in that community. This is real action on housing for Ottawa-Vanier. Le budget 2024 prend
Budget 2024 also takes measures to ensure that even more rental housing will be available for Canadians. We're investing billions of additional dollars in the construction of new rental apartments, and we're changing the housing loan program in order to facilitate the task for builders. We know that making housing more accessible and cheaper will mean that Canadians will eventually come to see the solving of this crisis.
By many people in my riding, including community groups, local businesses, and everyday residents, is the revitalization of Ottawa's downtown core, including the Byward Market. Even before the pandemic, we knew that the way downtown Ottawa was designed would have to change. The current model of office towers full of workers commuting in from the suburbs and businesses that close at 5 p.m. when the workers return home is becoming increasingly unsustainable. And in the wake of COVID, we know that the new reality of hybrid work has only exacerbated this situation. Alongside my friend, the Honourable Member of Ottawa Centre, and his Downtown Ottawa Revitalization Task Force, as well as with all my colleagues in the Liberal National Capital Region Caucus, I have been working diligently to reimagine the core of our nation's capital as a vibrant, mixed-use downtown where people not only work, but live, raise families, and go to school, as well as partaking in world-class cultural amenities and visiting an outstanding array of local businesses. Le budget 2024 fait un pas.
Budget 2024 takes a great leap forward in the revitalization of the downtown, including Byward Market. So this will reduce the portfolio of the government by 50%. There will be offices freed up for multi-use purposes, and this will contribute to mixed-use buildings and residential construction, thus creating housing units that Ottawa desperately needs, and redeveloping spaces for small business, for the arts community, and thereby infusing new life into Ottawa.
The market is an important part of our city with lots of untapped potential. Revitalizing this area and unlocking this potential has been a key priority for the 12 members of the Liberal National Capital Region Caucus. And I'm so pleased to see Budget 2024's measures convert federal office space, which I believe will be the spark necessary to revive communities like Ottawa's core, which have been impacted by a changing workforce and will lead to the creation of a vibrant new community that people can be proud to call home. Le budget 2024
Budget 2024 also addresses another very important question for many residents in my riding, and the National Capital Region, of course, that is the public service. Our government knows that it is important to manage the federal government responsibly, and that is why we are refocusing public expenses on fields where they will have the most positive impacts for Canadians. Based on historic attrition rates in the public service, Budget 2024 provides for a decrease of some 5,000 positions, which will allow the government to save money and thus reinvest in other important programs by maintaining a strong and healthy public service that will continue to serve Canadians.
Recognizes that government procurement can be an important tool to drive innovation and growth. These are a diverse array of small and medium businesses in Ottawa-Vanier, including Black, Indigenous, and women-owned businesses that already benefit from federal procurement contracts. Our government will propose procurement targets for small and medium businesses and innovative firms so that procurement can be leveraged to grow the economy, drive innovation, and create good jobs for Canadians. En novembre dernier, j'ai parlé.
Before, I spoke about the importance in this House to say that the Budget 2024 sets out $1 billion for the creation of national school food programs. This is a program that many committed people in my riding of Ottawa-Vanier, as well as grassroots organizations across the country, have been working for many years. I was in Ottawa earlier this month to announce this new national program.
School food program builds on our government's efforts to radically decrease child poverty in Canada, which we have cut from 16.3% in 2015 to only 6.4% in 2021, with impactful programs such as the Canada Child Benefit. Madam Speaker, I have so much more to say, but I know my time has run up. I would conclude that for me, the National School Food Program will be a game changer in my community, and I commend everyone here as parliamentarians to support the budget. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
York Simcoe, questions and comments.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Ottawa-Vanier for her speech. You know, all MPs make Ottawa a home when we're here, and I got to tell you, Madam Speaker, it is frightening now to walk down Bank Street and to see the homelessness, you know, to see the people lying in the street at night. I had company come in and they're actually afraid to walk down the street, and this would be a state of emergency in York Simcoe. And that brings me to rural Canada, where I'm from, a rural riding. And of all things, now this government is actually taking our money in York Simcoe because they've classified us as Toronto under this goofy carbon tax regime. And, you know, we have the Chippewas of Georgina Island in my riding, a First Nations in the middle of Lake Simcoe, Madam Speaker, that is not entitled to the rural top-up. But yet this government classifies them as rural and remote. So I would like the honourable member to comment on that.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I can say that, yes, this is exactly why the government is investing right now in the housing crisis and in the ability to be able to support people who are most vulnerable. And my honourable colleague understands full well that we still have the budget in the last fall that we have, so we can continue to support people in Ottawa-Vanier. So I would ask my colleague, rather, to make sure that he supports the economic statement and, of course, the budget we are tabling now. Thank you. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. However, since we're sitting together at the International Trade Committee, I'd like to ask her a question with respect to these issues. In the 2024 budget, we have seen that there is commitment to bring forth legislation on the abolition of forced work, including in supply chains. It's reiterated. Well, there's a new commitment. In 2023, we read the same thing. They said there would be legislation before 2024. My colleague and I vote together on a motion to remind the government of its commitment to have legislation before the end of the year. And the month is running out. But we didn't see any sign of it. We have a new commitment and a new deadline. But time is running out for many reasons. Of course, there's the whole social justice issue. Forced labor is something that is abject. But also the U.S. has true legislation with teeth, and Canada seems to be a easy target for forced labor. And when will we have this legislation? The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. First, I'd like to thank my colleague to have raised this debate that we are currently having. I think we've been clear on our position as a government, and we continue to work together to ensure that we can do better. So we will continue not only at committee this work, but also here in the chamber, Madam Speaker, so we can advance the government's positions which are presented in Budget 2024. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Ottawa-Vanier for her remarks. I'm sure she's heard from constituents in her riding about the Canada Disability Benefit.
and the insultingly low value that's been placed on that benefit by this government. $200 a month, $6 a day, and this is supposed to somehow lift people out of poverty. I think really it's insulting to a lot of folks who live with disabilities. We heard earlier today the Deputy Prime Minister characterize it as a first step, and so the question through to her is whether she knows when the next step will be available for people living with disabilities. How long are people with disabilities going to have to wait?
A quick answer, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
And to my honourable colleague for the question, and Madam President, Madam Speaker, I have to say that I'm actually very happy that we're starting with this first step in a meaningful investment. And yes, we have to do more, and we should continue to do more, but this is a game changer for community members in Ottawa-Vanier. Well, this needs to pass, and then we can continue to build on this first step. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I need to tell the House that will be mentioned at adjournment tonight.
Gary, Housing. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, National Defence. And the Honourable Member for Yorkton, Melville, Finance. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I want to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Madam Speaker, it's always an honour to rise in this House to represent the people of London Fanshawe. I'm incredibly proud to do so, and I'm happy to speak to this year's budget. I like so many I know around in this House, are worried when they're talking to constituents who are falling further and further behind. My constituents, they're working hard, they're paying their fair share, they're contributing to our country and our economy in so many ways. But the programs and systems upon which they rely are not supporting them in the ways that they should. You know, I'm a proud New Democrat, member of a party that has worked continuously to create programs that support Canadians. But we know that not every party believes that we should all pay our fair share, and other parties, time after time, work to ensure that only those at the top, those with the most power and wealth, do not contribute to the benefits that we should all enjoy. That's not the NDP approach. As Jack Layton often said, it's the opposition's job to not only to oppose, but to propose. The role of opposition isn't to spend 4 years campaigning or using slogans to divide people. And I am proud to say that I can return to my constituents and speak about the real wins that we've secured. New Democrats have used our power to lay the foundations for universal single-payer or public single-payer pharmacare for Canadians, beginning with free birth control for 9 million Canadians and diabetes medication and device coverage for 3.7 million Canadians. We used our power to deliver dental care, with 1.7 million seniors already registered for the single biggest expansion of our healthcare system since Tommy Douglas. We've also used our power for solutions to the housing crisis, and we do see some of that in this budget. For years, the NDP has raised concerns about the financialization of housing. I believe that housing is a human right, but that financialization of housing has eroded that right by turning homes into commodities for the wealthy. Across Canada, 30% of rental-built housing is owned by institutional investors. That means young people are not only being shut out of owning a home, but even when they are renting, they are at the mercy of greedy corporate landlords. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments decided to hand over our right of housing to the free market alone. And since the 1990s, the federal government has completely stepped away from investing in non-market housing. The government used to partner in the development of non-profit, cooperative, and social housing to ensure that those who needed it had a place to live. It should be the role of government to create a balance on housing that benefits everyone. When housing isn't ruled by a handful of corporations, it does so much better. And we have the need for renters to be empowered so they aren't accepting those incredibly high rental hikes. But since the government got out of housing, we've lost affordable housing units. When the Conservatives were last in power, we lost 800,000 affordable housing units that were bought up by corporate landlords. And Londoners know what happens when the housing market is left unchecked to the free market. According to a report by Acorn Canada, London is one of the top 5 Ontario cities for rent evictions. Now, I have spoken to this House repeatedly and asked this government repeatedly about rent evictions in London. Last year, my leader and I joined a rally for tenants of Webster Street apartments. And the tenants had had their homes sold to a Toronto-based corporate landlord, and they were immediately issued eviction notices. Those tenants include an 83-year-old woman on a fixed income. She'd been living there for years, and rent increase caps meant she could afford her home. But when she got that eviction notice, she had no affordable options. These greedy corporate landlords have forced her and other tenants at Webster out of their homes so they can gouge the next tenant's rent. According to a January CMHC report, the average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in London was $1,479. Now that's already unaffordable, but it gets worse when tenants are turned over because of those rent evictions. The report found that rent for a 2-bedroom unit with a new tenant averaged 27.6% higher than apartments in the same building. We need to protect renters at Webster Street, but across Canada. And that's why we pushed for meaningful action in this budget. And that's why I'm very happy to see that the NDP were able to secure the $1.5 billion for the Rental Protection Fund. That money will be used to protect renters from losing their affordable home to those corporate landlords. And this money will purchase and transition buildings on sale into non-market housing. Now, that's not all we fought for, of course, in this budget. A UNICEF report ranked Canada 37th out of 41 countries in nutritious food for children. At a time when corporations like Loblaws are making $1 million in profits every day, millions of Canadians are turning to food banks. Parents are doing everything they can to take care of their kids, but Galen Weston and his friends just keep driving up the cost of food. Now again, let me be very clear. Decades of governments, consecutive governments, have peeled away at Canada's social safety net. Successive governments have prioritized the bottom line of folks like Galen and his friends over working families and have ignored warnings about food insecurity for our children. The leader of the NDP and I joined the Lunchbox London Group, a not-for-profit organization that provides over 600 food bundles to families in need and addresses some of the food insecurity for kids that are in school from kindergarten to age 12. Their work is essential for our community, and after decades of neoliberal cuts, 1 in 6 London Middlesex households face food insecurity. Now, the NDP could have solely opposed progress in this way, but we could have spent years pointing to these horrible insecurity statistics for kids, but instead we chose to use our power to fight for those kids. And so we now see the $1 billion National School Food Program. Until now, Canada was the only G7 country in Canada that didn't have such a program, but now more than 400,000 more children will be able to access nutritious food each year, and I'm very proud of the NDP's work to secure that food for children. But again, this is only a first step, as been mentioned many times in this House, and the NDP envisions a truly universal national school food program where every kid, no matter their postal code, knows that they'll have a nutritious meal. I'm also very proud of a lot of the things that, of course, we've accomplished over the last couple of years. The NDP, with our small but mighty caucus, have made real gains for Canadians. But we're not the government, as much as the Conservatives will debate otherwise. And this isn't an NDP budget. At the end of the day, the NDP have pushed as far as we can, but so much of this budget does not go far enough. And if it weren't for the NDP, this budget wouldn't address, I believe, the concerns of Canadians. But I do want to address one of the concerns that I have, of course, with this budget, something that I'm not happy with, and many of my colleagues are not happy with, and of course this is the disability benefit. 1.4 million Canadians living with a disability live in poverty, and those with the most severe disabilities often live in the deepest poverty. Liberal and Conservative governments, provincially and federally, have balanced the books on the backs of legislating persons living with a disability into poverty. My office has heard from so many community members facing that legislated poverty. We have worked with community members that have even gone on hunger strikes to raise awareness of the horrific conditions imposed upon them. And we know that it isn't enough to raise people out of poverty. We know that attaching this benefit to the disability tax credit will create serious systemic barriers to access. I hope that when the government said that this is a first step, they truly mean that it is only a first step and that we will soon see additional measures to ensure that people living with disabilities don't continue to suffer. Now, to wrap up, I want to reflect on the state overall of what we're seeing in Canada and in politics. You know, on one hand, we have a Liberal government that's arm has to be twisted to come close to meeting their own promises. Time after time, they resist every step towards dental care, pharmacare, renters' protection, the school food program. On the other hand, we have an ideologically driven Conservative leader that tries to divide Canadians and exploit our real pains for electoral gain, while his advisors take out big checks from big corporate interests. Canadians are facing an incredible cost of living increase. And the NDP, instead of spending those 4 years in just opposition, decided to use our power to deliver for Canadians, and we want to fight and continue to fight for those solutions. This isn't an NDP government, this isn't an NDP budget, but this is what happens when enough Canadians reject the legacy parties and dare to elect a party that has the courage to fight for what's right. New Democrats will keep fighting against the corporate coalition and will put people first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way for highlighting the disability benefit and the opportunity that that's going to provide going forward. Could the honourable member comment on how important it is that this benefit, as we're structuring it now, doesn't get clawed back by provincial and territorial governments, and that in fact it is a tax-free benefit that once we've established the pattern of payment, that it won't reverse into a clawback program?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Yes, of course. This is one of the key things that the government has to work for to ensure that those funds, as meagre as they are, in terms of $6 a day, that they aren't clawed back. It will do a person living with disabilities in this country absolutely no good if that money is given with one hand and taken back with the other. So it's fully incumbent upon the government to do that work, and I would love to see that happen sooner rather than later to ensure that people don't continue to suffer.
The questions and comments. The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from London Fanshawe for her speech. And Madam Speaker, the member opposite here has told us that she does not belong to part of the government, but in my hand I do have a supply and confidence agreement that is signed by the NDP, and it is the agreement between the NDP and Liberals and the government. And I'd like to table this document. I have it in both official languages. And perhaps, Madam Speaker...
The honourable member already tried to table that earlier today, and I do want to remind her that when she's speaking, she can't be pointing to a document. It's considered to be a prop. And so does the honourable member have a question for the honourable member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a question to my colleague, Madam Speaker, I've heard from constituents across Middlesex, across London, who are facing hard times right now. They can't afford food. They're going to food banks in record numbers. And of course, we have a rural area around the London area where people pay a high carbon tax. So I'm wondering if the member from London Fanshawe wants to comment on why she continues to support the Liberal government in the carbon tax and why she won't vote in favour of Bill C-234 to axe the tax for our farmers.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
You know, I always find it very interesting when Conservatives will stand up and talk about who they're actually trying to help, but ultimately that axing of the tax, as they call it, will help the wealthiest in this country. And I would like to ensure that Canadians don't fall for that misnomer when they try to sell the fact that they are truly fighting for people, when in fact they're fighting for those corporate profits. Now, I would also like to ask the member, and maybe she can answer this later on in debate, why her party refused to vote for a national school food program program that we know will help students and families with the nutrition that they need, why they would vote against pharmacare, which will directly go back into the pockets of women who deserve and need contraception, of people who live with diabetes, why she would vote against that sort of measure, why she would vote against a dental benefit that are helping seniors across Middlesex, across London, across this country with those costs of every day that seniors especially are facing. I'd like to know why she would vote against those things that actually would help people's pocketbooks.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For years now, Madam Speaker, we've been hearing that we need to invest more in the climate and reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. They will still exist, but we need to reduce our reliance on them. The budget, this government in all of its budgets, keeps offering tax credits and other ways of subsidizing fossil fuel industries. Does my colleague feel comfortable with that aspect of the budget, which year over year is harming our environment, and which means that the amounts earmarked for the climate are quite piteous compared to the amount for the fossil fuel industry?
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for her question. New Democrats have been at the forefront of pushing back against those corporate giveaways to the oil and gas sector. It's incumbent that those corporate owners pay their fair share. As I said in my speech, we will continue to push against that. Like I said, this isn't an NDP budget, and I fight for the day where we will see that, so we will actually see that fair share being paid by everyone to ensure that we have a safe, healthy future, both in all those social programs, but in terms of our environment as well.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And today, as we've heard, we were debating the budget introduced by the Liberal government a couple of weeks ago. And we've also heard time and time again how Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. They're having a hard time finding housing they can afford, facing soaring rents, rising mortgage costs, or even finding anywhere to live at all. They're seeing rising food costs at grocery stores and paying more for gas at the pump. And on the other side of the coin, Canadians are seeing big corporations, oil and gas companies, grocery giants, corporate landlords, and big banks making absolutely record profits. And because the more we pay for gas, for food, for housing, the more those corporations and their CEOs are making billions of dollars in profits. So people were looking for ways that the government would be helping them to get by, because it doesn't have to be this way. In this budget, the NDP has used its power to force the government to help Canadians. And it's a glimpse of what an NDP government would be doing, what's best for ordinary Canadians, not for big corporations and the wealthy. And I want to say that though this is not an NDP budget, and I'll certainly spend some time talking about how it could have been improved greatly. So what did the NDP accomplish for Canadians? Well, dental care. This will change the lives of 9 million Canadians when it's fully rolled out to all qualifying people next year. Free birth control will benefit another 9 million Canadians who now have to pay for those products. Free diabetes medication benefiting 3.7 million Canadians with this disease. You know, insulin was discovered in Canada, but every year thousands of Canadians, many of them younger Canadians, die prematurely because they simply can't afford the medication needed to control diabetes. These are completely preventable deaths, and it's shameful that Canada has been allowing this to happen for many years. And thanks to the NDP, this will get fixed. These provisions are the leading edge of the NDP's program of a universal, publicly funded, single-payer pharmacare plan that will be developed over the next year through legislation outside this budget. A program that will save Canadians billions of dollars every year Estimates from the Parliamentary Budget Office and expert studies done for the government estimate savings of between $4 billion and maybe more than $10 billion per year through a single-payer plan. Now, thanks to the NDP, this budget also contains funding for school meals that will help all children, no matter what their situation, the nutrition and energy they need to succeed in their studies. Education is a great equalizer, but we have to provide all students with the conditions for success, and this school meal program will be an important part of those conditions. The housing crisis is affecting millions of Canadians, and there are some real steps in this budget to address that. A rental protection fund, a program to use federal lands to build new affordable housing, a $400 million top-up to the Housing Accelerator Fund. There's $1 billion set aside for non-market housing to build truly affordable homes. Again, something the NDP has been asking for. In contrast to the Conservatives, who seem to think that if we just build more units, that prices will magically become affordable. In my riding, we are building more housing units than we have ever built before. But according to municipal planners, every day we have fewer affordable housing units. These additional units that are being built are simply bought up by people who already own homes, people who are using them as investments. We need more affordable units, and to accomplish that, the federal government has to get back into the affordable housing business like they were 30 years ago. Now, I'd like to highlight a couple of smaller line items that may not have got as much publicity, but will still make a huge difference to all Canadians. You know, I entered politics to provide a voice from a scientific background to Parliament. Science and research are the real basis of a successful economy in this day and age. And I've been calling on the government for 2 years now to provide more support for researchers, especially young researchers. Postgraduate students do most of the research in Canada and are expected to work full-time at that job. And the best and brightest of these are funded through federal scholarships and fellowships that have remained at the same level since 2003, over 20 years ago. Master's students have been expected to live on $17,500 a year, and out of that they had to pay their tuition fees, which are $7,000. So finally, in this budget, the government has recognized that shameful situation and has significantly increased the amount and number of these supports, as well as an overall increase in research grants to investigators that will help even more young researchers do the work they want to do and we need them to do. On another front, I want to give a shout out to my colleague, the MP for Courtenay Alberni, who has been leading the charge for an increase to the tax credit for volunteer firefighters. Previously, those brave and generous members of communities across the country have received only a $3,000 tax credit for the work they do to keep us safe. This budget will increase that to $6,000, short of the $10,000 that we were hoping for, but still a significant increase for very deserving community members. So what's missing from this budget? How does it differ from one that an NDP government would bring in? Well, first of all, there's the Canada Disability Benefit, something the NDP has been fighting for. We were hoping that it would finally be there in this budget to really lift people with disabilities out of poverty. Well, it's there, but it's a paltry $200 a month, a complete insult. The NDP will continue fighting for people with disabilities to make sure this benefit will be enough to make sure they will have at least $2,000 per month to live in dignity. I was also disappointed there's no provision for a national wildfire fighting force that could really benefit every community that is facing the rising threat of wildfires every summer. And once again, the government has been timid in its willingness to try to address one of the biggest threats to this country and its economy, and that's the growing gap between the rich and the rest of Canada. Harper Conservatives cut the corporate income tax in half, immediately putting a $16 billion burden on middle-class Canadians. That cut was made in the name of trickle-down economics, the outdated and debunked belief that if we give tax breaks to the wealthy, that would trickle down to the rest of us in the form of more jobs and benefits. Well, it hasn't happened. The profits of corporations have climbed steadily over the past 30 years, while wages have remained stagnant. So most Canadians are paying more in tax and getting nothing in return. Now, this Liberal government and the Conservatives would be certainly no different, refuses to put a windfall tax on big oil and gas companies that are making a killing on the backs of Canadians. Other countries such as Spain and the UK have brought in such a tax, a measure that would bring in about $1 billion a year. We could also bring in a wealth tax that would affect only those very few Canadians with personal wealth of over $10 million. Such a tax would bring in another $12 billion per year. Now, as is often said in this place, budgets are about choices. And we have to make choices on both sides of the ledger, spending wisely to make sure Canadians have the programs that make this the best country it can be and leaves no one behind, and finding revenue options that ensure the costs of those programs are borne by those that can afford it. We know this budget could have been better. We know that under a Conservative government it would have been far worse. An NDP government would truly put the interests of ordinary Canadians first, not the interests of big corporations, CEOs. We would listen to workers and other Canadians who are really struggling, not to lobbyists for grocery giants, fossil fuel companies, and big pharma. But we're proud of what the NDP has accomplished by using the power we have to take a big step in making this a fairer and more prosperous country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way for his tireless advocacy on behalf of science in Canada, the work that he did on the Science Committee to bring forward the recommendations to have additional investment in science. Could the honourable member comment on how this is a beginning of a new era for science in Canada and how we can continue to support citizen science as well as Indigenous science in the future?
The honourable member South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Guelph for that question, and I appreciate his work as chair of the Science and Research Committee. And I hope this is a start of a new future for science and research. It is certainly a big step in that direction, where we actually recognize the very, very important work that young researchers do in Canada, and also to scientific researchers in general. There was a considerable uplift in the amounts of grants given to researchers across the country that also will help fund students. And, you know, Canada is so far behind other countries in the OECD and the G7. I had someone in from the UK High Commission into my office a couple of weeks ago, and it was kind of embarrassing when I heard what the UK is doing for research in their country compared to what Canada has been doing. This is where we are going to form a real solid economy for the future, and we have to make those investments to make research and develop the information technology that will make this and continue to make this a great country.
The questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for the honourable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We can see that he has a big heart, and that is obvious each time he speaks. However, I'd like him to tell us, in this budget on health care, it's very clear that the government is stepping into Quebec jurisdiction. This is shared jurisdiction, and the federal government should not interfere. This is overall a budget that tramples on provincial jurisdiction. Despite my colleague's good intentions, I'd like to know what he thinks about the importance of this interference.
The député de South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to
I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, for his question.
I would have to say, you know, Quebec has been leading the rest of Canada in many of these areas. in parts of healthcare, in parts of education, in childcare. You know, the list goes on, and I salute Quebec for that leadership in showing the way, literally, for the rest of Canada. Here we have a federal government who is trying to make sure that Canadians can live better lives, when we have better health care, when we have better education, when we have the chance for child care expenses, child care, so that everyone can get back into the job market. These are things, perhaps we're getting ideas from Quebec, but I just think that if the federal government has those initiatives, has money, you know, we have to put some sort of boundaries on what that money is going to be spent. Right now, we send money to the provinces to fund post-secondary education, and they can spend it on filling potholes in roads. We have to be careful of, we want to make sure the money is being spent for the reasons that we are providing it. These are taxpayer dollars.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Excuse me. I'd like to thank my excellent colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I always enjoy his intervention and his great work, his leadership about educating us in the area of science. But I wanted to ask him a quick question about what this budget could do to make sure that we're doing better to address climate change. I know that he's in a riding where that is a huge issue, and I wonder if he could speak to that.
Brief answer from the honourable member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nunavut. And of course, residents of Nunavut are really at the pointy end of climate change as well. Things are changing there much faster. And yes, we have to put everything we can into fighting climate change, fighting our emissions, adapting to climate change. We have, my riding is in the middle of all those wildfires you hear about. We have floods everywhere as well. So we have to be spending more on preventing climate change, doing our bit to bring down our emissions, but also adapting to climate change. I mentioned the wildfire fighting force. We have to be doing more things on the ground ahead of time to make sure communities are safe from floods, from fires, and other disasters that are being fueled by climate change.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this urgent action in Budget 2024 that will help Canada build the homes needed to restore fairness for every generation. Last week, our government released Canada's ambitious plan to build homes by the millions, support renters, and lower the costs of home ownership, so that no hardworking Canadian has to spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs. With Budget 2024 and with Canada's housing plan, we're going to do what it is necessary to put money on the table to build more affordable housing, create the market conditions necessary to get more homes built, and change the way cities build homes. Madam Speaker, we will restore the promise of Canada for everyone, building more homes faster. We know that the higher interest rate environments have made it difficult to build homes. That is why we are proposing significant action in Budget 2024 to boost housing supply and remove barriers that often slow down construction of new homes. For example, we are reviving and modernizing Canada's post-war housing design catalog, which will provide blueprints that can be used across the country to speed up construction of new homes. Budget 2024 proposes to allocate more than $11 million in 2024-25 to support the development of this catalog for up to 50 housing designs, including row housing and fourplexes that provinces, territories, and municipalities could use to simplify and accelerate housing approvals and builds. This first phase of the catalog will be published by the fall of 2024. Speaking of supporting municipalities, our $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund is already cutting red tape across the country with 179 agreements with municipalities, provinces, and territories, including Surrey Centre, enabling the construction of over 750,000 new homes over the next decade. To continue this momentum, Budget 2024 would top up this program with $400 million to build more homes faster from coast to coast to coast. And Madam Speaker, I'm here to remind you that I'll be sharing my time with the Member of Parliament from Whitby. And to help developers get that capital, they need to build more rental homes. We're also topping up the apartment construction loan program for apartment or ACLP with $15 billion starting next year. This proposed investment alone will build more than 30,000 additional homes across Canada, bringing the program's total contribution to over 131,000 new homes by 2031. And this program has already been kick-started in Surrey Centre with thousands of homes already under construction. We know that there's no single player that can fill Canada's housing shortage on his or her own. That's why we need to take a Team Canada approach to getting this work done for Canadians, and that means all of us working together and using every tool in our toolkit to get more homes built. To that effect, Budget 2024 announces Canada Builds, which will help to leverage the apartment construction program so we can better partner with provinces and territories to build more rental housing across the country. But truthfully, Madam Speaker, we couldn't do any of this without Canada's builders, carpenters, plumbers, electricians, construction workers, and similar tradespeople. They are incredible people who love their jobs, who are good at them, and to whom we should all be grateful because we couldn't build homes without them. To help train and recruit the next generation of skilled workers, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $90 million over 2 years for the apprenticeship service, to help create placements with small and medium-sized enterprises for apprentices. $10 million for 2 years is also being proposed for the Skills, Trades, Awareness and Readiness Program to encourage Canadians to explore and prepare for the careers in the skilled trades. In addition, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $50 million over 2 years for the Foreign Credential Recognition Program, at least half of which will be used to streamline foreign credential recognition in the construction sector to help skilled trade workers build more homes. We need to do everything we can to make it easier to build more homes quickly and more cost effectively, and the measure I just outlined does exactly that. Madam Speaker, young Canadians in my community of Surrey Centre and across Canada are struggling to find housing that fits their budget. That's why the government launched the tax-free First Home Savings Account, and why in Budget 2024 we are taking action to unlock additional pathways for young renters to become homeowners and to protect middle-class homeowners from rising mortgage payments. To help first-time homebuyers keep pace with rising costs, Budget 2024 announces our intention to amend the Income Tax Act to increase the home buyer's plan withdrawal limit from $35,000 to $60,000. The budget also proposes to temporarily extend the grace period during which home buyers are not required to repay their home buyer's plan withdrawals to their RSP by an additional 3 years. This first measure would enable first-time home buyers to save up to $25,000 for their down payment faster. And for a couple who withdrew the maximum in 2023, extending the grace period could allow them to defer annual payments as large as $4,600 by an additional 3 years. Madam Speaker, thanks to our new Canadian Mortgage Charter, more Canadians know about the fair, reasonable, and timely mortgage relief they can seek and receive from their financial institutions. Budget 2024 aims to enhance this charter by enabling first-time home buyers purchasing new builds to get 30-year amortizations, mortgage amortizations, among other enhancements. The government will bring forward regulatory amendments to implement this proposal. Additionally, Budget 2024 proposes to call on banks, fintechs, and credit bureaus to prioritize tools that allow renters to opt in to reporting their rent payment history to credit bureaus so that they can strengthen their credit scores when applying for a mortgage. We are also committed to protecting tenant rights and ensuring that renting a home is fair, open, and transparent. For that reason, Budget 2024 proposes traction to protect the millions of Canadians who rent and who have been exceptionally impacted by recent drastic rent increases across the country. This action includes the development of a new Canadian Renters' Bill of Rights to be developed and implemented in partnership with provinces and territories, a new $15 million tenant protection fund, and a new $1.5 billion Canada Rental Protection Fund that will help housing providers keep rents at a stable level for a long time. Now that, Madam Speaker, is how you make the playing field fair for rentals. Our government is also redoubling our efforts to build homes wherever and whenever possible in the face of Canada's housing crisis. We're accelerating and streamlining the process of converting surplus federal properties into housing, and we're continuing to work with Canada Lands Company to enable the construction of additional housing units. In fact, Budget 2024 proposes $5 million over 3 years starting 2024-25 to support an overhaul of the Canada Lands Company to expand its activities to build more homes on public lands. Budget 2024 also announces that the government will take steps to enable Canada Post to prioritize leasing or divestment of post office properties and lands with high potential for housing. We're doing so maintains high service standards for Canadians. Lastly, as part of our work to build more homes on public lands, Budget 2024 proposes to explore the redevelopment of national defence properties in Halifax, Toronto, and Victoria that could be suitable for both military and civilian uses, and that we are currently working to divest 14 surplus defence properties that have a potential for housing and that are needed for the national defence operations. Building the infrastructure communities needed to build more homes. Recognizing that we need better infrastructure to support an uptick in housing supply, our government has also revealed that the budget will feature a new $6 billion housing infrastructure fund to help communities increase their housing supply and upgrade water, wastewater, stormwater, and solid waste infrastructure. Madam Speaker, because many Canadians rely on public transit to go to school, to get to work, and to see their friends, Budget 2024 also announces that any community seeking to access long-term predictable funding through the federal government's forthcoming permanent public transit funding will be required to take action that directly unlocks housing supply where it is needed most. Our focus as a government is building more homes at a pace and scale not seen in generations to restore fairness and affordability for every generation. We did it when soldiers returned home from the Second World War, and we can build homes like that again. With this upcoming budget, we'll make it easier for every Canadian, no matter who they are or where they come from.
I apologize. The honourable member is quite over time. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon...
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I would just like to ask him the following question. Now, there have been many good intentions, housing and health, but I would like to know on a scale of 1 to 10, where is the government's contempt for Quebec's jurisdictions?
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you for the great question to my honourable colleague. I don't think this government has any contempt for the province of Quebec. If anything, I think Quebec has been treated extremely well in this budget. There'll be more homes that'll be built in the province of Quebec that they've ever been built before. More assistance to the cities that have joined on this program to build more homes. More infrastructure dollars to build hundreds and thousands of more homes in Quebec. I think the residents of Quebec are going to be overwhelmed with this budget and the amount of homes that it's going to be able to unlock in their jurisdiction and keep their cost of housing down.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the honourable member knows, earlier today the opposition party asked the Speaker to grant an emergency request on the issue related to drugs in his home province of British Columbia. The government can schedule a debate on this issue if it chooses. Would the honourable member support not just an emergency debate, but a debate on the catastrophic drug issue that's going on in his home province?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the question for my honourable colleague, Member of Parliament. Look, the Member of Parliament and the Conservative members are more than welcome to debate this topic in this debate budget as much as they want. When it comes to this particular topic, I think this was done at the request of the Vancouver Police Department and amongst other police chiefs and the province of British Columbia. This was their call, their request to decriminalize certain aspects and certain drugs to certain quantities. The federal government and the Minister of Health responded accordingly, and now they've made amendments to that and requested amendments, and Canada and our government will respond similarly to that based on the needs and the requests of the people of the province of British Columbia.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention through you, and I appreciate the work that I do with him on the Veterans Committee. And so my question is going to be around that issue. We've done a report in this place around marriage after 60. We know that many veterans who find love after 60 cannot leave a pension for their survivors. And we also know that in 2019, this government made an announcement saying that there was $150 million that they would be sharing with women who are already in that circumstance. Many very impoverished women who looked after veterans during the hardest parts of their life get absolutely nothing upon their passing. I was saddened to see that there was no mention of that in this budget, and I'm just wondering, when is that money from that 2019 going to actually be going out to these vulnerable women?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, just like my honourable colleague, I also enjoy working with her in veterans. She contributes a lot and pushes for veterans advocacy to great heights, and specifically for the plight of female veterans. I think when it comes to this issue, it's an ongoing issue. It needs to be worked out. I think our commitment of our government stands and will continue to do that. I believe this similar implications arise for Member of Parliament's pensions as well, where they get married after 60. It doesn't apply to their spouses, but these are things as time and ages have changed. I think we need to amend, and I think our Minister of Veterans Affairs will be looking at it accordingly.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut, a very brief question.
I thank the member for his speech talking much about fairness and housing. Unfortunately, this budget doesn't do enough for First Nations housing. The AFN says there needs to be $44 billion to close the gap. This budget only promises $918 million over 5 years. How can this member say that this is fair to First Nations when they are getting meager pennies out of this budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Look, I respect my honourable Member of Parliament from the on this issue. I think housing for Indigenous folks, the Inuit, the First Nations, and Métis populations of this country is a paramount responsibility of the federal government. A lot of neglect in the past has happened, therefore a lot of repair has to be done and upgrading has to be done. But $1 billion is not an insignificant amount. If you look at it from a perspective of $15 billion, it's almost 7 or 8%, and I think more has to be done, and we'll continue to work to make sure all Indigenous have the right type of housing that they need.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to all of our colleagues that have contributed to the debate on this budget. Madam Speaker, over the past number of years, I've been a member of Parliament for almost 9 years now, and one of the number one things that I try to do is to listen to what my constituents want in terms of how we operate here in this House, in terms of the resources that they're able to provide, that we are able to provide to them in making sure that they are able to thrive, that they are able to succeed in everything that they want to be able to accomplish. And over these past 8+ years that I have been a member of Parliament, and all of the budgets that we have been able to deliver to Canadians, to have to deal with what was a phenomenon across the whole world with the coronavirus and COVID-19, and how we were able to provide that support to Canadians. to now then trying to recover from that time, I think Budget 2024 really does make sure that we are looking out for every single generation that has been impacted over these past number of years with all of the challenges that we have been faced with. So when I talk to my constituents, in fact, just earlier this week, Madam Chair, I was at an announcement at my local high school where we talked about the National School Food Program. We learned how many kids are going to school hungry. And I was able to watch personally and to be, part of the whole delivering the food program, how many kids put in, an apple in their pocket for later, or to really understand and appreciate what it means about food insecurity. It is something that our government has really tried to tackle within this budget. And that is the National School Food Program. It is going to have significant impact in building our next generation of Canadians that are going to take the helm, that are going to fight the climate change, that are going to make sure that the economy is where it needs to be, that are going to make sure that Canada is a successful nation, not just internally, but also internationally as well. This is a good program for us to invest in. When I talk to seniors about the New Horizons program, for example, and to see the local impact of what it means for our government to be able to provide that support to seniors that are going through isolation, that are going through health issues, that are going through so many challenges internally, to be able to give them that support to be able to thrive. That is what our government stands for. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the disability benefit, it is about creating a foundation of what a disability benefit over these next number of years is going to look like for those people that really need the help and the support from our government that we can be able to deliver. The question is, are we going to be able to deliver it? And I challenge every single member in this House to say, we as Canadians, it is our brand, it is who we are, to support one another. Whether it is about disability benefit, whether it is about ensuring that seniors have the support they need, whether it is through New Horizons program or through our dental care program, are we providing the support to Canadians when they need it the most? It is not about supporting people that have the support already. It is about providing a foundation to those that need it the most to be able to give themselves a boost up and be able to take care of themselves. And that is literally what our Liberal government has been all about. It is about providing the support to people that need it at the time that they do. When we went through the COVID-19 pandemic, what did Canadians expect from us as they were told by their provincial governments that they had to stay at home, that they could not interact with their friends and their family, that they could not go to work? It was our government, the federal Liberal government, that really put in the effort to make sure that we were delivering CERB to everyone, that people had the ability to put food on their table, that they were able to pay their rents through our rental subsidy program, that they were able to run their small businesses through our CEBA program. And that, Madam Chair, is really what the the role of a government is all about. It is about making sure that Canadians have the support that they need. When we talk about fighting climate change, it is all of Canada coming together and making sure that we're all pitching in a little bit, but through the Canada rebate, the carbon rebate program, that they're actually getting more into their pockets than they would without having to pay into this program. Right. When we're talking about building housing for every single person in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, of people in the region of Peel, and indeed across Canada, we are talking about ensuring that our millennials, our Gen Zs, or whatever names you want to call it, Canadians are able to have secure housing that they can afford. We have, in my region, been able to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to ensure that Canadians have the ability to afford housing within our region. When we talk about ensuring the safety of Canadians, we have put in investments to make sure that auto thefts are taken care of, that we are doing our very level best to make sure that auto theft is really curbed within our communities. We are also talking about gender-based violence to make sure that women and gendered communities within our communities that we all serve, that we all represent, are going to be safe, that they have the security to be able to live healthy and safe lives. We are trying our level best to ensure that Canadians have the supports that they need, and Budget 2024 is a great reflection of that. It is reflective of the young people that are trying to buy homes, that are trying to look for jobs, that are trying to ensure that their careers are secure. It is a great support for those that are raising young families, that are trying to ensure that our young people are secure. And then for seniors as well, through whether it's the dental program, whether it is ensuring that the GIS and the old age security is there for everyone. We are really trying to do our level best as our Liberal government to ensure that everybody in our country has the level best to be able to boost themselves up. Madam Speaker, I know a lot of people say that it is not the responsibility of the federal government to make sure that every household is taken care of, but I believe that it is. I believe that it is the responsibility of our government to ensure that we are going to give everybody that leg up that they need to be able to thrive, to be able to live with respect and with dignity and with prosperity within our communities. And that is how we build a better Canada. And Budget 2024 is the way to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable
Canor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member opposite spoke a lot about the cost of food, and one thing that the Conservatives wanted to see ahead of the budget was a plan to immediately pass Bill C-234 in its original form that would support farmers and farm families by taking the carbon tax off food, making it a lot more affordable for everyone to be able to afford groceries. Can the member speak to why the government has been dragging its feet to do that? A very simple action that could make groceries more affordable for every Canadian across the country.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would really appreciate if our members opposite would work as a Team Canada approach to do a lot of the things that we all want to do. And you know, it is the Conservatives that are actually dragging their feet on this. We are trying to ensure that Canada has the food security, that we are, whether it is through our grocery rebate, whether it is to ensuring our carbon rebate, to ensure that Canadians have the support that they need in their daily lives on a daily basis. But unfortunately, We've seen time and time again that our Conservative colleagues have voted against this, and in fact are gaslighting our country as to how that support is to be delivered. And I would really appreciate that they would come to the table to make sure that we are continuing to work on a Team Canada approach and ensuring that Canadians are taken well care of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech. We're facing a budget that multiplies intrusions and reduces effectiveness in terms of provincial jurisdiction. We're subcontracting to private companies, and we saw what that means recently with ArriveCan, and we could see the same thing. It's not efficient. And my question for the member, I understand that she'll say that she supports the government and the budget, but is she not troubled by this to see that we're making things inefficient? It's a waste of public money to the benefit of private companies and also. And this is something the government would be very simple to increase the old age security to 65 years. We've been asking it for years, and they are digging their heels in on this.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the question. I'm practicing my French. I just have a little.
To practice it. But the thing is, Madam President, is that we have to work with private companies. We have to make sure that these partnerships exist. We have to make sure that we are building a community that is effective for our private industries, for research and development, but also for our social causes, to make sure that those that need the support are able to get the support. And without the support of the private sector, we are not able to do that. The government is not in the business of making money. It is in the business of providing support and providing a leg up to those that need it the most. And if we are able to build those partnerships with private entities, with industry, to say, how can we provide support to Canadians better, then I think that we should do it. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
My colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for her remarks. Certainly there are things in this budget that we support and that we worked hard to deliver. However, there's a lot of concern and dismay around the Canada Disability Benefit. I heard her describe it as a foundation. Earlier, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance described it as a first step. That was never the way it was conceived. The first step was the legislation. The foundation was the legislation. And what people were expecting was a viable disability benefit that would actually lift people out of poverty. And yet what we see is something that amounts to $200 a month, $6 a day. And I think the disappointment and dismay that we're hearing from the disability community is evidence that it isn't adequate. So my question is, how many steps are there in this government's incremental multi-step approach to lifting people out of poverty? And how long are people with disabilities going to have to wait?
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as you know, politicians have rarely very brief answers. But on this issue, I take the criticism. I understand and appreciate how important it is for us to support the disability community. As I said in my speech, this is a foundation for us to really build upon. And we will continue to build upon it based on the feedback that we get from the community. And I'm hopeful that this really flourishes into something that we can work with provinces and territories on to ensure that discipline.
And we have to ensure the debate can continue. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, well, another year and another broken 2015 election promise. Let no Canadian and let nobody on those benches who ran in 2015 forget what this government promised. In 2015, they promised that more spending, more taxes, more deficits, more borrowing would lead to a magical utopia where budgets would balance themselves. They promised that they would take a balanced budget that they inherited from the Conservative government and turn it into a deficit. But worry not, this deficit will be a small one, and it'll be short term. They ran on a commitment in 2015 that they took door to door to Canadians and told them that they would run deficits to fund unprecedented national infrastructure spending, and that within 3 years the balance would budget itself. Well, Madam Speaker, here we are, 9 years later, and everything in that promise that they made and they were elected on turned out to be false. They broke that promise in the very first budget that they tabled. And for 9 fiscal years in a row, this government has promised more spending, more borrowing, more taxes, more deficits, more interest payments, more inflation, more debts, amid a further deterioration of the national balance sheet and declining living standards that are hollowing out the middle class. I say again, this is the 9th year in a row that this government has broken its main election promise that they made to Canadians in 2015. They promised that they wouldn't do this. They promised that a limited deficit would be it, and the budget would then balance itself. But Budget 2016 was almost Orwellian in the way that it pretended that the promises that they made the previous year had never happened. 2017, they brought in what some called the Seinfeld budget, the budget about nothing, more of the same. 2018, I called it the Britney Spears budget. Oops, I did it again. 2019, they promised the debt to GDP ratio would shrink forever. And in early 2020, when the country was on the brink of recession, the credit rating had been downgraded by Fitch, the debt to GDP ratio was rising all before the pandemic. This government had already squandered its fiscal inheritance and abandoned their promises and so-called fiscal anchors and guardrails all before the pandemic. After the pandemic, they tabled the pants-on-fire budget, a budget that continued to ignore every fiscal promise and projection that they had made in successive election campaigns and in previous budgets and fall economic statements. This budget, 2024, says, quote, "We can make sure Canadians at every age can find an affordable home," unquote. But the 2015 Liberal platform said the same thing. It said, "We will make it easier for Canadians to find an affordable place to call home." This government is repeating old, broken promises verbatim. Never mind that housing prices have doubled in that time, and that rents in some cities have nearly tripled in the 9 years between they made those identical promises. So just how much credibility does this government think it deserves for anything that it claims in its various announcements? So after 9 years, with rent unaffordable, home ownership no longer an attainable middle-class ambition, record food bank use, and another budget that promises more of the same pattern of out-of-control spending and new tax increases, let's call this one the Holland Oates budget, because it's obvious to Canadians that this government is out of touch and Canadians are out of time. But it's not just fiscal mismanagement. This government has lost control of the institutional machinery of government. This is a government that has presided over a record expansion of the bureaucracy and an exponential expansion of the use of private consultants. So despite this record bloat, access to government service has never been worse. The immigration decision queue is 2.5 million people long. The CRA call center continues to give false information to Canadians or be unavailable when they need them. And most distressingly, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces is in a death spiral crisis of retention and recruitment. And those are not my words. Those are the words of the minister himself. So for 9 years, this government has pursued an anti-energy, anti-industry, anti-jobs policy that has resulted in Canadians dropping to near the bottom of peer countries in productivity, which is driving down standards of living for Canadians at a time when Canadians desperately need economic leadership in order to sustain program expenditures and sustain our national security and public safety. So please understand, Madam Speaker, Conservatives don't want to fix the budget simply because we like the look of a nice, tidy financial statement. The budgetary madness of this NDP Liberal government threatens the prosperity of ordinary Canadians. It threatens the sustainability of programs that vulnerable Canadians rely on. It threatens Canada's national security. It threatens Canada's ability to be a trusted and meaningful ally in global affairs, which then threatens our trade relationships, our diplomacy, and our national security. This budget is the same formula that has seen the gap in the standard of living between Canadians and Americans rapidly widen. And that's not my opinion, Madam Speaker. This is what economists and the government's own reports are saying. From Statistics Canada, real GDP per capita has now declined in 5 of the past 6 quarters and is currently near levels observed in 2017, unquote. From Jack Mintz, this past January, quote, real GDP per capita has stalled since 2018, and in 2023 it actually fell and is likely to fall again in 2024, unquote. From the Royal Bank, quote, the Canadian economy is sharply underperforming global peers, unquote. In fact, since 2019, Canadian GDP per capita has declined 2.8%, while in the United States, it's gone up 7%. The bank notes that this is the single largest underperformance of the Canadian economy in comparison to the United States since 1965, almost 60 years ago, Madam Speaker. Let that sink in. Per capita GDP is now lower than it was 5 years ago, while in peer countries, it's higher. And we have Canada's worst underperformance of the U.S. economy in that time. So, Madam Speaker, the OECD expects that Canada will record the worst economic growth among advanced countries for decades to come. The C.D. Howe Institute says, quote, comparing investment in Canada to that in the United States and other OECD countries reveals that before 2015, Canadian businesses had been closing the gap, a long-standing gap between investment per available worker in Canada and abroad. But since 2015, the gap has become a chasm. Having investment per worker much lower in Canada than in other countries tells us that businesses see less opportunity in Canada, which prefigures weaker growth in Canadian earnings and standards of living than in other OECD countries, unquote. So to put it another way, the government is chasing business investment out of Canada, and the result is a lower standard of living for Canadians. The budget itself reveals that interest on the national debt is now more than the entire Canada Health transfer. It's also way more than the entire national defence budget. Taxes from Canadians are increasingly going to pay for Canada's creditors instead of for health care and defence. After 9 years of budgets that spend, borrow, tax more than they promised in their election platforms are making Canadians poorer, and they know it. Canadians know that they can't afford rent and home heating and gasoline and mortgage payments. Canadians know that inflation is ruining the purchasing power of their wages and the value of their savings. And Canadians know that as government piles on more debt from more spending, that they're going to be the ones that have to pay for it all. They know it's not going to be the ultra-wealthy that will just cheerfully pay a little bit more because, you know, it's only fair. Canadians know that it's going to be the workers and seniors and small business owners, and especially the young, who end up paying for the intergenerational theft that's contained in this budget. And that's why Canadians are increasingly ready for a government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And that's why I will vote against this budget. I'll vote non-confidence in the government. This government's out of touch. Canadians are out of time. Let's have an election and bring in a Conservative government to clean up this mess.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I listen to this member talk about energy in this country, and I hear Conservatives talk like this all the time, so I just want to understand what he means. Conservatives always say that this government is anti-energy, but in reality, what we are is in favor of looking at various different forms of energy. Conservatives talk about energy as though the only possible form is a form that involves fossil fuels. Can the member explain to the House why it is that Conservatives don't regard renewables and other cleaner forms of energy as energy? Because if they did, they wouldn't use this narrative of anti-energy?
For Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, we said no such thing. We are pro-energy, all kinds of energy, Madam Speaker. I didn't differentiate between different forms of energy, but I will say that this government is explicitly anti-fossil fuels to the extent that it refuses to allow Canadians to export, to develop and export and provide LNG, for example, to the world, where we have countries just recently, Greece, Poland, never mind Germany before it, that are all begging and crying out for Canadian LNG as both a transition fuel and as an alternative to Putin's energy products that fund his murderous war on Ukraine.
Honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, and good evening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all day, the Conservatives have been presenting us catastrophic scenarios about the budget. They have a bulldozer approach. Now, we in the Bloc Québécois, it's not really our style. We try to be constructive.
All right, everybody, like and subscribe for those of you that are new. And I am ending the stream here. It is getting pretty dry. We will be back on tomorrow when the House of Commons resumes. Have a good night.
Class. I see no reason to support it whatsoever. We need an immediate election. I'm glad that he is and his party have finally decided to stop propping up this government. We'll see what the NDP does. I'm ready to go next week. Let's have an election.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bow Ridge. Bow River, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, to the Speaker, he has extensive background experience with small businesses, and I know he's going to oppose this budget, but maybe he would like to be a little specific about some of the reasons why this is such a challenging budget for small businesses.
Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, I said it. We all know who is going to end up having to pay for the ongoing debt, the ongoing borrowing, which is starting to choke out the rest of the budget. We can see how interest payments are now choking out other expenditures. And as I said in my speech, it's going to be the young, it's going to be seniors, it's going to be workers, and it's going to be small businesses that end up paying the price for this government.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering, I've often made reference to the Conservative Party and their leader being to the far right. Often, and I know it upsets the member across the way, but that is the truth. Yep. And I would ask the member if he would reflect on the leader of the Conservative Party in his flirtation with Diagolon, which is an extreme right group that preaches hatred and who knows what else. This is a far right group, and that's the driving force that's being enabled by the leader of the Conservative Party. His leader. I'm interested in his comments on that.
Yeah, just be honest. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
This member has got nothing when he's just going to blather nonsense. We are debating a budget. This member obviously was not prepared to debate my speech, to offer a question or a comment on the speech and the matter at hand.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
What's the legacy of the current Liberal Prime Minister? Well, sadly, his entire legacy amounts to one thing. This Prime Minister has grown the national debt more in 9 years than under every other Prime Minister in Canadian history before him combined. That's his legacy. That's the end of it. That is the only thing that he stands and has as a legacy. And that debt now stands at $1.3 trillion. That's an enormous number. It's actually hard to comprehend or even to imagine for, I think, just about any Canadian. It's really hard to visualize how much money we're even talking about there. So I want to break that down just a little bit. First of all, our national debt of $1.3 trillion is relative to a $2 trillion national economy. So for every dollar the Canadian economy generates, about 65 cents of it has an obligation attached to it. Now, $1 trillion is a massive amount of money. If you cashed it into $100 bills, and you stack those bills into billion-dollar piles, you'd have 1,000 piles, each climbing about 1 kilometer high. That's what we're talking about in terms of what this money would look like. But that's still viewing the situation from 20,000 feet. So let's zoom in at the ground level for a little bit better perspective. For Canada's population of about 39 million people, the share of the total national debt's now about $34,000 for every person in the country. So for every family of 5 in Canada, there's about $170,000 in debt. So if you think about what that could mean for the average Canadian family of 5, with that $170,000, what could they do with that money if they had that for themselves instead of it being their share of the national debt? Let's say you have kids in hockey. Well, a reasonably decent youth composite hockey stick that everyone uses nowadays, it's about $90 or so. So the kids in that family of 5 would certainly never have to worry about breaking a hockey stick ever again. In fact, every one of their friends would never have to worry about it again either, because that $170,000 would buy about 1,800 hockey sticks. Now, a family of 5 can easily spend $400 or more a week on groceries these days with all the inflation. So that means that $170,000 would cover food for that whole family for over 8 years. Instead, under the Liberals, Canadian families are struggling to feed themselves. Food banks in Canada have received a record 2 million visits in a single month last year, with 1 million additional people expected this year. The examples of what Canadians could do with their own money is endless, but those dollars are not enriching those Canadian families at all under this Liberal government. Those dollars represent the money that's owed to bankers and bondholders as their share of the Prime Minister's debt. So it's interesting to be able to visualize that, but it's not a theoretical exercise. It's actually having real impacts on Canadians right now, here today. The Prime Minister's inflationary deficits are driving up interest rates, and he's endangering our social safety nets and our jobs by adding more inflationary debt.